Welcome back, legends, and if you're new here, welcome to the ultimate world of magical what-if fanfictions. Here, we explore alternate destinies, unstoppable power awakenings, and the darkest secrets the wizarding world never revealed. In today's video, what if 1-year-old Harry Potter inherited the power of all 4 founders and became the Wizard Emperor? We uncover a question that could change Harry Potter's fate forever. And hey, if you love powerful Harry Potter alternate stories, make sure to hit that subscribe button right now. Because we upload daily magical what-if videos you definitely don't want to miss. Alright, let's unlock the magic, and witness how Harry's entire destiny is rewritten. The house on Privet Drive stood silent under a cold October sky. The kind of silence that pressed against windows and made the air feel thick. Inside number 4, Petunia Dursley scrubbed her kitchen counter for the 3rd time that evening, her thin lips pressed into a disapproving line. She didn't know why she felt so restless tonight. She didn't know that miles away, in a cottage hidden by ancient magic, her sister's world was ending. Godric's Hollow burned with green light. Lily Potter's scream cut through the darkness like shattered glass. She stood before the crib, arms spread wide, her wand lost somewhere in the chaos downstairs. The tall figure in black robes moved closer, his pale face twisted in something between triumph and madness. Red eyes gleamed in the shadows. "Step aside, girl." Quote. "No," Lily's voice broke. "Not Harry. Please, take me instead." Quote. Voldemort's laugh was soft, almost gentle. It made the sound worse somehow. "I gave you a chance, Lily. Lord Voldemort is merciful to those who serve him. But you chose the path of foolishness." Quote. "Please," tears streamed down her face. "He's just a baby. He's done nothing to you." Quote. "He exists." The Dark Lord raised his wand. "That is enough." Quote. Green light filled the room. Lily's body crumpled to the floor, her hand reaching toward the crib even as life left her eyes. For a moment, everything went still. The wind outside stopped. The flames downstairs seemed to freeze mid-flicker. Then Voldemort turned to the crib. The child inside didn't cry. Green eyes, Lily's eyes, stared up at the monster above him with something that looked almost like understanding. Harry Potter sat surrounded by stuffed animals and blankets, one small hand gripping the wooden rail. Avada Kedavra. Quote. The curse shot forward, a bolt of killing light that had ended countless lives. It struck the child dead center. The house exploded with power. But this time, something was different. The curse didn't simply rebound. It shattered. Fragments of green light spun through the air like broken stars, and where they touched the walls, ancient runes began to glow. Runes that hadn't been seen in 1,000 years. Gryffindor's lion, Slytherin's serpent, Ravenclaw's eagle, Hufflepuff's badger. The symbols blazed with power that made the air crack and snap. Voldemort screamed. His body began to tear apart from the inside, dark magic ripping through him like poison. He raised his wand again, desperate, trying to apparate, trying to do anything, but the power held him in place. The 4 founders, magic wrapped around him like chains of pure light. "No, this is impossible, I am immortal." His voice became a shriek, then a whisper, then nothing. His body dissolved into smoke and shadow, fragments of soul scattering into the night. The wand clattered to the floor. Silence fell again. In the crib, Harry Potter began to glow. It started as a faint shimmer around his skin, barely visible. Then it grew brighter. Gold light mixed with green, silver, and bronze. The 4 colors swirled around the child like a living aurora, sinking into his skin, his bones, his very being. His scar, the lightning bolt where the curse had struck, pulsed with each color in turn. The runes on the walls grew brighter. They lifted from the stone, floating through the air like luminous butterflies, drawn to the child. One by one they touched his forehead, his hands, his chest. Ancient magic recognizing its air. Harry's eyes closed. When they opened again, they flickered between green and gold for just a heartbeat. Then the light faded. The house groaned. Flames began to spread again, consuming the remains of what had been a home. Downstairs, James Potter's body lay where it had fallen. Upstairs, Lily's sacrifice had done more than she could ever know. The child in the crib didn't cry. He sat very still, looking at his small hands with an expression no 1-year-old should have. Confusion, curiosity, power. Footsteps thundered outside. The front door, already blasted off its hinges, fell inward. A massive figure filled the doorway, silhouetted against the burning night. Lily. James. Hagrid's voice was rough with fear. He took the stairs 3 at a time, his heart pounding. No, no, please. He stopped in the nursery doorway. His beetle-black eyes took in the scene. Lily's body. The scorch marks on the floor where Voldemort had stood. The child in the crib, alive and watching him with those impossibly green eyes. Oh, Harry. Hagrid's voice broke. He moved forward carefully, as if approaching something sacred. Yea, poor thing. What's happened here? He lifted the child from the crib, and Harry didn't fuss or cry. He simply looked up at the giant man's face with that strange, knowing expression. Hagrid's breath caught. For just a second, he could have sworn the child's eyes flashed gold. We need to get ye out of here, little one. Hagrid wrapped Harry in a blanket, holding him close. Professor Dumbledore'll know what to do. He always does. Quote. Outside, the motorcycle roared. Sirius Black stumbled through the ruins of the front door, his face wild with grief and rage. Hagrid, where's Peter? Where is he? I'll kill him, all. He stopped when he saw the bundle in Hagrid's arms. Harry. Quote. He's alive, Sirius. Hagrid's voice was gentle. But James and Lily. Sirius's legs gave out. He fell to his knees in the ashen rubble, a sound like a wounded animal tearing from his throat. No, no, they can't be. I was supposed to protect them. I was supposed to. His gray eyes found Hagrid's. Give him to me. I'm his godfather. I'll take him somewhere safe. Quote. Hagrid shook his head slowly. Got me orders from Dumbledore. Harry goes to his aunt and uncle. It's the only place he'll be protected. Quote. Protected. Sirius's voice rose to a shout. They're muggles. They hate magic. You can't. Blood protection, Sirius. Dumbledore's voice came from the doorway, calm and heavy with sorrow. The old wizard stepped into the ruined house, his blue eyes dim behind his half-moon spectacles. Lily's sacrifice created a bond. As long as Harry calls his mother's blood home, Voldemort cannot touch him there. Quote. Voldemort's dead, Sirius started. Gone. Dumbledore corrected quietly. Not dead. He made preparations. Dark preparations. He will return. The headmaster's eyes fell on the child in Hagrid's arms. For a long moment, he simply stared. Then his expression shifted, surprise, wonder, and something that might have been fear. Hagrid, bring Harry here. Quote. Hagrid approached slowly. Dumbledore reached out one weathered hand, letting it hover near Harry's forehead. The child's scar pulsed with light. 4 colors swirling together. Dumbledore's hand trembled. Merlin's beard. Quote. What is it? Hagrid asked. What's wrong with him? Nothing is wrong. Dumbledore's voice was barely a whisper. Everything is changed. He pulled his hand back, his mind racing. The prophecy spoke of power the Dark Lord knows not. I thought it meant love. But this. He looked at Sirius. You must go. Hunt Peter. Bring him to justice. Harry will be safe with his relatives. Quote. But. Go, Sirius. Trust me. Please. Quote. Sirius looked at Harry one last time. The child's green eyes met his, and Sirius felt something shift in his chest. A connection. A promise. I'll come back for you, he whispered. I swear it. Quote. Then he was gone, disappearing into the night on his motorcycle, leaving Hagrid holding the child who had survived. The motorcycle's engine faded into the distance. Dumbledore stood in the ruins, his mind working through possibilities and dangers. The 4 founders, magic. All of it, somehow, flowing into one child. It should have been impossible. The founders had died 1,000 years ago, their power scattered and lost. Unless Hogwarts itself had made a choice. The castle, built by the 4 greatest witches and wizards of their age, was more than stone and magic. It was alive in ways few understood. And it had just given everything to protect this child. Why? Dumbledore looked at Harry again. The boy was playing with the edge of his blanket now, acting like any normal 1-year-old. But those eyes. They held something ancient. Something that made even Albus Dumbledore, who had faced Grindelwald and survived, feel very small. Come, Hagrid. The headmaster's voice was tired. Let us bring Harry to his new home. We have much to discuss. And much to fear. Quote. They left through the broken door. Behind them, the flames consumed Godric's Hollow. By morning, nothing would remain but ash and memory. The magical world would wake to news of Voldemort's fall. They would celebrate. They would call Harry Potter the boy who lived. They would have no idea what he had truly become. In Hagrid's arms, wrapped in his blanket, Harry Potter drifted to sleep. In his dreams, 4 figures stood watching him. A brave lion, a cunning serpent, a wise eagle, a loyal badger. They bowed their heads as one. The Wizard Emperor had been born. The wizarding world would never be the same. Chapter 2, The Cupboard Under the Stairs. 10 years passed like a held breath. The house on Privet Drive looked exactly as it always had. Perfectly trimmed hedges, spotless windows, a front door painted the same shade of boring beige as every other house on the street. Vernon Dursley liked it that way. Normal, proper, completely and utterly ordinary. Inside the cupboard under the stairs, Harry Potter opened his eyes. Darkness pressed around him like a physical weight. The space barely fit his small body anymore. His knees touched one wall, his head nearly brushed the sloped ceiling. Spiders made homes in the corners. The air smelled like dust and old coats. He'd lived here for as long as he could remember. Harry sat up slowly, careful not to bang his head on the low ceiling. His hand found the small flashlight he'd hidden behind a loose board. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating his tiny world. A thin mattress. A few books he'd smuggled from school. A broken toy soldier Dudley had thrown away. And the dreams. Always the dreams. Last night he'd dreamed of a great hall with 4 long tables and floating candles. A woman's voice, kind and musical, teaching him about transfiguration. A man with a sharp face and sharper mind, showing him how to brew potions that could save lives or end them. A serpent coiled around his arm, whispering secrets in a language that shouldn't make sense but did. Harry pressed his palm against his forehead. The scar hidden beneath his messy black hair tingled. It always did when the dreams came. Boy, Aunt Petunia's shrill voice cut through the walls. Get up. Breakfast won't cook itself. Harry closed his eyes and counted to 3. 1, 2, 3. Then he pushed open the cupboard door and stepped into the hallway. Morning light streamed through the kitchen windows. Aunt Petunia stood at the stove, her thin neck craned toward the bacon sizzling in the pan. Uncle Vernon sat at the table, his large face hidden behind the morning newspaper. Dudley, massive, blonde, and currently shoving toast into his mouth, took up 2 chairs. Make the eggs. Petunia didn't look at him. And don't burn them. Vernon has an important meeting today. Quote. Harry moved to the stove without a word. His hands worked automatically, cracking eggs, whisking them, pouring them into the hot pan. But his mind was elsewhere. In the dreams. In the voice that sometimes whispered to him when he was alone. You are more than this. Asterisk. He didn't know where the voice came from. Only that it felt true. 36. Dudley's voice boomed across the kitchen. That's 1 less than last year. I want 37 presents for my birthday. We'll get you 2 more, dinky diddydums. Aunt Petunia cooed. How about that? Uncle Vernon lowered his newspaper just enough to reveal his mustache. Anything for my boy. His tiny eyes shifted to Harry. The eggs better be perfect, boy. Quote. Harry slid the perfectly cooked eggs onto 3 plates. He'd learned long ago, perfection was survival. Anything less meant punishment. No meals. Extra chores. Hours locked in the cupboard. He'd also learned something else. Something the Dursleys didn't know. He wasn't afraid of them anymore. Here. Harry set the plates on the table. Vernon snatched his immediately, not bothering with thanks. Dudley grabbed his and began shoveling food into his mouth. Petunia picked at hers, her horse-like face pinched in its permanent look of distaste. You'll be coming with us today. Vernon announced suddenly. To the zoo. For Dudley's birthday. Quote. Harry's heart sank. A day out with the Dursleys meant a day of being ignored at best, humiliated at worst. I could stay here. We can't leave you alone. Petunia snapped. Last time you did things. Quote. Harry kept his face carefully blank. The incident she was referring to, when he'd somehow ended up on the school roof while running from Dudley's gang. He still didn't understand how it happened. One moment he'd been cornered by the bike sheds. The next, he was 20 feet in the air. Magic. The word whispered through his mind like a secret. Like a truth. Fine. Harry said quietly. Vernon grunted. You'll stay out of the way. Don't talk. Don't touch anything. And absolutely no funny business. Quote. Funny business. That's what they called it. The strange things that happened around him. Aunt Petunia's hair turning blue when she'd been particularly cruel. The glass in Dudley's greenhouse mysteriously shattering. The sensation Harry sometimes got, like something powerful coiling beneath his skin, waiting. The zoo was crowded with families and screaming children. Dudley dragged them from exhibit to exhibit, complaining about everything. Too hot. Too boring. Where were the dangerous animals? Harry trailed behind, hands in his pockets. His mind wandered to the dreams again. Last night's had been different. Clearer. 4 figures standing around a stone, placing their hands on it one by one. Golden light pouring from their palms. A voice, ancient and powerful, speaking words he couldn't quite hear. The castle chooses. The castle protects. The castle remembers. Asterisk. Look at this one. Dudley's voice snapped Harry back to reality. They stood before the reptile house. Inside, a massive boa constrictor lay coiled behind thick glass. The snake didn't move. Its eyes were closed. It looked bored, trapped. Harry pressed closer to the glass. For a moment, the noise of the zoo faded away. It was just him and the serpent. 2 prisoners in different cages. The snake opened one golden eye. Harry felt something shift in his chest. A warmth spreading through his veins. Without thinking, he whispered, "Hello." Quote. The snake's head lifted. Its forked tongue flickered out. Then, impossibly, it moved closer to the glass. Its eye fixed on Harry with an intelligence that made his breath catch. "You speak." Asterisk. The voice appeared in Harry's mind like a thought that wasn't his own. Smooth. Curious. Ancient. You can understand me." Harry thought back. Few can speak the serpent's tongue. Fewer still can hear us speak. The snake's mental voice carried amusement. "What are you, little speaker?" "I don't know," Harry admitted. "I'm just me." Asterisk. "You are more." The snake uncoiled slightly. "I sense power in you. Old power. The kind that makes the walls themselves listen." Asterisk. Before Harry could respond, Dudley shoved him aside. "Move, freak. I want to see it do something." Harry stumbled backward. His shoulder hit the glass. And something inside him snapped. Not in anger. Not in fear. It was more like a door opening. A lock clicking open. The glass vanished. Not shattered. Not cracked. Simply ceased to exist. The boa constrictor poured out in a river of scales and muscle. Dudley screamed and fell backward. People scattered. The snake paused in front of Harry, its massive head level with his chest. "Thank you, speaker." Its voice was warm. "I will remember this kindness." Asterisk. "Be free," Harry whispered aloud. The snake's tongue flickered once more. Then it slithered away, moving faster than anything that size should be able to move. Guards shouted. Children cried. Chaos erupted through the reptile house. And Harry stood very still. Because he'd felt it. The power that had dissolved the glass. It hadn't been wild or uncontrolled. It had been precise. Intentional. Like something inside him knew exactly what to do. Like he'd done this 1,000 times before. Vernon's hand clamped on his shoulder like a vice. "Car. Now." Quote. The drive home was silent. The kind of silence that promised violence. Vernon's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. Petunia's lips had disappeared into a thin line. Dudley whimpered in the backseat, traumatized by his brief encounter with the snake. Harry watched the houses blur past his window. He should have been terrified. Should have been preparing for whatever punishment awaited. Instead, he felt awake. They arrived home. Vernon dragged Harry inside by his collar. "Cupboard. Now." Quote. Harry went without resistance. The door slammed shut. The lock clicked. Darkness again. But this time, the darkness felt different. Alive. Waiting. Harry sat on his mattress and closed his eyes. He focused on that feeling, the warmth in his veins. The sense of something vast and powerful sleeping inside him. In his mind, he reached for it. And it reached back. Gold light bloomed in the cupboard. Faint at first, then brighter. It came from Harry's hands, his chest, his forehead. The 4 colors he sometimes saw in dreams, gold, green, silver, bronze, swirled together. On the walls around him, symbols began to appear. Glowing runes that looked like they'd been carved by ancient hands. A lion, a serpent, an eagle, a badger. The Founders' marks. "What are you?" Harry whispered to himself. To the power. To whatever force had been growing inside him all these years. The symbols pulsed once. Then a voice, not the snake's, not anything he'd heard before, filled his mind. It was 4 voices speaking as one. Male and female. Young and old. Human and something more. You are the heir of all we built. The bridge between what was and what will be. The child who survived should not have lived, but the castle chose you. We chose you. Asterisk. Why? Because darkness will rise again. And when it does, the wizarding world will need a power they forgot existed. They will need someone who can unite what has been divided for 1,000 years. They will need an emperor. Asterisk. Harry's eyes snapped open. The light faded. The runes disappeared. But the warmth remained, pulsing, growing, waiting for him to learn how to use it. Above him, the Dursleys moved about their evening routine. Oblivious. Ignorant. Thinking they'd locked away a powerless freak. They had no idea what slept in the cupboard under their stairs. Harry Potter smiled in the darkness. The soft light of dawn crept across Privet Drive, painting the houses in shades of gold and blue. Shadows fell across the garden gnomes, the clipped hedges, the neat rows of identical mailboxes. Inside number 4, Harry Potter blinked awake, the thin mattress beneath him still pressing into his shoulder blades. The cupboard seemed smaller today, not because he had grown, but because something else had shifted in the shadows. His scar tingled, then stilled. He breathed out slowly. Upstairs, Uncle Vernon's alarm bellowed. The sound crashed through the floorboards, deep and angry. Harry listened as Vernon groaned, Petunia called for Dudley, and the familiar pattern of their morning misery began. He waited until he heard footsteps, then eased open the cupboard door. The kitchen was empty, but he could smell burned toast and coffee laced with bitterness. Early sunlight glinted off the chrome kettle. Harry moved quietly, not out of fear, anymore, but out of habit. These people barely saw him, and when they did their eyes glazed over. It was as if the magic inside him repelled them, an invisible wall that made them uncomfortable. He didn't mind. He poached eggs for Vernon, sliced cucumber into perfect rounds for Petunia, and poured cold milk for Dudley. He kept his own plate small, rationing bread corners and the final spoonful of jam. Hunger no longer bothered him the way it used to. The power inside him made other needs seem less important. But he watched, always watched. Watched Dudley's eyes, how they flashed with envy anytime Harry smiled. Watched Petunia's hands, how they twitched if he lingered near the window or the mailbox. Watched Vernon's jaw when the news mentioned strange weather or an accident no one could explain. This morning, Harry's gaze landed on the post. The stack of mail perched on the table held something odd, a thick envelope, heavier than the rest, sealed in rich wax. No one noticed it at first. Dudley snatched his letters from the pile, flipping through birthday cards. Petunia opened bills, muttering about the cost of Dudley's new games. Vernon grunted over his coffee. Only Harry saw the glint of the Hogwarts crest pressed into red wax. His hand drifted toward it, then stopped. Petunia's eyes locked onto the envelope. "What's this?" Her hand trembled as she snatched it up, her eyes narrowing at the name written in emerald ink. Mr. H. Potter. The cupboard under the stairs. 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Her lips parted in horror. Not again. Oh, Vernon, look. Another one. Vernon snatched the envelope from her grasp, his thick fingers crumpling the wax seal. This nonsense isn't happening. Not in my house. He tore the envelope open, scanning the elegant script. His face went purple. Harry watched from the doorway, his heart thudding against his ribs. The room seemed to tighten around him, squeezing breath from his lungs. Something inside him hummed, anticipation, ancient and deep. He knew what the letter said before Vernon barked it out loud. He'd seen it in his dreams, firelit halls, weapons carved by smart hands, a castle built atop old stone. He saw 4 faces, blurred by centuries but familiar nonetheless. The Founders waiting for him. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you. Vernon's voice cut off. He glared at Harry, face mottled. Nonsense. Deviltry. Filth. This will not stand. Petunia whimpered. They said it wasn't possible. They said. She stopped herself, shaking. Dudley snorted, mouth full of bacon. Harry waited. Petunia gathered herself, her spine thrust suddenly straight. He is not going. Not back to that place. Not after her. Her voice twisted, bitter with grief and jealousy better suited to a child. Vernon hurled the envelope into the rubbish bin and yanked Harry by his arm. Back to the cupboard. You'll stay there until you learn to forget. Harry let himself be dragged. But this time, he kept his head high. As the cupboard door slammed, the letter burned in his memory. Magic pulsed beneath his skin, restless and wild. He let it simmer, let it grow heated. Words began to echo in the tiny space, words older than magic itself. The castle chooses. The castle protects. The castle remembers. The days passed. Each morning, another letter, stuffed through the mailbox, slipped beneath the door, even wedged between jars of pickles in Petunia's kitchen. No matter how many Vernon ripped and burned, another would arrive. With each new envelope, the walls of number 4 felt less sturdy, less safe. One evening, Vernon blockaded the house. Boards nailed over letter slots, chimney sealed with tape, windows latched tight. Petunia walked in a haze of panic, Dudley whined about missed television, and Harry listened as the magic beneath his skin grew restless. He reached inside himself, inside the golden warmth, and pressed against the barriers in his mind. Another letter slid through the cracks of the fireplace, fluttering onto the dusty hearth. Petunia shrieked. Vernon chased it through the house like a madman. Harry watched, and then, without thinking, he stretched out his hand. The letter soared straight to him. No wind, no tricks, just will. Petunia's scream turned sharp. Vernon froze. Harry stared at the envelope, trembling fingers dancing across the seal. When he cracked it open, the ink shimmered. Another voice whispered through his thoughts, something older and wiser than anything he'd ever known. Rise, child of stone. Rise, blood of founders. The world awakens. The next day, Vernon packed the car. Bags slammed into the boot, Dudley wedged between suitcases. Petunia wound herself in layers of scarves as if hiding her fears under cloth could turn them into dust. They drove for hours, fleeing from letters, from magic, from memories. The car rattled over gravel, jolted down twisted lanes. At dusk, they arrived at a cold, ruined hotel perched on the edge of a forgotten moor. Rain drummed against ancient windows. Dudley howled for food. Petunia clung to Vernon's sleeve like a lifeline. Harry sat in silence, watching droplets race down glass. Inside him, something stirred, hungry for freedom and light. At midnight, the storm grew fierce. The windows rattled. The air throbbed with tension and promise. Then, clear as a bell, a knock rang sharp against the door of their room. Vernon jerked awake, face flushed with sleep. Petunia whimpered, clinging to Dudley. Harry stared, heart rolling in his chest. The door swung inward. A giant filled the doorway, rain slicking his wild beard. His eyes met Harry's, dark and knowing, and the world settled around them like an answer. Harry Potter. Hagrid spoke like thunder wrapped in velvet. I'm here to take ye to Hogwarts. It's time. Vernon blustered. He's not going anywhere, this is my house, my rules. But Harry moved. Not from fear. This time, he followed something older than rules. Magic curled beneath his ribs, whispering leave, run, fly. Hagrid knelt to Harry's level. Their eyes met. There's power in you, lad. Not just magic, something older. The castle's called you home. Hagrid's voice tangled with awe. Harry searched Hagrid's face and saw more than just kindness. He saw respect. Respect he didn't get from anyone else. What's happening to me? Who am I? Hagrid's gaze drifted to Harry's forehead. The scar burned gold, bright as sunrise. You're the one who brought down the darkest wizard in history. Ye did things nobody else could do. There's not just magic in you, Harry. There's legacy. You belong to Hogwarts. Hagrid fished another envelope from his coat, dry, clean, perfect. This time, Harry took it himself. The wax melted in his palm, revealing curling script. Welcome home, Mr. Potter. He exhaled, letting the power inside flare through him. Acceptance. Relief. An echo of triumph weaving through old pain. Vernon lunged, face red with fury. That boy is not. Hagrid rose, filling the room. Sit down, Dursley. There's nothing you can do. Petunia melted into a chair, tears in her eyes. Dudley squirmed beside her. Harry looked at his aunt. For the first time, her mask slipped. Grief warred with envy, fear warred with hope. Your mother was the best thing that ever happened to this family. You know that, Petunia whispered. Harry hesitated, unsure how to answer. Instead, he gently touched her hand, a simple act that rippled through magic and memory. Petunia gasped, eyes widening as something old shifted in the air. Hagrid cleared his throat. We should be going. Lots to do before term starts. Harry nodded. As he followed Hagrid out into the storm, the roar of wind and thunder sounded almost like applause. Rain soaked his clothes, but he didn't care. Each step away from the Dursleys was freedom. Each breath in the chilly night was promise. As they reached the edge of the moor, Harry turned for one last look at the family he'd never truly known. Petunia's face lingered behind glass. Vernon muttering into his fists. Dudley clutching his pillow as if it might protect him from darkness. He didn't hate them, not anymore. They were broken in their own ways. But he was done hiding. Done being small and quiet and afraid. The magic of the Founders pulsed inside him, warm, ancient, alive. Hagrid placed a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. "Ready, Emperor." The words slipped out, half joke, half reverence. Harry smiled. For the first time, he truly believed it. They set out into the storm, bound for a new world. Above them, thunder cracked. Lightning split the sky in golden streaks, all four colors merged in the wild air. Harry Potter walked into the unknown, carrying the power of legends in his veins. The night seemed to hold its breath as the storm faded, and something watched from the shadows, waiting for him to arrive. The storm broke as dawn climbed over London's rooftops. Hagrid's motorcycle roared through clouds, slicing through mist and rain until the city sprawled beneath them, gray and endless. Harry clung to the sidecar, wind whipping his hair, heart pounding with exhilaration he'd never known. Below, the mundane world stirred awake, oblivious to the magic soaring overhead. They descended into a narrow alley wedged between dingy shops. The motorcycle touched down with a soft thud, engine purring into silence. Hagrid swung off, grinning beneath his wild beard. "Welcome to the Leaky Cauldron, Harry. Gateway to our world." Quote. The pub looked ready to collapse. Its sign hung crooked, paint peeling in long strips. Windows were so grimy Harry could barely see through them. Yet something about the place hummed with energy, a pulse that matched the rhythm in his chest. Inside, the air smelled of ale and old wood. Candles flickered in iron sconces. Witches and wizards filled the tables, their robes patched and colorful. Conversations buzzed like bees, punctuated by laughter and the clink of glasses. The moment Harry stepped through the door, silence fell. Every head turned, eyes widened. Someone dropped their fork. "Bless my soul." An old wizard rose from his chair, hands trembling. "Harry Potter." Quote. The name rippled through the room like a spell. People surged forward, hands reaching, voices overlapping, a tide of strangers desperate to touch him, thank him, claim they'd known his parents. Harry stumbled backward, overwhelmed. The noise pressed against his skull. Too many faces. Too much attention. Then the power inside him flared. Not in anger. Not in fear. It simply expanded. A wave of golden light pulsed outward from his chest, invisible to most but felt by all. The crowd froze mid-step. The air grew thick with presence, ancient and commanding. Hagrid's eyes widened. Harry. Harry blinked, and the sensation faded. The crowd stepped back, murmuring. Some looked odd. Others looked afraid. An old witch in the corner crossed herself and whispered something about the Founders. Tom, the bartender, cleared his throat. Right then. "Let the boy breathe, folks. He's had a long journey." He winked at Harry. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter. Your parents would be proud." Quote. Harry managed a nod, though his throat felt tight. He followed Hagrid through the pub, past curious stares, into a small courtyard walled with brick. "Don't worry about them." Hagrid tapped his umbrella against the wall, counting bricks. "They mean well. You're famous, see. The boy who lived." He paused, umbrella hovering. "But there's more to ye than that, isn't there?" Harry met Hagrid's gaze. "I don't know what I am." Quote. Hagrid studied him for a long moment. Then he tapped the brick. "You'll figure it out. And when you do, well, I reckon the world better be ready." Quote. The bricks shivered. They folded inward, revealing an archway that opened onto chaos and color. Diagon Alley. Harry's breath caught. The street stretched before him, cobblestones gleaming, shops stacked 3 stories high, their windows bursting with wonders. Owls hooted from cages. Cauldrons hung in brass chains. A shop called Flourish and Blots overflowed with books that moved on their shelves. Witches haggled over potion ingredients. Children darted between legs, clutching bags of sweets. Magic saturated every inch of air. Harry felt it calling to him, welcoming him, as if the alley itself recognized something in his blood. First stop, Gringotts. Hagrid pointed to a towering white building at the end of the street. Need to get ye some money. Quote. They walked through the crowd. Harry tried to take it all in, the colors, the sounds, the sheer impossibility of it all. A window displayed broomsticks polished to a mirror shine. Another showed robes that changed color with the wearer's mood. He passed a shop selling joke wands that turned into rubber chickens. This was his world, the place he truly belonged. Gringotts loomed. Ahead, all marble columns and bronze doors. Creatures in scarlet uniforms stood guard, small, sharp-featured, with clever eyes that missed nothing. Harry recognized them from his dreams. Goblins. One of them bowed as they approached. Mr. Potter, we've been expecting you. Quote. Harry froze. You have. The goblin's smile revealed pointed teeth. Your vault has been waiting 11 years. As has something else. His eyes flickered to Harry's scar. This way, please. Quote. Inside, the bank stretched impossibly vast. Chandeliers dripped with crystal. Goblins sat at high desks, weighing gold, scribbling in ledgers, their long fingers moving with inhuman speed. The ceiling arched so high Harry couldn't see the top. Hagrid approached the main desk. Harry Potter wishes to access his vault. Quote. The goblin behind the desk, older than the others, with spectacles perched on his nose, looked up. His gaze landed on Harry and something flickered in his expression. Recognition. Respect. Vault 687. The goblin consulted a massive book. In vault, ah. Quote. Ah. Hagrid leaned forward. What's, ah? There is a second vault registered to Mr. Potter. The goblin's voice dropped. Vault 1. The Founders' Vault. It has not been opened in over 1,000 years. Quote. The room went silent. Even the scratch of quills stopped. Harry felt his scar burn. The Founders' Vault. The old goblin removed his spectacles, cleaning them slowly. When the 4 founders built Hogwarts, they created a repository for their most precious artifacts. Magic too powerful to be wielded carelessly. The vault was sealed with blood wards, only their true heir could open it. He looked directly at Harry. We believed the line extinct. Quote. But, Hagrid's voice was barely a whisper. How? The goblin didn't answer. He simply snapped his fingers. Another goblin appeared, younger, with bright eyes and a bronze key. Griphook will escort you. Both vaults. Quote. The cart ride down was like falling through the earth's spine. Rails twisted through darkness, plunging deeper and deeper. The air grew cold. Ancient magic pressed against Harry's skin, testing him, tasting him. Beside him, Hagrid gripped the cart's edge, face pale. They stopped first at Vault 687. Griphook unlocked it, revealing mountains of gold. Galleons, sickles, nuts, more wealth than Harry had ever imagined. But his attention was elsewhere. The vault felt empty. Just money. Nothing more. Take what ye need, Hagrid said. We've got a lot to buy. Quote. Harry filled a small pouch, barely making a dent in the piles. Then they descended again. Deeper. The walls here were older, carved with runes that glowed faintly. Protections layered over centuries. The cart stopped before a door unlike any other. It was made of pure white stone. No lock, no handle, just 4 symbols carved into its surface, a lion, a serpent, an eagle, a badger. They pulsed with light, cycling through gold, green, silver, bronze. Place your hand on the door. Griphook's voice held reverence. If you are the heir, it will open. If not, he didn't finish. Harry stepped forward. His heart hammered. The Founders, magic inside him stirred, rising like a tide. He pressed his palm against the stone. The symbols blazed. Light erupted from the door, flooding the tunnel. Harry felt the magic scan him, reading his blood, his power, his soul. It dove into his memories, his dreams, the nights he'd spoken to snakes and made glass vanish. Then the voice came. 4 voices woven into one. Blood of our blood. Magic of our magic. We have waited so long. The door opened. Inside, the vault was vast, a chamber carved from living rock. Shelves lined the walls, holding artifacts that hummed with power. Harry saw swords, wands, books bound in dragon hide. A golden crown rested on a podium. A silver dagger lay beside a bronze chalice. And in the center, a staff. It stood upright, unsupported. Wood darker than midnight, carved with all 4 symbols. At its head, 4 gems, ruby, emerald, sapphire, topaz, glowed softly. Harry moved toward it as if pulled by invisible strings. His hand closed around the shaft. Power exploded through him. Not violent. Not painful. It was completion. Like pieces of himself he'd never known were missing suddenly snapping into place. The magic of Gryffindor, courage and fire. Slytherin, cunning and ambition. Ravenclaw, wisdom and creativity. Hufflepuff, loyalty and resilience. All of it poured into him, merging with what he already carried. His scar burned white hot. The chamber filled with light, 4 colors spiraling around him like living things. Runes appeared on his skin, crawling up his arms, his chest, his neck. They burned themselves into his flesh, marking him as something more than wizard. Heir, emperor, bridge between ages. Then it stopped. The light faded. The runes sank beneath his skin, invisible but present. Harry opened his eyes. The staff felt light in his grip, perfectly balanced. It wasn't just wood and gems. It was alive, connected to him on a level deeper than magic. Griphook and Hagrid stared from the doorway, faces slack with shock. Merlin's beard. Hagrid breathed. Harry, what are ye? Harry looked down at his hands. Power thrummed beneath his skin, vast, ancient, patient. He could feel Hogwarts now. The castle called to him across miles. He could sense every stone, every corridor, every secret passage. It was part of him. He was part of it. I don't know. Harry's voice sounded different, deeper, older. But I'm going to find out. Quote. He took the staff. As he did, other objects in the vault glowed, choosing him, claiming him. A ring with the Peverell crest. A cloak that shimmered like water. A book with no title. Take what speaks to you. Griphook said quietly. They are yours by right. Quote. Harry gathered what called to him, not everything, not greedily. Just what felt necessary. The staff never left his hand. When they emerged from Gringotts, the sun had climbed higher. Diagon Alley bustled with life. But Harry saw it differently now. He saw the ley lines beneath the cobblestones. The old magic woven into shop signs. The ghosts of ancient wizards lingering in doorways. The world had changed. Or perhaps he had. Right. Hagrid shook himself. We've still got shopping to do. Wand, robes, books, though I reckon ye won't be needing a normal wand. Quote. Harry glanced at the staff in his hand. Probably not. Quote. They moved through the alley. At Madame Malkin's, the seamstress took one look at Harry and gasped. The magic in you. I've never seen anything like it. She fitted him for robes in odd silence. At Flourish and Blots, books flew off shelves toward him. The shopkeeper stammered, trying to explain which texts were required. Harry barely listened. His attention was drawn to older tomes, books on wand lore, blood magic, the founding of Hogwarts. At the apothecary, ingredients glowed as he passed. Dragon scales, phoenix tears, unicorn hair. The shop owner offered him rare components for free. For the boy who lived. Quote. But they called him something else now. Harry could hear the whispers following him. The heir. Quote. He opened the Founders' vault. Quote. 4 magics in one wizard. Quote. By the time they stopped at the ice cream parlor, Harry's head spun. He sat across from Hagrid, a sundae melting in front of him. The staff leaned against his chair. People stared, but kept their distance now. Not from fear. From respect. You're going to be famous all over again. Hagrid said gently. People will expect things from ye. Quote. I just want to learn. Harry said. I want to understand what I am. What I can do. Quote. Hagrid's eyes were kind. Ye will. Hogwarts will teach ye. And, he hesitated. Professor Dumbledore will want to meet with ye. He's been watching over ye since that night. Quote. Harry's jaw tightened. Why didn't he stop the Dursleys from treating me the way they did? He had his reasons. Hagrid looked uncomfortable. Blood protection, he said. Your mother's sacrifice. As long as ye called that place home, Voldemort's followers couldn't touch ye. Quote. Voldemort. Harry tested the name. No fear spiked through him. Just curiosity. He's not really dead, is he? Hagrid's face went pale. How did ye? I can feel it. Harry touched his scar. Something of him is still out there. Waiting. Quote. They sat in silence. Around them, Diagon Alley hummed with life, oblivious to the darkness lurking at the edges. Harry finished his ice cream. When he stood, the staff came to his hand naturally. Let's go. I want to see Hogwarts. Quote. Hagrid grinned. Not yet, lad. First, we get Ye on the train. September 1st. Platform 9 3/4. Quote. Platform 9 3/4. Harry raised an eyebrow. Ye'll see. Hagrid winked. The magical world's full of surprises. Quote. They left Diagon Alley as the sun began its descent. The motorcycle roared back to life, carrying them into the sky. Below, London glittered. Above, stars began to appear. Harry held the staff close. Inside him, 4 magics hummed in harmony. The Founders, voices whispered secrets. The castle called his name. September 1st couldn't come fast enough. He had a destiny to claim. A legacy to understand. A world to change. And somewhere in the shadows, something ancient and evil felt his awakening, and began to stir. September 1st arrived with golden sunlight and the scent of autumn leaves. Harry stood on the crowded platform at King's Cross Station, trunk at his feet, the Founders, staff disguised as an ordinary walking stick. Around him, families said their goodbyes, mothers straightening collars, fathers offering last-minute advice, siblings fighting over luggage. The noise was overwhelming, but Harry felt strangely calm. Hagrid had left him here with instructions and a ticket. Platform 9 3/4. Harry studied the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, searching for something, anything, that looked magical. Nothing. Just solid brick and hurrying muggles. Then he heard them. Packed with muggles, of course. A woman's voice carried over the crowd. Harry turned and saw a family moving toward the barrier, 4 boys with flaming red hair, a girl clutching her mother's hand, and a plump woman who radiated warmth. The Weasleys. Harry didn't know how he knew the name. It simply appeared in his mind, whispered by the magic inside him. He watched as the oldest boys ran straight at the barrier. They didn't slow down. They didn't hesitate. They simply vanished through solid brick. The woman caught Harry staring. Her smile was instant and genuine. First time to Hogwarts, dear. Harry nodded. I'm not sure how to. Oh, it's simple. She gestured to the youngest boy, thin, with worried eyes. Ron's just about to go. Watch him. Quote. Ron swallowed hard, gripped his cart, and ran. The barrier swallowed him whole. See. Nothing to it. The woman's eyes crinkled. You just walk straight at it. Don't stop, don't think. The magic does the rest. Quote. Harry thanked her and positioned his cart. The barrier looked painfully solid, but the Founders' magic hummed beneath his skin, reassuring him. He took a breath. Then he ran. The world shifted. Stone became mist. Sound became silence. Then, platform 9 3/4 exploded into view. A scarlet steam engine sat gleaming on the tracks, smoke curling from its chimney. The platform teemed with students and families. Owls hooted from cages. Cats wove between legs. A sign overhead read Hogwarts Express in elegant script. Magic saturated the air so thick Harry could taste it. He'd come home. The train's whistle blew, a long, haunting note. Parents hugged their children one last time. Students scrambled aboard, shoving trunks through narrow doors. Harry found an empty compartment near the back and settled in, placing his disguised staff carefully beside him. Through the window, he watched families wave goodbye. A pang of loneliness touched his chest. No one was here to see him off. No one to ruffle his hair or tell him to write. He was alone. The train lurched forward. Hogwarts Express began its journey north. Harry watched London fade into countryside, green fields, distant hills, rivers that caught the light. The compartment door slid open. Excuse me, do you mind? Everywhere else is full. Quote. Harry looked up. A girl stood in the doorway, bushy brown hair, brown eyes sharp with intelligence. She radiated nervous energy. Of course not. Harry gestured to the empty seats. She sat across from him, smoothing her robes. I'm Hermione Granger. First year. Her eyes fell on his walking stick. That's unusual. Most students don't bring staffs. They're more common in other magical cultures, African wizardry, some Eastern traditions. Are you from abroad? Harry blinked at the rapid-fire information. No, I'm Harry Potter. Quote. Hermione's eyes went wide. The Harry Potter. Really? I've read all about you. In modern magical history, the rise and fall of the dark arts, great wizarding events of the 20th century. You've read a lot. Harry interrupted gently. She blushed. I like to be prepared. Magic is fascinating, don't you think? I couldn't believe it when I got my letter. I'm Muggleborn, you see. My parents are dentists. They were so surprised. Quote. Harry smiled. Her enthusiasm was infectious. What's a dentist? As Hermione explained Muggle medicine with the dedication of a scholar, Harry found himself relaxing. She asked nothing about his fame or his scar. She simply talked. About magic, about books, about the subjects she was most excited to learn. The door slid open again. This time, Ron Weasley stumbled in, a smudge of dirt on his nose. Sorry. Can I sit here? My brothers are being gits. Quote. Sure, Harry said. Ron collapsed into the seat beside Harry. His eyes drifted to the walking stick, then to Harry's face. His jaw dropped. Bloody hell. You're Harry Potter. Quote. Harry sighed. Is that going to be a thing? Well, yeah. Ron looked embarrassed. You're famous. You defeated you-know-who when you were a baby. That's mental. Quote. Hermione frowned. His name is Voldemort. Fear of a name only increases fear of the thing itself. Quote. Ron flinched. Don't say his name. Why not? Hermione crossed her arms. It's just a name. Quote. As they argued, Harry studied Ron. Youngest boy in a large family. Hand-me-down robes. A rat sleeping in his pocket. But there was something else, loyalty that ran bone deep, courage hidden beneath insecurity. How do you know so much already? Ron asked Hermione. Term hasn't even started. Quote. I've been reading, obviously. Haven't you? I've practically memorized Hogwarts, a history. It's fascinating. Did you know the castle was built over 1,000 years ago by the 4 founders? Godric Gryffindor, Salazar Slytherin, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Helga Hufflepuff. They each valued different traits. Harry's scar tingled. The magic inside him stirred, recognizing the names. Which house do you want? Ron asked. I'm hoping for Gryffindor. Whole family's been in Gryffindor. Quote. I'd like Ravenclaw. Hermione said thoughtfully. Or Gryffindor. Both value intelligence and bravery. Quote. They both looked at Harry. He touched his scar absently. I don't know. Does it matter? Does it matter? Ron stared. The houses are everything. Gryffindor's for the brave. Ravenclaw's for the clever. Hufflepuff's for the, well, everyone else. And Slytherin. He lowered his voice. That's where you know who came from. Dark wizards, the lot of them. Quote. Harry frowned. That can't be true. Not all of them. Quote. My brothers say. Your brothers might be wrong. Harry's voice was soft but firm. Salazar Slytherin was one of the greatest wizards who ever lived. He valued ambition and cunning. Those aren't evil traits. Quote. Ron and Hermione stared at him. How do you know that? Hermione asked carefully. Harry hesitated. How could he explain? The dreams. The voices. The magic of 4 founders flowing through his veins. I just do. Quote. The compartment fell into uncomfortable silence. Then the door slid open yet again. 3 boys stood in the doorway. The one in front had pale blonde hair slicked back, gray eyes full of arrogance. The 2 behind him were built like trolls. Is it true? The blonde boy asked. They're saying Harry Potter's on the train. Quote. Harry met his gaze. That would be me. Quote. The boy's expression shifted, calculation replacing curiosity. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. He ignored Ron's snort. You'll soon find out some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. He extended his hand. I can help you there. Quote. Harry looked at the offered hand. Inside him, Slytherin's magic whispered, ambition, cunning, the will to power. But also, Gryffindor's courage, Hufflepuff's loyalty, Ravenclaw's wisdom. 4 voices speaking as one. He didn't take Malfoy's hand. But he didn't reject it with cruelty either. I think I can figure out the wrong sort for myself, thanks. Harry's voice was calm. But I appreciate the offer. Quote. Malfoy's face reddened. You'll regret this, Potter. Just like your mudblood friend there. The word hung in the air like poison. Harry stood. The compartment suddenly felt smaller. Power radiated from him, subtle but undeniable. The temperature dropped. Shadows seemed to deepen. Apologize. Harry's voice was soft. Dangerous. Malfoy stepped back. His bodyguards shifted nervously. What? Apologize to Hermione. Now. Quote. For a moment, Malfoy looked ready to argue. Then his eyes met Harry's. Whatever he saw there made him go pale. Sorry. He mumbled. Then he turned and fled, his followers stumbling after him. The door slammed shut. Ron whistled low. Wicked. How'd you do that? Harry sat back down, heart racing. He'd felt the Founders' magic rise to defend Hermione, instinctive, protective. I don't know. Quote. Hermione was staring at him with something between gratitude and fear. That word he used, what does it mean? Ron grimaced. It's a nasty slur for Muggleborns. Wizards who come from non-magical families. Some purebloods, like the Malfoys, think Muggleborns are inferior. It's rubbish, obviously. Quote. Obviously. Harry agreed. His hand touched the disguised staff. Blood doesn't make someone powerful. Choice does. Quote. The train rattled on. They talked about other things, Quidditch, which Ron explained with passionate detail. Classes, which Hermione catalogued. With equal enthusiasm. The conversation flowed easily, naturally. Harry found himself laughing. When was the last time he'd laughed? At the Dursleys, laughter had been forbidden. But here, surrounded by people who didn't know his pain, he could breathe. The lunch trolley arrived. Harry bought armfuls of sweets. Bertie bought every flavor: beans, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties. He shared everything with Ron and Hermione. Ron's eyes went wide at the generosity. Hermione tried to refuse, then gave in with a smile. My mum always packs me sandwiches. Ron said through a mouthful of pasty. But these are loads better. Quote. They opened chocolate frogs and traded cards. Harry found Dumbledore first, the old wizard with twinkling eyes and a knowing smile. Something about the card made Harry uneasy. Dumbledore's the greatest wizard alive. Hermione said. He defeated Grindelwald in 1945. Headmaster of Hogwarts for decades. Everyone says. The train lurched. The lights flickered. Cold swept through the compartment. Not natural cold, the kind that crept into bones and froze thoughts mid-formation. Harry's breath misted. Frost crept across the windows. What's happening? Ron's voice shook. Harry stood, gripping his staff. The disguise fell away, revealing the carved wood and glowing gems. Power surged through him, the Founders responding to danger. The compartment door slid open. A figure stood in the corridor. Tall, draped in black robes that seemed to absorb light. Its face was hidden beneath a hood, but Harry felt its attention lock onto him. The air itself seemed to scream. Dementor. The word appeared in his mind, ancient and terrible. Guards of Azkaban. Creatures that fed on happiness and hope. They shouldn't be here. They shouldn't be anywhere near students. The Dementor glided forward. Its breath rattled, wet and hungry. Behind Harry, Hermione whimpered. Ron had gone white. Harry raised the staff. 4 colors blazed: gold, green, silver, bronze. The Founders' magic roared through him like a river breaking its dam. No. Quote. His voice echoed with 4 voices. The word became a command that reality itself obeyed. Light exploded from the staff. Not just any light, the combined magic of the greatest wizards who ever lived. It struck the Dementor like a physical blow. The creature shrieked, a sound that made the train shudder. It fled, dissolving into smoke and shadow. Warmth flooded back. The frost vanished. The lights steadied. Harry lowered the staff, breathing hard. His scar burned. Inside his mind, the Founders' voices whispered approval. Well done, child. You protect what is yours. Ron and Hermione stared at him, mouths open. What? Ron croaked. What was that thing? A Dementor. Harry said quietly. They're not supposed to be here. Quote. And that? Hermione pointed at the staff, which still glowed faintly. That's not a normal magical focus. That's the Founders' staff, Harry admitted. From the vault at Gringotts. It chose me. Quote. The silence stretched long and heavy. Finally, Hermione spoke. Her voice was small, odd. You're not just Harry Potter, are you? You're something more. Quote. Harry met her gaze. He saw no fear there. Just curiosity and the beginning of understanding. I'm the heir of the 4 Founders. The words felt right saying them aloud. I don't fully understand what that means yet. But I will. Quote. Ron's face split into a grin. That is the most brilliant thing I've ever heard. Quote. Hermione nodded slowly. We're going to help you figure it out. If you'll let us. Quote. Harry looked at them, these 2 people he'd just met. A Muggle-born girl who loved learning. A pureblood boy who saw past fame to friendship. The Founders' magic. Hummed approval. I'd like that, Harry said softly. The train rolled on through Scotland. Outside, mountains rose dark against the sky. Somewhere ahead, Hogwarts waited, ancient stones holding ancient secrets. Harry watched the landscape blur past. Inside him, 4 magics settled into harmony. He'd found allies, friends, people who would stand beside him when darkness came. And it would come. He could feel it in his bones. Voldemort wasn't gone, just waiting. But Harry Potter was waiting too. Learning, growing, becoming what he was always meant to be. The Hogwarts Express sounded its whistle, a triumphant note that echoed across the hills. The journey had only just begun. The boats glided across the black lake like ghosts on water. Hogwarts rose before them, a mountain of stone and magic, its towers piercing the night sky, windows glowing like 1,000 eyes. Harry sat in the lead boat with Ron, Hermione, and a nervous boy named Neville who'd already lost his toad twice. The castle's reflection shimmered on the water's surface, perfect and impossible. "Blimey," Ron breathed. "It's massive." Quote. Hermione clutched her borrowed copy of Hogwarts, a history. "The castle has over 142 staircases. Some move, some lead to different places on Fridays. The founders designed it to be ever-changing, a living labyrinth that grows with its students." Quote. Harry barely heard her. The moment the boats had pushed off from shore, something inside him had awakened. The castle was calling, not with words, with sensation, warmth spreading through his chest, recognition singing in his blood. The founders, magic reached across the water, welcoming him home. His scar pulsed with golden light. "Harry." Hermione touched his arm. "Are you all right?" He blinked. "Yeah, sorry. It's just, the castle. I can feel it." Quote. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances but said nothing. What could they say? Harry Potter, heir to the 4 greatest wizards in history, was connecting with Hogwarts itself. The boats passed beneath a curtain of ivy and entered a dark tunnel. Torches flickered to life as they approached, casting dancing shadows on wet stone. They emerged into an underground harbor where steps led up to massive oak doors. Hagrid stood waiting, his enormous silhouette backlit by torchlight. "Everyone here. Good. Follow me." Quote. They climbed the steps in a chattering mass. The doors swung open, revealing an entrance hall so vast it made the Dursleys' house look like a cupboard. Stone walls rose to a ceiling lost in shadows. Torches burned in iron brackets. A marble staircase curved upward, splitting into branches that led to unseen floors. Magic hummed in every stone. A stern witch in emerald robes descended the stairs. Her hair was pulled back in a tight bun, her eyes sharp behind square spectacles. She surveyed the first years with the expression of someone cataloging potential disasters. "I am Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress and head of Gryffindor House." Her voice carried authority that made several students stand straighter. "In a moment, you will pass through these doors and join your classmates. But first, you must be sorted into your houses." Quote. She explained the 4 houses: Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Slytherin. Their values, their histories, their rivalries. Harry listened with half his attention. The other half was focused on the castle. He could sense the great hall beyond the doors. 4 long tables, hundreds of students, and the sorting hat. The hat. The founders had created it from their own thoughts, giving it the ability to see into hearts and minds. It would look at him and know everything. "Wait here," McGonagall instructed. She swept through the doors into the great hall. The first years erupted into nervous whispers. Malfoy was holding court with a group of nervous-looking students, bragging about his family's influence. Hermione was muttering facts under her breath like a protective charm. Ron had gone pale. "What if it puts me in Slytherin?" Ron whispered to Harry. "My whole family would disown me." Quote. Harry shook his head. "The hat takes your choice into account. If you don't want Slytherin, it won't put you there." Quote. "How do you know that?" "I just do." Harry touched his scar. The founders' voices whispered confirmation. The doors opened again. McGonagall beckoned them forward. "Form a line and follow me." Quote. They entered the great hall. Harry's breath caught. The ceiling wasn't a ceiling, it was the night sky itself, stars glittering against velvet darkness. 4 long tables stretched the length of the hall, each decorated with house colors. Hundreds of students watched the first years with expressions ranging from curiosity to boredom. At the far end, teachers sat at the high table, their faces illuminated by floating candles. And in the center of it all, an old wizard with a long silver beard and twinkling blue eyes watched Harry with particular interest. Dumbledore. Their gazes met across the hall. For a moment, Harry felt the old wizard's magic, ancient, powerful, calculating. Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly, as if seeing something unexpected. Then he smiled, and the moment passed. At the front of the hall, a three-legged stool held a patched, frayed wizard's hat. It looked like it had survived centuries of use. As Harry watched, it twitched. A rip near the brim opened like a mouth. The Sorting Hat began to sing. Its voice was surprisingly melodious, weaving a tale of the four founders and their vision. When it finished, the hall erupted in applause. McGonagall unrolled a long parchment. "When I call your name, you will sit on the stool and place the hat on your head." "Abbott, Hannah." A pink-faced girl stumbled forward. The hat barely touched her head before shouting, "Hufflepuff." The table on the right exploded with cheers. Name after name. Boot, Terry, became a Ravenclaw. Brocklehurst, Mandy, joined him. Brown, Lavender, went to Gryffindor. Each sorting was quick, decisive. Then, Granger, Hermione. Hermione practically ran to the stool. The hat settled on her bushy hair. Silence stretched. The hat seemed to be thinking. Finally, it called out, "Gryffindor." Hermione's face split into a relieved grin. She hurried to the Gryffindor table, where Ron's brothers welcomed her enthusiastically. Longbottom, Neville. The nervous boy nearly tripped over his robes. The hat took a long time before declaring, "Gryffindor." Neville stumbled to the table, looking shocked. Malfoy, Draco. Draco strode forward with confidence. The hat barely touched his head. Slytherin. He smirked and joined the table on the left, where students in green welcomed him. More names. The list dwindled. Then, Potter, Harry. The hall erupted in whispers. Every head turned. Students craned for a better view. Teachers leaned forward. Even the ghosts drifted closer. Harry walked to the stool, staff in hand. He could have left it behind, but something told him to bring it. This moment mattered. The castle needed to see him. All of him. He sat. McGonagall lifted the hat. It never touched his head. The moment it came within a foot of Harry, the hat began to glow. 4 colors, gold, green, silver, bronze, spiraled through its ancient fabric. The great hall gasped. Students stood for a better view. At the high table, Dumbledore rose from his seat, eyes wide. The hat spoke. Not just to Harry. To everyone. Its voice boomed through the hall, ancient and odd. 1,000 years I have sorted. 1,000 years I have judged. Never, not once, have I encountered this. Quote. Silence. Absolute and complete. 4 magics flow through you. The hat continued. Gryffindor's courage burns in your heart. Slytherin's ambition sharpens your mind. Ravenclaw's wisdom guides your soul. Hufflepuff's loyalty grounds your spirit. You are not one. You are all. Quote. The hall held its breath. The founders knew this day might come. The hat's voice softened. They prepared for it. An heir who carries all their legacies. A bridge between houses. Emperor. Harry whispered. Emperor. The hat agreed. And so, Harry Potter, I offer you a choice no student has ever faced. Choose your house. Whichever you select will gain not just a student, but a champion. The others will understand. This is your right as heir. Quote. 4 houses. 4 founders. All of them living inside him. Harry closed his eyes and felt their presences. Gryffindor, brave and bold, charging into danger with sword raised. Slytherin, cunning and ambitious, seeing paths others missed. Ravenclaw, wise and creative, seeking truth in all its forms. Hufflepuff, loyal and just, standing by friends no matter the cost. He could choose any of them. They would all welcome him. But, what if? Harry spoke carefully. What if I don't choose? The hat's voice held surprise. What do you mean? The founders split because they disagreed. Harry opened his eyes. They divided their school into houses that compete instead of cooperate. What if I belong to all of them? What if that's the point? Shocked whispers rippled through the hall. Students exchanged bewildered looks. At the high table, Dumbledore sat back down slowly, his expression unreadable. You cannot be in all 4 houses. The hat said. That is not how. Why not? Harry's voice grew stronger. I carry all 4 magics. The castle chose me as heir to all the founders. If I'm supposed to unite what they divided, shouldn't I start by refusing to be divided myself? The hat was silent for a long moment. Then it began to laugh. Not mockery. Joy. Oh, you brilliant boy. The hat chuckled. Yes, yes, this is exactly what they hoped for. An heir bold enough to challenge tradition. Wise enough to see the truth. Ambitious enough to pursue it. Loyal enough to all four legacies. Very well, Harry Potter. If this is your choice. It is. Quote. Then I declare something new. Something unprecedented. The hat's voice rang out. Hogwarts heir. The hall erupted in chaos. Students shouted. Teachers stood. The four house tables exploded with questions. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy looked stunned. At Gryffindor, Ron and Hermione were grinning. At Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, students whispered in awe. Harry removed the hat. It winked at him before going still. McGonagall looked utterly lost. Mr. Potter. Where do you sit? Harry looked at the four tables. Then he looked up. Above the high table, between the teachers and the students, a space had appeared. A fifth table, small, elegant, draped in cloth that shimmered through all four house colors. The castle had created a place for him. There. Harry pointed. He walked to the table and sat. Alone, yes, but not isolated. From here, he could see all four houses. Could reach any of them. Could belong to all of them. Dumbledore stood. His voice carried across the stunned hall. It seems Hogwarts itself has made a decision. Mr. Potter will be our first Hogwarts heir. He paused. Let this be a reminder that magic is not bound by our expectations. Now, let the sorting continue. Quote. McGonagall, still looking dazed, called the next name. Weasley, Ronald. Ron walked to the stool in a daze. The hat shouted, Gryffindor. Almost immediately, Ron joined Hermione at the Gryffindor table, but kept glancing at Harry with a mixture of pride and worry. The sorting finished. Zabini, Blaise, became the last Slytherin. Then Dumbledore stood again. Welcome. His voice was warm. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. I have a few start-of-term notices. First years should note that the Forbidden Forest is, as the name suggests, forbidden to all students. Our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has asked me to remind you that magic is not permitted in the corridors between classes. He paused. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a most painful death. Quote. Nervous laughter rippled through the hall. Harry frowned. That seemed like an odd thing to announce without explanation. Now, Dumbledore clapped his hands. Let the feast begin. The tables filled with food. Roasted chicken, boiled potatoes, Yorkshire puddings, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup. More food than Harry had seen in his entire life. His table filled too, smaller portions, but beautifully arranged. He ate slowly, watching the hall. Students kept glancing at him. Some with curiosity. Some with suspicion. A few with calculation. He heard his name in a dozen whispered conversations. Did you see the staff? 4 magics. Is that even possible? He's powerful. Dangerous, maybe. Quote. Or he could unite the houses. End the rivalries. Quote. Harry focused on his food and tried to ignore them. But the founders, voices whispered in his mind, analyzing every word, every glance. They fear change. Asterisk. They should. You will change everything. Asterisk. Be patient. Show them who you are through action, not words. Asterisk. And remember, not all who smile are friends. Not all who frown are enemies. Asterisk. The feast ended with desserts, treacle tart, chocolate eclairs, jam donuts. Harry's favorite was the treacle tart. Something about it felt like home. Finally, Dumbledore stood once more. Time for bed. First years, follow your prefects. Mr. Potter. His eyes found Harry. If you would remain behind, please. Quote. The hall emptied in a stream of color and noise. Harry remained at his table, staff across his knees. When the last student had gone, only the teachers remained. They approached slowly, McGonagall stern, Snape suspicious, Flitwick curious, Sprout warm. And Dumbledore. Always Dumbledore. The headmaster sat beside Harry. Up close, he looked older than expected. Tired. Worried. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. That was quite the entrance. Quote. I didn't plan it, Harry said honestly. I suspect you did not. Dumbledore studied him. The Sorting Hat has never behaved that way. Hogwarts has never created a new table. You are unique. Quote. I'm the heir of the 4 founders. Harry met his gaze. The castle recognizes that. Quote. So it seems. Dumbledore folded his hands. Tell me, do you understand what this means? The responsibility you've taken on. Harry considered. I carry their legacies, their magic, their hopes for what this school could be. He looked around the empty hall. They divided it. I think I'm supposed to bring it back together. Quote. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he smiled. It didn't quite reach his eyes. You are very young to bear such weight. Quote. I didn't ask for it. Harry said. But I won't run from it either. Quote. No. Dumbledore agreed. I suspect you will not. He stood. Professor McGonagall will show you to your quarters. As Hogwarts heir, you have been given special accommodations. We will speak more in the coming days. For now, rest. Tomorrow, your education truly begins. Quote. He swept away, robes billowing. The other teachers followed. Only McGonagall remained, her expression softer than before. Come along, Mr. Potter. Quote. She led him through corridors and up staircases that moved when he wasn't looking. Portraits watched from their frames, whispering as he passed. Ghosts drifted through walls, pausing to stare. The castle itself seemed aware of him, torches brightening as he approached, doors opening before he reached them. They stopped before a door that hadn't existed a moment before. It appeared in the stone like it had always been there. 4 symbols were carved into the wood: lion, serpent, eagle, badger. Your chambers, McGonagall said. The password is unity. Only you may enter. Quote. Thank you, Professor. Quote. She hesitated. Mr. Potter. Harry. What you did tonight, it was brave. And possibly very foolish. The houses have been separate for 1,000 years for good reason. Trying to change that, she shook her head. Just, be careful. Quote. I will. Quote. She left. Harry spoke the password. The door swung open. Inside, the chambers took his breath away. A circular room with 4 alcoves, each decorated in a different house's colors. A massive bed, bookshelves that stretched to the ceiling, a desk by the window overlooking the lake, and in the center, a raised platform where his staff could rest. Harry placed the staff on the platform. It glowed softly, 4 colors pulsing in harmony. He moved to the window. Outside, the lake reflected stars. The forbidden forest rose dark against the horizon. Somewhere out there, dangers lurked. Voldemort's followers. The Dark Lord's remnants. Threats he didn't yet understand. But inside these walls, he was home. The castle embraced him. The Founders, magic sang in his blood. Harry Potter, 11 years old, orphan and heir, looked out at his new world and smiled. The adventure had truly begun. Dawn broke over Hogwarts in shades of gold and amber. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through his window, warming the stone floor. For a moment, he simply lay there, listening. The castle hummed around him, not sound, exactly, but sensation. 1,000 heartbeats merged into one. Students stirring in their dormitories. Professors preparing lessons. House elves cooking breakfast in kitchens far below. He could feel all of it. Harry rose and dressed in robes that bore no house colors, just deep charcoal gray trimmed with thread that shifted between gold, green, silver, and bronze depending on how the light caught it. The Founders' staff waited on its platform. When he reached for it, warmth flooded his palm. Good morning, young heir. The voice was soft, feminine. Ravenclaw, he thought. Morning. Harry thought back. Am I going mad, talking to a staff? Magic is never madness. Another voice, gruff, male. Gryffindor. It simply is. Harry smiled and left his chambers. The corridor outside was empty, but portraits stirred in their frames. A knight in armor saluted. A medieval lady curtsied. Word of the Hogwarts heir had spread through the castle overnight. He followed the pull in his chest, the castle guiding him toward the great hall. Students were beginning to gather for breakfast. The 4 house tables buzzed with conversation that died when Harry entered. Hundreds of eyes turned toward him. He walked to his table. Alone again. But as he sat, Ron and Hermione appeared beside him. Mind if we join you? Ron asked, though he was already sitting. Harry grinned. Not at all. Quote. Hermione placed a stack of books on the table. I've been researching. There's almost nothing about multiple house allegiances. The closest historical reference is from 1637 when a student showed aptitude for 3 houses, but even that was considered extraordinary. 4 is, she paused, unprecedented. Quote. That's one word for it. Ron piled eggs onto his plate. My brothers think it's brilliant. Fred and George want to know if you can get them into the Slytherin common room. Quote, why would they want that? Pranking opportunities, Ron said seriously. Before Harry could respond, a flock of owls swept into the hall. The Morning Post. They swooped between tables, dropping letters and packages. A large tawny owl landed in front of Harry, dropping a thick envelope sealed with the Hogwarts crest. His class schedule. Hermione leaned over to read it. You have Transfiguration first with Professor McGonagall. Then Charms with Professor Flitwick. Potions with Professor Snape after lunch. She frowned. But you're not assigned to any house for these classes. It just says, attend all sections. Quote, all sections. Ron's eyes widened. Mate, that's 4 times the work. Quote, Harry scanned the schedule. Ron was right. Where other students had 1 Transfiguration class per week, Harry had 4, 1 with each house pairing. Same for every other subject. They're testing me, Harry said quietly, seeing if I can handle all 4 paths. Quote, can you? Hermione asked. Harry met her gaze. I have 2. Quote, the first class was Transfiguration with Gryffindor and Slytherin. Harry arrived early, staff in hand. The classroom was empty except for a tabby cat sitting on the professor's desk. It watched him with unusual intelligence. Harry studied the cat. Something about its markings, the way its eyes followed him. Professor McGonagall, he asked. The cat's whiskers twitched. Then it leapt down and transformed midair. Robes billowed as McGonagall appeared, looking both impressed and irritated. How did you know? The magic. Harry touched his chest. I can feel it. Yours is structured, precise, like mathematics given form. Quote, McGonagall's stern expression softened slightly. Sit. Front row. Quote, students began filing in. Gryffindors sat on one side, Slytherins on the other. The divide was sharp and hostile. Malfoy sneered at Ron. Dean Thomas glared at Zabini. Old rivalries playing out in 11-year-olds. Harry sat in the middle. Literally, the exact center of the front row, equidistant from both houses. McGonagall transformed back into a cat, then human again. Students gasped. She launched into a lecture about the theory of transfiguration, molecular restructuring, magical resonance, the importance of visualization. Harry listened with half his attention. The other half focused on the students. Hermione was taking notes furiously. Ron was trying to stay awake. Malfoy whispered mockingly to Crabbe. A Slytherin girl, Daphne Greengrass, watched Harry with calculating eyes. Transfiguration is some of the most dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. McGonagall said sharply. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. Quote, she gave each student a match and instructed them to turn it into a needle. Around the room, students waved their wands with varying degrees of success. Hermione's match went silver and pointy immediately. Ron's caught fire. Malfoy managed to make his match thinner but couldn't complete the transformation. Harry stared at his match. He didn't reach for his staff. Instead, he focused on the Founders, magic inside him, specifically Ravenclaw's wisdom and precision. He understood transfiguration instinctively. It wasn't about forcing change. It was about convincing matter that it wanted to be something else. He touched the match with his fingertip. It became a needle. Perfect. Sharp. No wand movement required. McGonagall stopped mid-stride. She stared at the needle, then at Harry. Mr. Potter, did you use your staff? No, Professor. Just intent. Quote, she picked up the needle, examining it closely. Wandless transfiguration. At 11, she set it down carefully. 5 points to, well. 5 points to you, Mr. Potter. Quote, whispers erupted through the class. Harry kept his expression neutral, but inside, excitement thrummed. This was what he could do. What he was meant to do. The class continued. By the end, most students had made some progress. Hermione had transfigured 3 matches. Ron had stopped setting things on fire. Malfoy shot Harry dark looks. As students filed out, McGonagall called Harry back. Your magical education will not be typical, she said without preamble. Wandless magic, staff work, multiple disciplines simultaneously. This will be difficult, exhausting. Are you prepared for that? Yes. Quote, good. She handed him a thick book. Advanced Transfiguration Theory. Read chapters 1 through 5 by next week. You'll need the foundation. Quote. Harry took the book. It was heavy with knowledge. Thank you, Professor. Quote. She nodded curtly, but her eyes held warmth. You have potential, Mr. Potter. Don't waste it. Quote. Charms was next, with Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Professor Flitwick was a tiny wizard who stood on a pile of books to see over his desk. When Harry entered, Flitwick's eyes lit up. Ah, Mr. Potter. The Hogwarts heir himself. He squeaked excitedly. I've been dying to meet you. Please, sit anywhere. Quote. The dynamic here was different. Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs didn't have the bitter rivalry that Gryffindor and Slytherin shared. They mingled more easily. A Ravenclaw girl offered Harry a quill when his rolled away. A Hufflepuff boy named Justin asked politely about his summer. Flitwick taught them the levitation charm. Swish and flick. He demonstrated. Wingardium Leviosa. Emphasis on the gar. Quote. Students began practicing. Feathers drifted upward with varying success. Hermione, who had this class separately with Gryffindor and Slytherin, would have mastered it immediately. Here, a Ravenclaw boy named Terry Boot got his feather hovering first. Harry focused on his feather. Gryffindor's boldness, Ravenclaw's precision. He whispered the incantation. The feather didn't just levitate. It danced, spinning and swooping through the air like it had sprouted invisible wings. Other students stopped to watch. Even Flitwick paused, mouth open. Remarkable. The tiny professor breathed. Absolute control. That's NEWT level precision. He clapped his hands. 20 points. Though I'm not entirely sure where to assign them. Quote. Harry smiled apologetically. Just, to Hogwarts, Professor. Flitwick laughed. To Hogwarts it is. You're creating new traditions left and right, Mr. Potter. Quote. After class, students approached Harry. Not aggressively. Curious. How do you do it? Terry Boot asked. The wandless magic. The control. Quote. Harry considered his answer. I feel the magic first. Understand what it wants to do. Then I just ask it. Quote. Ask it. A Hufflepuff girl looked confused. Magic isn't a tool, Harry said slowly, working through the thought himself. It's more like a partner. You work with it, not against it. Quote. Terry's eyes widened. That's actually brilliant. Quote. More students gathered, asking questions. About the founders, staff. About carrying 4 magics. About what it felt like to be sorted into all houses and none. Harry answered patiently. These students weren't looking at him as the boy who lived. They saw him as something different. A bridge. A possibility. When lunch came, Harry sat with Ron and Hermione again. They were joined by Neville, who nervously asked if he could sit. Then Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff. Then Terry Boot and Padma Patil from Ravenclaw. The table that had been meant for one was filling. This is mental, Ron said through a mouthful of shepherd's pie. You're collecting students like Dumbledore collects lemon drops. Quote. I'm not collecting anyone, Harry protested. You kind of are, Hermione said gently. People are drawn to you. The magic, yes. But also, you listen. You don't dismiss people or put them in boxes. Quote. Harry looked around the table. 4 houses represented. Students who would normally never share a meal, laughing over a joke Neville told. It felt right. Then came potions. The dungeons were cold and damp. The classroom smelled like preserved creatures and bitter herbs. Shelves lined the walls, filled with jars containing things Harry didn't want to identify. At the front, behind a desk cluttered with vials, sat Professor Snape. Greasy black hair framed a pale face. Dark eyes swept the entering students with contempt. When those eyes landed on Harry, they flashed with something complex: hatred, curiosity, old pain. Potter. Snape's voice was soft and dangerous. Our new celebrity. Quote. Harry said nothing. He found a seat next to Ron, who'd gone pale. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. Snape began, speaking barely above a whisper. Everyone leaned forward to hear. As there is little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. Quote. Silence. Then Snape's eyes fixed on Harry. Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry felt Slytherin's magic stir. Cunning. Strategy. Snape was testing him, trying to humiliate him in front of everyone. The answer appeared in his mind, not from studying, but from the Founders' collective knowledge. The draft of living death, Professor. A powerful sleeping potion. Quote. Snape's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. Correct. He sounded almost disappointed. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat, sir. It's a stone that acts as an antidote to most poisons. Quote. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, Professor. Also known as aconite. Quote. Snape stared at him. The dungeon had gone completely silent. Even Ron looked shocked. It seems, Snape said slowly, that fame isn't everything. 5 points, from wherever you think they should go, Potter. Quote. Harry kept his expression neutral. From Slytherin, Professor. Because that's the magic that gave me the answers. Quote. The Slytherin students in the room straightened. Snape's eyebrows rose fractionally. Indeed. Begin brewing a simple cure for boils. Instructions on the board. Quote. The rest of class was tense. Harry worked methodically, measuring ingredients with Ravenclaw's precision, adding them with Hufflepuff's patience. His potion turned the perfect shade of turquoise. When Neville's cauldron exploded, covering Seamus Finnegan in boils, Snape swept over with his robes billowing. Idiot boy, he snarled at Neville. You added the porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire, didn't you? He vanished the mess with a flick of his wand. Take him to the hospital wing, he told Seamus. As they left, Snape turned to Harry's cauldron. He stared at the perfect potion for a long moment. Then, without a word, he moved on. After class, Ron grabbed Harry's arm. Mate, how did you know all that? The Founders. Harry touched his temple. Their knowledge is, in here. I can access it when I need to. Quote. That's cheating, a voice said from behind. They turned. Malfoy stood with his arms crossed, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. You're using ancient magic to look smart. That's not real skill. Quote. Harry met his gaze calmly. Knowledge is knowledge, Malfoy. How you get it matters less than what you do with it. Quote. You think you're so special. Malfoy's voice dripped venom. Sorted into your own special category. Given your own table. But you're just an orphan who got lucky. Quote. The corridor went quiet. Students stopped to watch. Harry felt anger rise, hot and sharp. The Founders, magic responded, crackling at his fingertips. For a moment, golden light flickered around his hands. Then Hufflepuff's voice whispered, patience, kindness, do not answer cruelty with cruelty. Harry took a breath. The light faded. You're right, he said quietly. I am an orphan. My parents died protecting me from the darkest wizard in history. I didn't ask to be special. I didn't ask to carry 4 magics. But I'm not going to apologize for it either. Quote. He stepped closer to Malfoy. Not threatening. Just, present. You can hate me if you want. But I'm not your enemy, Draco. I'm not anyone's enemy. I'm just trying to learn. To understand. To maybe make this school a little less divided. He paused. You can help with that. Or you can fight it. Your choice. Quote. Malfoy stared at him, clearly not expecting that response. His face cycled through emotions, anger, confusion, something that might have been respect. Then he turned and stalked away, his bodyguards trailing behind. Ron whistled. That was unexpected. Quote. He's testing boundaries, Hermione said thoughtfully. Trying to figure out where you stand. Quote. I stand in the middle. Harry said. Always. Quote. That night, in his chambers, Harry sat by the window with the Founders, staff across his knees. The lake reflected moonlight. The castle hummed its eternal song. Inside him, 4 magics pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat. 4 voices whispered wisdom. 4 legacies waited to be understood. This was just the beginning. Classes would get harder. Challenges would grow. Enemies would emerge. But Harry wasn't afraid. He had friends. He had magic. He had purpose. The Hogwarts heir closed his eyes and listened to the castle's heartbeat merge with his own. Tomorrow would bring new lessons. New revelations. New steps on a path that stretched into an uncertain future. But tonight, he was simply Harry. A boy learning magic in a castle of wonders. And that was enough. October arrived with cold winds and falling leaves. The grounds of Hogwarts transformed into a tapestry of gold and crimson, trees shedding their summer glory. Harry had settled into a rhythm, 4 classes for every subject, late nights in the library researching the Founders, magic, early mornings practicing wandless spells in his chambers. The staff never left his side, and with each passing day, he understood it better. The castle spoke to him now. Not in words, in feelings. A pull towards certain corridors. A warning tingle when danger lurked. An embrace of warmth when he was safe. He was changing, growing into something more than a first-year student. But something else was changing too. Something dark. It started with whispers. Students found petrified cats in corridors. Strange symbols appeared on walls, glowing faintly before fading. Professors held hushed conversations that stopped when students approached. Even Dumbledore seemed troubled, his usual twinkle dimmed. Harry felt it most at night. A presence in the castle that shouldn't be there. Cold and hungry, ancient and angry. One evening, he sat in the library with Hermione, Ron, and Neville. Books spread across the table: defensive magic theory, a history of dark artifacts, advanced warding techniques. Hermione was helping Neville with his herbology essay while Ron struggled through potions homework. Harry stared at a page about protective enchantments, but his mind was elsewhere. The Founders' voices had been restless all day, whispering warnings he couldn't quite understand. Harry. Hermione touched his arm. You've been staring at that same page for 10 minutes. Quote. He blinked. Sorry. Just thinking. Quote. About the attacks. She lowered her voice. 3 students have been found unconscious this week. The professors won't say what's happening, but everyone's scared. Quote. It's not just students. Neville whispered. My Gran sent a letter. There've been disappearances in Hogsmeade. Dark mark sightings near the forest. Quote. Ron paled. You know whose followers? Maybe. Harry said slowly. Or something worse. Quote. What's worse than Death Eaters? Ron asked. Harry didn't answer. But the Founders' voices whispered. Old magic. Broken seals. Something awakening that should have stayed buried. The library doors burst open. Malfoy stormed in, followed by Crabbe and Goyle. His face was white, eyes wild. Potter. He marched to their table. I need to talk to you. Now. Quote. Harry stood. The urgency in Malfoy's voice was real. What's wrong? Not here. Malfoy glanced around. Somewhere private. Quote. They ended up in an empty classroom. Malfoy paced like a caged animal. Harry leaned against a desk, waiting. Ron and Hermione stood by the door, wands ready. My father sent a letter. Malfoy finally said. He's worried. Something's happening at the ministry. Dark artifacts going missing. Wards failing for no reason. And, he stopped pacing. Someone's been asking about you. Quote. Harry's scar tingled. Who? He wouldn't say. Just that questions are being asked. About the Founders' vault. About the Hogwarts heir. About whether you're a threat or an opportunity. Malfoy met Harry's gaze. My father's no saint, Potter. But he's smart enough to know when something's coming. And he thinks whatever it is, you're at the center of it. Quote. Silence fell. Harry processed this. Lucius Malfoy, a known Death Eater sympathizer, was warning him. Why? Why tell me this? Harry asked. Malfoy's jaw tightened. Because Slytherin's magic chose you too. And if you fall, everyone falls. Even my family. He turned to leave, then paused. Watch the forest. Something's hunting there. Quote. He left before Harry could respond. Ron broke the silence. That was mental. Malfoy helping us. Not helping. Hermione corrected. Protecting his interests. But the information is valuable. Quote. Harry touched his scar. It burned with warning. The forest. We need to check the forest. Quote. Are you mad? Ron squeaked. It's called the Forbidden Forest for a reason. Quote. Something's out there. Harry moved toward the door. Something connected to the attacks. I can feel it. Quote. Hermione grabbed his arm. Harry, we can't just wander into the forest at night. We need to tell a professor. And say what? That I have a feeling. That dead wizards are whispering warnings in my head. Harry shook his head. They won't listen. Not until it's too late. Quote. Then we go with you. Neville said quietly from the doorway. They all turned. Neville stood there, wand in hand, trembling but determined. You're not going alone. Neville continued. My parents, they fought dark wizards. They were tortured for it. I won't let that happen again. Not if I can help. Quote. Harry felt something shift in his chest. Loyalty. Courage. The very traits the founders had valued. All right, he said. But we go prepared. And we don't take unnecessary risks. Quote. They spent an hour gathering supplies. Harry retrieved protective amulets from his vault. Hermione packed potions. Ron borrowed his brother's trick wands. Neville brought Devil's Snare antidote. At midnight, they slipped from the castle using a passage Harry had discovered behind a tapestry. The Founders' knowledge showed him secrets even the Marauder's map didn't know. The grounds were silver with moonlight. Their breath misted in the cold air. Ahead, the forbidden forest rose like a wall of darkness. Harry felt the staff pulse in his hand. The four magics swirled together, preparing for danger. They entered the trees. Immediately, the temperature dropped. Darkness pressed close despite their wandlight. Strange sounds echoed, rustling leaves, snapping twigs, distant howls. The forest was alive with things that didn't want them there. Stay close, Harry whispered. They moved deeper. The trees grew thicker, their branches twisted into unnatural shapes. Hermione kept checking her wand, muttering directional spells. Ron jumped at every sound. Neville clutched his wand so tight his knuckles were white. Then Harry stopped. The Founders' voices shouted warning. Get down. They dropped as something massive swooped overhead. Claws raked the air where their heads had been. A screech split the night, part bird, part something worse. Harry rolled to his feet, staff raised. Golden light blazed from the gems. The creature circled back, a twisted thing with leathery wings and too many eyes. Dark magic radiated from it like heat. What is that? Ron's voice cracked. Chimera spawn. Hermione breathed. They're not supposed to exist anymore. They were hunted to extinction centuries ago. Quote. The creature dove again. Harry thrust the staff forward. Fire erupted, not normal flames, but Gryffindor's scarlet blaze. It struck the creature mid-flight, sending it crashing into trees. Run, Harry shouted. They ran. Branches whipped their faces. Roots tried to trip them. Behind, the creature shrieked and gave chase. Harry could hear its wings beating, getting closer. They burst into a clearing. Moonlight illuminated ancient stones arranged in a circle. Runes covered the rocks, pulsing with faint light. A warding circle. Hermione gasped. Old magic. If we can activate it. The creature exploded from the trees. Harry spun, staff blazing. He channeled all four Founders, Gryffindor's courage, Slytherin's cunning, Ravenclaw's wisdom, Hufflepuff's resilience. Magic poured from him in a torrent of color. The creature met his blast head-on. For a moment, they were locked in a battle of pure power. Then Harry felt something else join the fight. The forest itself. The ancient magic in the stones. Hogwarts reaching across the distance to protect its heir. The creature exploded in a shower of dark mist. Silence fell. Harry collapsed to his knees, gasping. The staff dimmed. His friends rushed to his side. That was. Ron couldn't finish. Incredible. Hermione completed. And terrifying. Harry, are you all right? He nodded, though his hands shook. The magic. It's getting stronger. Harder to control. Quote. Look. Neville pointed. In the center of the stone circle, something glowed. A small crystal, dark red, pulsing with malevolent energy. Harry approached carefully. The moment his fingers touched it, visions flooded his mind. Voldemort. Alive but formless. Hiding in the shadows. Searching for something. Someone was helping him. Feeding him. Keeping him tethered to the world. And they were using dark artifacts. Ancient ones. Planted throughout the castle. Harry gasped and dropped the crystal. It shattered on impact. Harry. Hermione's voice was distant. What did you see? He's here. Harry whispered. Not physically. But his presence. Someone's trying to bring him back. Quote. You know who. Ron went pale. But he's gone. You destroyed him. Quote. I destroyed his body. Harry stood on shaky legs. But his soul, he did something to it. Split it somehow. And pieces of him are still out there. Quote. The forest suddenly felt much colder. They made their way back to the castle in silence. Each lost in their own thoughts. When they finally slipped back inside, dawn was breaking. Pink light touched the towers. Harry went straight to his chambers and collapsed on his bed. The Founders' voices whispered urgently. He is coming. We must prepare you. The time for learning is ending. The time for war approaches. You must be ready, young heir. For you are all that stands between him and dominion. Harry closed his eyes. 11 years old, and already the weight of the world pressed down. He thought of his parents. Of Lily's sacrifice. Of the prophecy he still didn't fully understand. A knock at his door. Come in. Quote. Dumbledore entered, robes swishing. His blue eyes were grave behind his spectacles. I understand you took a midnight stroll, Harry. Quote. Harry sat up. How did you? The castle tells me many things. Dumbledore settled into a chair. Especially when its heir is in danger. He studied Harry for a long moment. You found one of the artifacts. Quote. Yes. Quote. There are more, hidden throughout the school. Objects imbued with dark magic, designed to weaken the wards and create openings. Dumbledore's voice was tired. I have been searching for them. It seems you have joined that hunt. Quote. Someone's trying to bring Voldemort back. Harry said bluntly. Dumbledore didn't flinch at the name. Yes, though they will not succeed. Not while you draw breath. He leaned forward. Harry, I must ask you something difficult. How much control do you have over the Founders' magic? Harry considered. More every day. But it's vast. Sometimes I feel like I'm drowning in it. Quote. Then you must learn faster. Dumbledore's voice held urgency. Because a storm is coming. And you are the only one who can stand against it. Quote. They talked for hours. Dumbledore explained the theory behind Horcruxes, dark magic that split the soul, anchoring it to objects. He confirmed Harry's suspicion that Voldemort had created them. How many? Harry asked. I do not know. But finding and destroying them is paramount. Dumbledore stood. Rest today. Tonight, we begin advanced training. You will learn what even 7th years do not know. Quote. He moved to the door, then paused. Harry, your friends. Ron, Hermione, Neville. They followed you into danger without hesitation. That is a rare gift. Do not take it lightly. Quote. I won't. Quote. When Dumbledore left, Harry lay back down. His body ached. His magic felt raw. But beneath the exhaustion, something else stirred. Purpose. He wasn't just the boy who lived anymore. He wasn't just a student. He was the Hogwarts heir. The bridge between past and future. The one who would face the darkness and refuse to blink. Outside his window, the sun climbed higher. Students were waking. Classes would begin soon. Life would continue its normal rhythm. But Harry knew the truth. Nothing was normal anymore. War was coming. And when it arrived, he would be ready. The Founders' magic hummed in agreement. 4 voices. One purpose. One destiny. Harry Potter closed his eyes and let sleep take him. But even in dreams, he prepared for battle. The shadows were gathering, but so was the light. Winter descended on Hogwarts with crystalline fury. Snow blanketed the grounds in white silence, icicles hung from castle towers like frozen tears, and the Black Lake froze solid enough for students to skate. But inside the castle's deepest chambers, where ancient magic pulsed through stone walls, Harry Potter was learning to wield power that could reshape the world. The Room of Requirement had become his sanctuary. Every night after dinner, while other students gathered by common room fires or finished homework, Harry descended into the castle's hidden places. The room transformed to meet his needs, sometimes a vast dueling arena, sometimes a library filled with books long forgotten, sometimes a chamber that existed outside normal space where time moved differently. Tonight, it was all 3. Dumbledore stood at the room's center, robes shimmering with protective enchantments. Around them, the walls displayed moving images, battles from wizarding history, demonstrations of complex spells, anatomical charts showing how magic flowed through the human body. Defense is not merely blocking curses. Dumbledore's voice echoed. It is understanding your opponent before they strike. Show me. Quote. Harry raised the Founders' staff. The 4 gems pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat. He closed his eyes and felt outward, sensing Dumbledore's magical signature, the patterns of his breathing, the micro-movements that preceded spell-casting. Dumbledore's wand flicked. A stunner shot forward. Harry didn't block it. He sidestepped at the last possible moment, staff spinning to redirect the spell into a conjured shield that absorbed and dispersed the energy. Before the shield faded, he was moving, channeling Slytherin's cunning into a faint left while his real attack came from above. Vines erupted from the ceiling. Hufflepuff's magic, drawing life from stone itself. Dumbledore vanished the vines with a gesture. Better. Your reactions are improving. But you're still thinking in steps. Magic should flow like water, continuous, adaptive. Again. Quote. They dueled for an hour. Not to harm, to learn. Dumbledore threw everything at him. Transfiguration mid-combat, illusions that fooled even magical senses, curses that required split-second counters. Harry met each challenge with the Founders' combined wisdom. Gryffindor taught him to face fear head-on, to turn courage into armor. Slytherin showed him the angles, the hidden paths, the way to turn an opponent's strength into weakness. Ravenclaw gave him strategy, the ability to think 3 moves ahead while reacting to the present. Hufflepuff grounded him, kept his magic from consuming him, reminded him why he fought. Finally, Dumbledore lowered his wand. Sweat beaded on his aged brow. Enough. You've improved remarkably. At this rate, you'll surpass me before your second year ends. Quote. Harry bent over, gasping. His magic felt raw, stretched thin. I don't want to surpass you. I want to survive. Quote. Survival requires strength. Dumbledore conjured chairs and water. They sat. But it also requires wisdom. Tell me, Harry, what have you sensed lately? The castle speaks to you more clearly than to anyone since the Founders themselves. Quote. Harry drank deeply before answering. There are 3 more. Dark artifacts. I can feel them like thorns in my consciousness. 1 in the castle. 2 beyond. Quote. Can you locate them? The one in the castle is moving. It's with someone being carried. Harry's eyes unfocused as he reached through his connection to Hogwarts. It feels cold, hungry. It's corrupting whoever holds it. Quote. A Horcrux. Dumbledore's voice was grim. As we suspected, Voldemort bound fragments of his soul to objects, ensuring that even death could not claim him fully. He leaned forward. Harry, you must understand. Destroying these objects will require more than raw power. They are protected by the darkest magic. Each one will fight to survive. Quote. I know. Harry met his gaze. That's why I need to be ready. Quote. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. You are 11 years old. You should be worrying about Quidditch and homework, not Horcruxes and war. Quote. The world doesn't care how old I am. Harry's voice was steady. Voldemort certainly didn't when he killed my parents. Quote. Silence stretched between them. Then Dumbledore smiled, sad but genuine. You have your mother's fire. Your father's determination. But you have something they lacked. The combined wisdom of 4 legendary witches and wizards. Use it well. Quote. He stood. Tomorrow, we begin a new phase. I will teach you about the soul, how to protect yours, how to recognize damage in others, how to mend what dark magic has torn. He paused at the door. Get some rest. You'll need it. Quote. When Dumbledore left, Harry remained in the room of requirement. The staff rested across his knees, warm and alive. He closed his eyes and reached inward. The Founders' consciousness lived within him now, not controlling him, but available when needed. 4 distinct personalities that had somehow achieved harmony. You grow stronger every day. Ravenclaw's voice was gentle, but strength without purpose is merely destruction. He knows his purpose. Gryffindor countered. To protect, to fight, to stand when others fall. Purpose is not enough. Slytherin's tone was sharp. He must be willing to make hard choices. To sacrifice. To become what others fear if necessary. But never lose your heart. Hufflepuff's warmth surrounded him. Power without compassion creates monsters. We have seen it before. Harry opened his eyes. What if I'm not enough? What if even with all your magic, all your knowledge, I still fail? The Founders didn't answer immediately. Then, together, they spoke as one. Then you will have failed trying. And that is more than most can say. But we do not believe you will fail. We chose you for a reason. Trust in that. Trust in yourself. Harry stood. His body ached from training, but his mind was clear. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. But tonight, he would check on his friends. He found them in the library, Ron half asleep over a charms textbook, Hermione researching with fierce concentration, Neville practicing wand movements. Harry. Hermione looked up. We were worried. You've been disappearing every night. Quote. He sat down. Training. With Dumbledore. Quote. Ron's eyes widened. Blimey. Private lessons with the headmaster. What's he teaching you? How to survive. Harry said simply. Hermione's expression turned serious. The attacks haven't stopped. 2 more students were found petrified yesterday. And Professor Quirrell's been acting strange. stuttering worse than usual, avoiding people. Quote. Harry frowned. Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts professor. He'd barely interacted with the nervous man, but something about him had always felt off. Like two presences occupying one body. Have you noticed anything else? Harry asked. He smells. Ron said bluntly. Like garlic and something underneath. Something rotten. Quote. Slytherin's voice whispered. A man with secrets. Investigate him. I'll look into it. Harry promised. But right now, I need your help with something else. He lowered his voice. The dark artifact in the castle. I think I can track it, but I'll need backup. Quote. Neville straightened. When? Tomorrow night. After curfew. Harry looked at each of them. This is dangerous. You don't have to. We're coming. Hermione interrupted. No arguments. Quote. Ron nodded. Where you go, we go. That's what friends do. Quote. Harry felt warmth spread through his chest. Not magic. Something simpler and more powerful. Loyalty. Trust. Friendship. Thank you. Quote. The next night, they gathered in Harry's chambers. He'd spent the day in classes, but his mind had been elsewhere, tracking the dark presence, feeling it move through the castle like an infected wound. It's in the dungeons now, Harry said, studying a mental map only he could see. Near the potions classroom. But there's something else. Another magical signature. Familiar. Quote. Familiar how? Hermione asked. I'm not sure. Harry grabbed his staff. Let's find out. Quote. They moved through the castle like shadows. Harry's connection to Hogwarts showed them which corridors to take, which staircases to avoid. The castle helped them, shifting slightly to hide their passage from patrolling teachers. The dungeons were colder than usual. Their breath misted. Torchlight flickered as if something sucked the warmth from the air. Harry stopped outside a classroom. The door was slightly ajar. Inside, voices murmured. Can't keep doing this. It's weakening me. You will do as you're told. The second voice was cold, hissing. Unless you want to end up like the others. Quote. Harry gestured for silence. He peered through the crack. Professor Quirrell stood in the center of the room. But his posture was wrong, too straight, too confident. Enwrapped in his hands was a diary, dark leather bound with silver clasps. Even from here, Harry could feel the malevolence radiating from it. A Horcrux. The boy. The cold voice continued. It seemed to come from Quirrell but also from everywhere. Harry Potter. He's growing too powerful. The Founders, magic makes him dangerous. We must act soon. Quote. He's just a child, Quirrell started. He is the only thing standing between me and resurrection. The voice rose to a shout. Every day he grows stronger, my return becomes more difficult. We need the stone. With it, I can take physical form again. Then nothing, not Potter, not Dumbledore, not all the Founders, magic, will stop me. Quote. Harry's blood ran cold. The Philosopher's Stone. The object rumored to grant immortality. It was here, at Hogwarts. And Voldemort was trying to steal it. Ron grabbed his arm, eyes wide with terror. Hermione had gone white. Even Neville was trembling. They needed to leave. Now. Before. Harry's foot caught on a loose stone. The scraping sound echoed through the dungeon like a thunderclap. Inside the room, Quirrell's head snapped toward the door. Someone's there. Harry spun. Run. They bolted. Behind them, the classroom door slammed open. Quirrell's voice, now fully possessed by the cold presence, shouted curses. Green light exploded against the walls, missing them by inches. Harry's mind raced. They couldn't outrun him. Quirrell knew the castle as well as any professor. They needed to. The castle. Harry reached out with his magic, pleading. Help us. Hide us. Please. A door appeared in the wall that hadn't been there a moment before. They dove through it. The passage beyond was narrow, winding, lit by phosphorescent moss. They ran until their lungs burned. Finally, they emerged in a corridor near the Gryffindor common room. Harry sealed the passage behind them with a thought. His connection to Hogwarts allowed him to reshape the castle in small ways. They collapsed against the wall, gasping. What? Ron couldn't form full words. What was that? Possession. Harry's hands shook. Voldemort is possessing Quirrell, using him as a host. Quote. And the diary? Hermione asked. A Horcrux. Harry's scar burned. One of the pieces of Voldemort's soul. It's been corrupting Quirrell, making him weak, making him compliant. He stood. We need to tell Dumbledore. Quote. They found the headmaster in his office, surrounded by silver instruments that whirred and clicked. He listened to their story without interruption, his expression growing graver with each word. The stone, Dumbledore murmured. Of course, Nicholas Flamel's greatest creation. I brought it here for safekeeping, but it seems even Hogwarts is not safe from Voldemort's reach. He looked at Harry. You've done well. This confirms our worst fears. Quote, what do we do? Harry asked. We prepare. Dumbledore stood. The stone is protected by enchantments, powerful ones. But if Voldemort is this desperate, he will attempt to steal it soon. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. You may be called upon to defend it. Are you ready? Harry thought of his parents. Of the students who'd been attacked. Of the darkness growing in the corners of the wizarding world. I'm ready. Quote. Dumbledore nodded. Then let us continue your training. Because when the moment comes, you must not hesitate. The fate of more than just this school may rest on your shoulders. Quote. That night, Harry stood at his chamber window, staff in hand. The grounds below were peaceful, snow-covered, beautiful, deceptive. Somewhere out there, darkness plotted. Voldemort schemed. Evil prepared to strike. But Harry Potter was preparing too. With 4 founders, magic flowing through his veins, with friends who would stand beside him, with a destiny he was only beginning to understand. The war was coming, and the Hogwarts heir would be ready. The attack came on the last day before summer holiday. Morning arrived with deceptive calm, sunshine breaking through clouds, birds singing in the forbidden forest, students packing trunks for home. Harry sat at breakfast with his friends, pushing eggs around his plate. He hadn't slept. The founders' voices had kept him awake all night, whispering warnings that crystallized into certainty. Tonight. It would happen tonight. You look terrible, Hermione said gently. Did you have another nightmare? Harry shook his head. Not a nightmare. A premonition. He met her eyes. Quirrell's going to make his move. Tonight, when everyone's distracted by the leaving feast. Quote. Ron's fork clattered onto his plate. How do you know? The castle told me. Harry touched his scar. It had been burning since dawn. The protections around the stone are weakening. Someone's been working on them for weeks. Tonight, they'll fall. Quote. Neville leaned forward. So what do we do? We stop him, Harry said simply. Hermione's eyes widened. Harry, we should tell Dumbledore. He's gone. Harry had checked the headmaster's office at dawn. Empty. Left yesterday for the ministry. Some emergency. Very convenient timing. Quote. Understanding dawned on Hermione's face. A trap. Someone lured him away so Quirrell could act. Quote. Exactly. Harry stood. Which means we're on our own. Quote. The day crawled past. Classes felt surreal, professors lecturing while darkness gathered in the castle's depths. Harry went through the motions, but his mind was elsewhere. Planning. Preparing. The founders, magic hummed beneath his skin, ready. At dinner, the great hall blazed with decorations. House banners hung from the ceiling. The tables groaned under mountains of food. Students laughed and celebrated the end of term. Even the professors seemed relaxed. Harry barely touched his food. He watched Quirrell at the high table. The man looked worse than ever, pale, gaunt, his turban askew. But his eyes held terrible focus. Their gazes met across the hall. Quirrell smiled. It was not a kind expression. Harry's scar exploded with pain. He gasped, hand flying to his forehead. The hall tilted. Voices became distant echoes. Then, a vision. Quirrell descending into the dungeons. A corridor lined with traps. A room filled with keys. Another with a giant chess set. Obstacles designed to slow, to test, to kill. And at the end, the stone. Floating in a mirror that showed not reflections but desires. The vision shattered. Harry was back in the great hall, Ron and Hermione gripping his arms. Harry. Ron's voice was tight with worry. What happened? He's going now. Harry stood. We need to move. Quote. They slipped from the hall during dessert while everyone was distracted by a spectacular display of fireworks conjured by the Weasley twins. Harry led them through corridors he'd memorized, toward the third-floor corridor Dumbledore had forbidden. The door stood before them, massive oak bound with iron. A sign warned of danger. But the lock was already open, hanging loose on broken hinges. Inside, a trapdoor gaped in the floor. Sounds echoed from below, harp music, something massive breathing. Fluffy. Ron whispered. Hagrid's 3-headed dog. He guards the entrance. Quote. Harry peered down. Torchlight flickered far below. The harp music was enchanted, playing on its own. The enormous dog slept, its 3 heads snoring in harmony. Someone's already past it, Hermione said. We're too late. Quote, no. Harry gripped his staff. We're right on time. He jumped through the trapdoor. The fall was longer than expected. He landed on something soft and writhing. Devil's Snare, a plant that strangled victims who struggled. But Harry didn't struggle. He let Hufflepuff's magic flow through him, speaking to the plant in the language of growing things. The vines released him gently, lowering him to the floor. His friends dropped through moments later. Hermione recognized the plant immediately and stopped struggling. Ron thrashed until Harry called up to him. Relax. It's Devil's Snare. They landed safely and moved forward. A corridor stretched ahead, lit by torches that burned with blue flames. The air smelled of old magic and older secrets. The first chamber held flying keys, hundreds of them, swarming like metallic birds. A broomstick leaned against the wall. Harry spotted the right key immediately, old, silver, with a bent wing. He didn't use the broomstick. Instead, he raised his staff and channeled Ravenclaw's wisdom. The keys froze mid-flight, suspended by invisible threads of magic. Harry walked through them calmly and plucked the correct key from the air. Show off, Ron muttered, but he was grinning. The next chamber made them all stop. A giant chess set filled the room, pieces as tall as grown men, carved from black and white stone. To cross, they would have to play. Ron's eyes lit up. I'm good at chess. Let me. Quote. What followed was the most intense game Harry had ever witnessed. Ron commanded the pieces with natural brilliance, sacrificing pawns, positioning bishops, thinking 5 moves ahead. Hermione bit her nails. Harry watched the opposing king, noting how it moved with more than strategic purpose, as if something guided it. Dark magic. Voldemort's influence, even from a distance. Finally, Ron saw his move. Harry, you need to take my place as bishop. Quote. Harry moved to the square. What? Why? Because the queen needs to take me. Ron met his eyes. It's the only way. Quote. Before Harry could protest, Ron moved his knight. The opposing queen glided forward. Her stone sword swung. Ron dropped. Hermione screamed. Harry nearly broke formation, but Gryffindor's voice steadied him. Trust. He made the sacrifice willingly. Do not waste it. Harry forced himself to move. The king was exposed. Checkmate. Quote. The White King dropped his sword in surrender. The pieces parted, revealing the exit. Harry and Hermione rushed to Ron. He was breathing, unconscious but alive. The blow had been pulled at the last moment, the game's magic recognizing true sacrifice. He'll be all right. Hermione's voice shook. But we need to keep going. Quote. Harry didn't want to leave him. But Ron had bought them passage with his courage. They couldn't turn back now. The next chamber was worse. A troll lay unconscious, its club beside it. Someone had already dealt with it. Beyond, a table held 7 bottles and a riddle written on parchment. Hermione solved it in minutes, logic puzzle, not magic. She handed Harry the correct bottle. There's only enough for one. Quote. Then you go back, Harry said. Get Ron to the hospital wing. Bring help. Quote. Harry, please. His voice was gentle but firm. I need to know you're both safe. Whatever happens next, I need to face it alone. Quote. Hermione hugged him tightly. Don't die. Quote. I'll try not to. Quote. She took the bottle that led backward and ran. Harry drank the forward potion, cold as ice, and stepped through the flames. The final chamber was circular, lit by torches that burned without heat. In the center stood a magnificent mirror, taller than any man. Its frame was golden, inscribed with words Harry couldn't read. And before the mirror stood Quirrell. But the nervous professor was gone. His posture was confident, commanding. When he turned, his eyes burned with power that wasn't his own. Harry Potter. The voice was cold silk. How kind of you to join us. Quote. Harry raised his staff. The 4 gems blazed with light. Voldemort. Quote. You speak my name without fear. Quirrell's face twisted into something inhuman. Unusual for one so young. But then, you are not normal, are you? The Hogwarts heir, carrier of the Founders, magic. He laughed, and the sound echoed wrong. Did you really think their ancient power could stop me? It destroyed you once. Quote. It delayed me. Quirrell moved closer. The mirror behind him showed strange images, reflections that weren't quite right. But I learned from that mistake. I divided my soul, scattered it across the world. You cannot kill me, boy. I am immortal. Quote. Harry felt the Founders' voices surge. 4 consciousnesses analyzing, strategizing, preparing. The diary. Harry said. That's one piece. Where are the others? Quirrell's expression flickered with surprise. Clever. But it doesn't matter. Tonight, I take the stone. With it, I'll create a new body. And then, he smiled. Then I'll finish what I started 11 years ago. Quote. He raised his wand. Green light erupted. Harry moved on instinct. The staff spun, deflecting the killing curse into the wall. Stone exploded. Harry countered with Gryffindor's fire, scarlet flames that roared like lions. The duel began. Quirrell was possessed by one of the greatest dark wizards in history. His magic was vast, terrible, refined by decades of study. Curses flew faster than thought. The chamber shook with each impact. But Harry had 4 Founders. He used Slytherin's cunning to feint and redirect. Ravenclaw's wisdom to anticipate and counter. Hufflepuff's resilience to absorb punishment that should have killed him. Gryffindor's courage to press forward when fear screamed retreat. They were matched. No, Harry was losing. Quirrell's host body might be weak, but Voldemort's will was iron. Slowly, inevitably, Harry was driven back toward the mirror. You cannot win. Voldemort hissed through Quirrell's mouth. You are a child. I am eternal. Quote. Harry's back hit the mirror. Cold glass pressed against his spine. In its reflection, he saw something strange. Himself. But different. Older. Standing among 4 figures, the Founders themselves. And in his pocket, something glowed. The stone. Understanding crashed through him. The mirror didn't show reality. It showed desire. And it was enchanted to give the stone only to someone who wanted to find it but not use it. Harry reached into his pocket. His fingers closed around something smooth and warm. Quirrell's eyes widened. No. But it was too late. Harry pulled out the Philosopher's Stone. It pulsed with red light, ancient magic responding to ancient magic. Give it to me. Voldemort's voice rose to a shriek. Give me the stone. Quirrell lunged. Harry raised the staff in one hand, the stone in the other. Power flooded through him, not just the Founders, but something older. The stone's creator, Nicholas Flamel, had been a master of alchemy. His magic sang in harmony with the Founders' legacy. When Quirrell's hands closed on Harry's arm, he screamed. His skin began to smoke. To burn. To blister and peel. What is this? Voldemort's voice held confusion and fear. Harry understood. Love, he said. My mother's protection. It's in my blood, my skin, my very being. You can't touch me. Quote. He pushed forward. Quirrell stumbled back, his hands destroying themselves against Harry's skin. The possession was breaking. Voldemort's spirit was being forced out. This isn't over. The dark spirit shrieked. I will return. I will. Black smoke erupted from Quirrell's mouth. It swirled through the air, forming a skull-like shape that screamed with rage. Then it shot through the ceiling and was gone. Quirrell collapsed. His body hit the floor and didn't move. Harry stood alone in the chamber, staff in one hand, stone in the other. His scar burned with agony. His magic felt stretched thin. But he was alive. Footsteps echoed. Dumbledore swept into the chamber, robes billowing. Behind him came McGonagall, Snape, and a team of Aurors. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was thick with relief. He looked at Quirrell's body, at the scorch marks on the walls, at Harry standing triumphant. You did it. Quote. Harry held out the stone. He wanted this. To come back. Quote. Dumbledore took it gently. And you stopped him. Not just with magic, Harry. With love. He smiled. Your mother's greatest gift. Quote. Harry's legs gave out. Dumbledore caught him before he fell. Rest now. You've earned it. Quote. Harry woke 3 days later in the hospital wing. Sunlight streamed through windows. Ron sat in a chair beside his bed, one arm in a sling, grinning. Hermione was reading aloud from a book. Neville dozed in the corner. He's awake, Ron announced. Hermione dropped her book and hugged him carefully. You were unconscious for 3 days. Madame Pomfrey said it was magical exhaustion. You used more power in that fight than most wizards use in a lifetime. Quote. What happened? Harry's voice was rough. Quirrell. Dead. Ron said quietly. When you know whose spirit left him, it was too much. The possession had been killing him slowly. He brightened. But you got the stone. And you beat him. Harry, you're a hero. Quote. Harry didn't feel like a hero. He felt tired. But when he looked at his friends, alive, safe, smiling, warmth spread through his chest. Dumbledore visited that evening. He explained that the stone would be destroyed. Nicholas Flamel had agreed it was too dangerous to exist. As for Voldemort, he will return, Dumbledore said gravely. But not for some time. You've bought us precious years, Harry. Years to prepare, to grow stronger. He smiled. And you will grow stronger. The Founders chose well. Quote. The end-of-year feast was subdued. Students had learned what happened, not all the details, but enough. When Dumbledore announced house points, he paused. There are some acts that transcend house rivalry. This year, we witnessed 4 students, representing all 4 houses in spirit if not in sorting, risk everything to protect this school. He looked at Harry. 150 points to Harry Potter for defending Hogwarts itself. Quote. The hall erupted. All 4 houses stood and applauded. Even Slytherins joined, though some looked conflicted. Harry felt his chest tighten. Not with pride, with purpose. This was just the beginning. Voldemort would return. The Horcruxes remained. Darkness still lurked. But he wouldn't face it alone. He had friends. He had magic. He had the legacy of the 4 greatest witches and wizards in history. The Hogwarts Express carried them home through golden afternoon light. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville shared a compartment. They talked and laughed and made plans for the summer. As the train rolled into King's Cross, Harry felt the Founders' voices whisper one last time. You have done well, young heir. But this was merely the first test. Greater challenges await. Asterisk. Rest. Learn. Grow. Asterisk. And when darkness returns, and it will return, be ready. Asterisk. For you are the bridge. The unity. The hope. Asterisk. Harry stepped onto the platform, staff in hand, friends at his side. The Dursleys waited, looking sour. But Harry wasn't afraid of them anymore. He was the Hogwarts heir. The bearer of 4 Founders, magic. The boy who had faced Voldemort twice and survived both times. And when the Dark Lord rose again, Harry Potter would be waiting. The war was far from over. But neither was hope. The Dursleys' car pulled into Privet Drive as evening shadows stretched across perfectly manicured lawns. Harry sat in the back seat, staff disguised once more as an ordinary walking stick, watching the familiar houses blur past. Everything looked exactly as it had 3 months ago, same hedges, same gnomes, same suffocating normalcy. But Harry had changed. The boy who'd left this place had been powerless, uncertain, small. The one returning carried the magic of legends in his veins. Uncle Vernon pulled into the driveway with more force than necessary. He killed the engine and turned, his massive face purple with suppressed rage. Listen here, boy. I don't know what happened at that freak school of yours, but you're back under my roof now. That means my rules. No magic. No funny business. No. Harry met his gaze. Didn't speak. Didn't threaten. Simply looked at him with eyes that had faced down the darkest wizard in history. Vernon's words died in his throat. Something in Harry's stare made him shrink back. Vernon. Aunt Petunia's voice was thin. Is everything all right? Fine. Vernon muttered. Boy, get your trunk to your room. The cupboard. I'll take the second bedroom. Harry said calmly. Dudley doesn't need 2 rooms. Quote. Vernon's face went from purple to crimson. You'll do no such. I will. Harry's voice didn't rise. Didn't need to. Power radiated from him like heat from a fire. And you won't stop me. Quote. For a long moment, Vernon stared. Then his gaze dropped. He knew, somehow, instinctively, that the balance had shifted. This wasn't the frightened child he'd bullied for 10 years. This was something else. Something dangerous. Fine. He spat. Take the bloody room. But you stay out of our way. Quote. Harry carried his trunk upstairs. The second bedroom was smaller than Dudley's main room but larger than the cupboard. It had a window, a proper bed, space to breathe. Harry set down his trunk and looked around. This would do. He spent the first week simply existing. The Dursleys avoided him. Petunia left food outside his door. Vernon read his newspaper with more intensity than usual. Dudley watched him with confused fear. Harry didn't mind the isolation. He had work to do. Every night, after the house fell silent, Harry practiced. The staff came alive in his hands, 4 gems glowing in the darkness. He channeled each founder's magic individually, learning their nuances. Gryffindor's fire could be shaped into shields or weapons. Slytherin's cunning let him bend light, create illusions. Ravenclaw's wisdom opened his mind to magical theory that would take most wizards decades to grasp. Hufflepuff's connection to living things let him speak to the garden plants, the spiders in corners, the owl that sometimes perched on his windowsill. But he also studied. The books he'd brought from Hogwarts covered advanced topics: occlumency to protect his mind, legilimency to read others, the theory of soul magic and Horcruxes. Dumbledore had given him access to restricted texts, trusting him with knowledge dangerous in the wrong hands. Harry read about Tom Riddle, the boy who became Voldemort. Brilliant student, charismatic, obsessed with immortality and pure blood supremacy. The texts described his rise to power, the followers he gathered, the fear he spread. But they also described his mistakes, his arrogance, his inability to understand love, loyalty, sacrifice. The very things that had destroyed him. Harry took notes in a journal bound in dragon hide. Strategies, weaknesses, patterns. If Voldemort returned, when he returned, Harry would be ready. 2 weeks into summer, an owl arrived. It was massive, carrying a package wrapped in brown paper. The Dursleys watched nervously as Harry opened it at the breakfast table. Inside was a communication mirror, enchanted glass that allowed instant contact with its paired twin. A note in Dumbledore's elegant script explained that the headmaster wanted to stay in touch over the summer. For training purposes. For safety. That night, Harry activated the mirror for the first time. Dumbledore's face appeared, looking tired but pleased. "Harry, how are you managing?" "Well enough." Harry showed him the bedroom. "Better accommodations than before." Quote. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "I suspect your relatives are learning that you are no longer the child they could intimidate." His expression grew serious. "Have you been practicing?" "Every night." Quote. "Good. Because I have news." Dumbledore leaned forward. "The Ministry detected unusual magical activity 2 nights ago. Near Little Hangleton, the town where Voldemort's father lived." Quote. Harry's scar tingled. "He's searching for something." Quote. "Another Horcrux, I believe." Dumbledore confirmed. "I've been investigating his past. Before he became Voldemort, Tom Riddle had connections to several dark artifacts. We must find them before he does." Quote. They talked for hours. Dumbledore shared what he'd learned about Horcrux theory, how creating one required murder, how each fragment made the soul more unstable, how destroying them required specific methods. Basilisk venom, fiendfire, magic powerful enough to unmake what should never have been made. "How many do you think he created?" Harry asked. "At least 6. Dumbledore said grimly. "Perhaps 7. He was obsessed with magical numbers. 7 pieces. 7 anchors to immortality." He paused. "We've destroyed 1, the diary you encountered in the chamber. 6 remain." Quote. Harry felt the weight of that number. 6 fragments of the darkest soul in existence, hidden across the world. Finding them would take years. Destroying them might cost everything. "I'll help," Harry said. "Whatever it takes." Quote. "I know you will." Dumbledore smiled sadly. "But first, you must continue to grow. Master your gifts. When the time comes, you'll need every advantage." Quote. After the call ended, Harry sat in darkness. The staff pulsed gently in his hand. The Founders' voices whispered encouragement. "You carry our legacy. But remember, power alone does not win wars. Asterisk. Strategy. Allies. Sacrifice. These matter more than raw strength. Asterisk. And never forget why you fight. The moment you do, you become what you oppose." Asterisk. Harry closed his eyes and promised himself he wouldn't forget. He fought for the students who'd been attacked. For the parents who'd lost children to Voldemort's first war. For Lily and James Potter, who'd given everything to protect him. For a world that deserved better than darkness. July brought heat and unexpected visitors. Harry was practicing transfiguration in his room, turning buttons into beetles and back, when 3 sharp knocks rattled his window. He opened it. A magnificent owl swooped in, dropping a letter sealed with red wax. The Weasley family crest. "Harry, hope you're surviving the Muggles. Mum says you're welcome to spend the rest of summer at the Burrow if you want. We'd love to have you. Ron won't shut up about the chess match and wants a rematch. Also, there's something we need to talk about. Something strange happened at Gringotts. Right back soon. Arthur Weasley." Harry felt warmth spread through his chest. An invitation. A family offering their home. He'd never had that before. He wrote back immediately, accepting. 2 days later, Arthur Weasley appeared in the Dursleys' fireplace, a legal connection established with Ministry magic, and whisked Harry away before Vernon could protest. The burrow was chaos. Beautiful, wonderful chaos. 7 Weasleys talking over each other. Dishes washing themselves. Garden gnomes throwing dirt clods. Mrs. Weasley immediately pulled Harry into a hug that smelled like cinnamon and home. "You poor dear. So thin. Sit, sit. I'll get you some food." Quote. Ron grinned from the kitchen table. "Told you she'd mother you." Quote. The twins, Fred and George, flanked Harry. "So," Fred said, "the Hogwarts heir," George continued, "got any insider secrets?" They asked in unison. Before Harry could answer, Mr. Weasley pulled him aside. His expression was grave. "Harry, the break in at Gringotts. It happened the same day you took the stone from the vault." His voice dropped. "Someone tried to access the Founders' vault again. They failed. The wards recognized you as the heir and locked them out. But whoever it was, they had knowledge. Insider help." Quote. Harry's mind raced. "Voldemort." Quote. "That's what I fear." Mr. Weasley nodded. "He knows about your connection to the Founders. He'll try to exploit it. Or destroy it." Quote. They talked late into the night. Mr. Weasley explained the political situation. The Ministry didn't believe Voldemort was returning. They thought Quirrell had acted alone. Only Dumbledore and a few others knew the truth. "We're forming a group," Mr. Weasley said quietly. "People who remember the First War. Who are willing to fight again if necessary. Dumbledore calls it the Order of the Phoenix." Quote. "I want to join." Quote. "You're 11. Quote. I'm the Hogwarts heir." Harry met his gaze. "I've already fought him twice. I'll fight him again, with or without permission." Quote. Mr. Weasley studied him. Then he sighed. "You remind me so much of your father. Stubborn, brave, too willing to throw yourself into danger." He clasped Harry's shoulder. "When you're older. For now, focus on learning. Growing stronger. The war will come soon enough." Quote. The rest of summer passed in a blur of joy. Harry played Quidditch with the Weasleys, helped Mrs. Weasley denome the garden, practiced magic with Ron. The twins taught him creative spell application. Percy lectured about proper wand care. Ginny, Ron's younger sister, watched him with wide eyes but barely spoke. And every night, Harry communicated with Dumbledore through the mirror. They discussed magical theory, debated strategies, reviewed what they knew about Horcruxes. The next one, Dumbledore said one night, "I believe it's a ring. The Gaunt family ring. Tom Riddle's maternal heritage. He would have valued it." Quote. "Where is it?" "The ruins of the Gaunt house. Near Little Hangleton." Dumbledore's expression was troubled. "I'll retrieve it before term starts. It's too dangerous for you two." "I'm coming," Harry said firmly. "Harry, you can't protect me forever." Harry's voice was steady. "If we're going to destroy these Horcruxes, I need to learn how. I need to see what we're up against." Quote. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. "Very well. But we go together. And you follow my lead." "Agreed. Agreed." Quote. The night before Harry returned to Hogwarts, Dumbledore arrived at the burrow via Flow Powder. Mrs. Weasley fussed over his robes. Mr. Weasley offered tea. The twins tried to ask about advanced transfiguration. Dumbledore smiled through it all. Then he looked at Harry. "Ready." Harry grabbed his staff. The Weasleys didn't question it anymore. They'd seen him practice, seen what he could do. They knew he was different. "Ready." Quote. They apparated, a sensation like being squeezed through a tube, and appeared in a desolate valley. Ruins of a small house sat among overgrown weeds. The air felt wrong, corrupted. The Gaunt house. Dumbledore's wand was drawn, where Tom Riddle's mother's family lived in squalor and madness. He came here after killing his father. He made his first Horcrux in this place. Quote. They approached carefully. The house was barely standing. Walls crumbled. Roof caved in. But magic hung thick in the air, dark, twisted, screaming. Inside, on a rotting floorboard, sat a gold ring. A black stone gleamed in its setting. "Don't touch it," Dumbledore warned. "It's cursed." Heavily. Quote. Harry could feel it. The ring radiated malevolence. It wanted to be worn. Wanted to corrupt. Wanted to destroy. Dumbledore conjured a magical containment field. Slowly, carefully, he levitated the ring into it. The moment it left the floor, the house shuddered. Dark magic lashed out. Harry raised his staff. The Founders' combined power met the curse head-on. 4 voices chanted protective spells. Light clashed with darkness. The house collapsed around them. Dumbledore's shield held, protecting them from falling debris. When the dust settled, they stood in ruins, the ring floating safely in its containment. "Well done," Dumbledore breathed. "Your instincts are excellent." Quote. They returned to the burrow. In Dumbledore's office later, with the ring secured in a warded box, they discussed destruction methods. Basilisk venom would work, Dumbledore mused, or fiendfire. But both are dangerous. The venom is rare, the fire uncontrollable. Quote. Harry stared at the ring. Inside it, he could sense the fragment of Voldemort's soul, writhing, angry, aware. It knew Harry was the heir. It hated him for it. What about the Founders' magic? Harry asked. They created Hogwarts. They bound magic that's lasted 1,000 years. Could their power destroy a Horcrux? Dumbledore's eyes widened. I don't know. It's never been attempted. But theoretically, he looked at Harry with new respect. It might work. Quote. They tested the theory on a practice object first. Harry channeled all 4 Founders, combining their essences into a single devastating blast. The object disintegrated. Then came the real test. Harry raised his staff over the ring. The Founders' voices guided him. 4 magics become one. Light purging darkness. Creation destroying corruption. Balance restored. Power erupted from the staff. Gold, green, silver, bronze light spiraled together, striking the ring with the force of a falling star. The Horcrux screamed. The soul fragment inside fought, clawing for survival. But it couldn't withstand magic this pure, this ancient, this united. The ring shattered. The soul fragment dissolved into nothing. Harry collapsed, gasping. Destroying a Horcrux had drained him more than fighting Quirrell had. Dumbledore helped him to a chair. Remarkable. You found a way to destroy them without dark magic or dangerous artifacts. He smiled. The Founders would be proud. Quote. Harry managed a weak grin. 2 down. 5 to go. Quote. That night, as he packed for Hogwarts, Harry felt different. Older. Stronger. He'd destroyed a piece of the darkest wizard in history. He'd proven the Founders' magic could win this war. But he also felt the weight of what was coming. 5 more Horcruxes. Voldemort gathering strength. Enemies in the shadows. The second year at Hogwarts would be harder than the first. He knew that. But Harry Potter, heir of the 4 Founders, was ready. Let the darkness come. He would meet it with light. The Hogwarts Express pulled away from platform 9 3/4 with its familiar whistle, sharp and bright against September morning. Harry settled into a compartment with Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, who'd finally overcome her shyness enough to join them. The countryside blurred past windows as conversations filled the train. But something felt different this year. Wrong. Harry sensed it in the way students whispered. In the nervous glances cast his direction. In the parchment flyers being passed between compartments. Hermione snatched one from a passing student. Her face went pale. What is it? Ron leaned over. The flyers showed a photograph of Harry, staff blazing, 4 colors spiraling around him. Above text that read, "The heir of Slytherin returns." Below, an article claimed Harry's connection to Parseltongue made him dangerous. That his power over the Founders' magic meant he controlled the castle. That students weren't safe. This is rubbish. Ron crumpled the flyer. Who's spreading this? Someone who wants students to fear Harry. Hermione's voice was tight with anger. Someone who benefits from division. Quote. Harry stared out the window. His reflection showed a 12-year-old boy. But inside, the Founders' magic pulsed. And yes, he could speak Parseltongue. He'd done it without thinking several times. Snakes understood him. He understood them. Slytherin's gift. It's true though. Ginny's quiet voice made them turn. You are the heir of Slytherin. Technically, you carry his magic. Quote. I'm the heir of all 4 Founders. Harry corrected gently. Not just Slytherin. Quote. But that's the one they'll focus on. Ginny looked at the flyer with something like fear. Because that's the one that's scary. Quote. She was right. The rest of the train ride, Harry felt eyes on him. Students whispering. Some looked at him with awe. Others with suspicion. a few with outright hostility. When they arrived at Hogwarts, the sorting ceremony felt tense. Professor McGonagall's usual stern expression held extra worry. Dumbledore's welcome speech was shorter than usual, his eyes scanning the Great Hall like he expected trouble. Harry sat at his table, still alone, though Ron and Hermione joined him when they could. The food appeared. Students ate and talked. Everything seemed normal. Then the screaming started. It came from the dungeons. High-pitched, terrified. The Great Hall fell silent. Professors rushed from the high table. Students surged toward the doors. Harry grabbed his staff and ran. The corridor outside the potions classroom was chaos. Students crowded around something on the floor. Professor McGonagall pushed through. Back. Everyone back. Harry saw it. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, hung from a torch bracket. Her body was rigid, eyes wide and glassy, completely petrified, and on the wall above her, written in something dark and glistening. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. The crowd went silent. Then everyone turned to look at Harry. It wasn't me, Harry said quietly. But the damage was done. Students backed away. Whispers erupted. Even some teachers looked uncertain. Only Dumbledore stepped forward. He examined the cat, the message, then turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, with me, now. Quote. They walked to Dumbledore's office in silence. The Founders' voices were agitated, speaking over each other. The chamber is real. Salazar's final creation. A test. A trial. A weapon. It should have remained sealed. In the office, Dumbledore gestured to a chair. Sit, please. Quote. Harry sat. His staff rested across his knees. Tell me. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. What do you know about the Chamber of Secrets? What Slytherin's magic tells me. Harry closed his eyes, reaching for that particular Founder's consciousness. He built it 1,000 years ago. Before he left Hogwarts. A chamber hidden deep beneath the castle. Inside, Harry's eyes snapped open. A monster. Something only his heir could control. Quote. A basilisk. Dumbledore confirmed. A serpent of immense size and age. Its gaze kills instantly. Its venom destroys almost anything. He leaned forward. 50 years ago, the chamber was opened. A student died. The school nearly closed. Quote. Who opened it? Tom Riddle. Dumbledore's expression was grave. When he was 16, he found the chamber, awakened the basilisk, used it to attack Muggle-born students. When a girl died, he blamed another student, Hagrid, and the chamber was sealed again. Quote. Harry's hands tightened on the staff. But now it's open again. Quote. Yes. Dumbledore stood and paced. Someone has found the entrance. Someone who can speak Parseltongue. Someone who wants to finish what Riddle started. Quote. And everyone thinks it's me. Quote. I do not. Dumbledore said firmly. You are the Hogwarts heir. The castle would never allow you to harm students. But, he paused. Others will not be so reasonable. You must be careful, Harry. And you must help me find the real culprit. Quote. Over the next week, 3 more students were petrified. Each time, Harry was nowhere near. But the accusations continued. Slytherins muttered about dark heirs. Gryffindors defended him but looked uncertain. Even Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws kept their distance. Only Ron, Hermione, Neville, and surprisingly Ginny stood by him. They formed a tight group, moving through the castle together. We need to find the chamber. Hermione said one night in the library. Before someone else gets hurt. Quote. How? Ron asked. If it's been hidden for 1,000 years. Harry can find it. Ginny spoke up. Everyone turned to her. She blushed but continued. You carry Slytherin's magic. The chamber would recognize you. Call to you. Quote. Harry stared at her. She was right. He'd been feeling it, a pull toward the lower levels. A whisper in Parseltongue that came from deep below. Tomorrow. Harry decided. We search the dungeons. All of us. Quote. But the next day brought horror. Colin Creevey, a first year who idolized Harry, was found petrified. And beside him, another message. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. The school descended into panic. Parents sent howlers demanding their children be sent home. Professors increased patrols. Dumbledore looked older, more worried. And Harry felt the weight of suspicion crushing him. Students crossed to the other side of corridors when he passed. Someone threw a hex that he deflected. The whispers became shouts. Dark wizard. Slytherin's true heir. Monster. That night, Harry stood in his chambers, staring at his reflection. The scar on his forehead pulsed. The staff in his hand glowed with 4 colors. Was he a monster? He could speak to serpents. He carried the magic of the founder who'd built the chamber. He had power that frightened even teachers. You are not what they say. Hufflepuff's voice was warm. You are what you choose to be. Power is neither good nor evil. Ravenclaw added. Only the use of it matters. They fear what they do not understand. Slytherin's voice held bitter recognition. I faced the same fear. It destroyed the Founders' unity. Then do not let it destroy you. Gryffindor's voice was fierce. Stand. Fight. Prove them wrong through action. Harry took a breath. They were right. He wasn't defined by others' fear. He was defined by his choices. And he chose to save the school. No matter the cost. He called Ron and Hermione through the communication mirrors Dumbledore had given them. Meet me at the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. 1 hour. Quote. Why there? Hermione asked. Because that's where the chamber entrance is. Harry said. I can feel it. Quote. An hour later, they stood in the grimy bathroom. Myrtle, a ghost who haunted the toilets, floated nearby, watching with interest. What are you doing in my bathroom? She whined. Harry ignored her and approached the sinks. He closed his eyes, letting Slytherin's magic guide him. There, one sink with a small serpent carved into the tap. He spoke. Not in English. In Parseltongue. The words flowed naturally, ancient and sibilant. Open. Quote. The sink began to move. It split apart, revealing a massive pipe descending into darkness. Ron went pale. You want us to go down there? We have to. Harry said. Someone's life depends on it. Quote. Hermione squared her shoulders. Then let's go. Quote. They descended. The pipe was slick and steep. They slid down, down, down into the earth. The air grew cold and damp. Finally, they landed in a tunnel carved from stone. Bones littered the floor. Animal skeletons. Rats. Possibly other things. The walls glistened with moisture. Harry raised his staff for light. The 4 gems illuminated the passage. Stay behind me. Quote. They walked for what felt like hours. The tunnel twisted and turned. More bones appeared. And then, a door. Massive. Stone. Covered in serpents. Harry spoke in Parseltongue again. The door groaned and opened. Beyond lay a vast chamber. Pillars rose to a ceiling lost in shadows. Water covered the floor. And at the far end, a statue. Salazar Slytherin's face, carved in stone, staring down with cold authority. The Chamber of Secrets. Hermione breathed. A sound echoed through the darkness. Hissing. Movement. Something huge stirring in the shadows. Then Harry saw her. Ginny Weasley. Lying on the floor before the statue. Pale. Still. Dying. Ginny. Ron ran forward. Stop. Harry grabbed him. Something's wrong. Quote. A figure materialized beside Ginny. Translucent. Growing more solid. A teenage boy with dark hair and cold eyes. Tom Riddle. Harry's voice was hard. The figure smiled. Hello, Harry Potter. Or should I say, Brother Eyre. You're not real. You're a memory. From the diary. Quote. A memory that's becoming real. Riddle gestured to Ginny. Thanks to this foolish girl. She poured her soul into my diary all year. Writing her fears. Her secrets. Her life force. And I've been drinking it like wine. His smile widened. Soon, I'll be solid enough to open the chamber fully. To release the basilisk. To finish purging Hogwarts of mudbloods. Quote. Rage burned through Harry. She's 11 years old. Quote. She's weak. Riddle shrugged. The weak deserve their fate. But you're different. He studied Harry with fascination. You carry the Founders' magic. All 4. Even mine. How? The castle chose me. Quote. Impossible. The castle is stone and enchantments. It doesn't choose. You're wrong. Harry raised his staff. Hogwarts is alive. And it rejected you. Rejected your darkness. Your hatred. Everything you represent. Quote. Riddle's face twisted with fury. I am Slytherin's true heir. I am Lord Voldemort. I am. A fragment. Harry interrupted. A ghost clinging to borrowed life. And I'm going to end you. Quote. Riddle laughed. It echoed through the chamber. You. A child. He turned to the statue and spoke in Parseltongue. The mouth opened. Something moved inside, massive, ancient, deadly. The basilisk. It poured from the statue's mouth like a river of scales. 60 feet long, thick as a tree trunk. Its eyes glowed with killing magic. "Don't look at it," Hermione screamed. "Don't look at its eyes." Harry spun, staff raised. He couldn't look, couldn't meet that gaze. But he could feel the serpent. Sense its movement through Slytherin's magic. The basilisk struck. Harry dove left. Fangs the size of swords slammed into stone where he'd stood. The founders' voices screamed instructions. Use the pillars. Break its line of sight. Water reflects. Use it to see without looking. The staff, channel our combined power. Harry ran. The basilisk pursued. He glimpsed its reflection in the shallow water, a nightmare of scales and death. It was faster than anything that size should be. He needed a weapon. The staff was powerful, but he needed something with reach. Something that could. Above him, a flash of gold. Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix. The bird swooped down, dropped something into Harry's hands, then attacked the basilisk's eyes. A sword. Silver blade. Rubies in the hilt. Gryffindor's sword. Power flooded through Harry as his hand closed around the grip. The founders' magic recognized the blade. It had been Godric Gryffindor's. Forged in dragon fire. Imbued with his courage, Harry turned to face the basilisk. The serpent, now blind from Fawkes's attack, relied on smell and sound. It struck again. Harry didn't dodge. He charged forward, sword raised, screaming. The blade met scales. Gryffindor's courage met Slytherin's monster. For a heartbeat, they were matched. Then Harry pushed deeper. The founders, combined magic flowing through him, through the sword, through the very act of defiance. The blade pierced the basilisk's skull. The serpent convulsed. Its massive body thrashed. A fang broke off and plunged into Harry's arm. He screamed. Basilisk venom flooded his veins, burning, killing, destroying from the inside. Harry. Ron's voice was distant. Harry fell beside Ginny. The sword clattered away. Riddle laughed triumphantly. Fool. The venom will kill you in minutes. You've thrown away your life. 4. Fawkes landed on Harry's chest. The phoenix's tears fell onto the wound. Phoenix tears. The only thing that could heal basilisk venom. The burning stopped. The poison neutralized. Harry gasped as strength returned. He grabbed the broken fang, stood on shaking legs, and walked toward Riddle's diary, which lay beside Ginny. No. Riddle's face went pale. You can't. Harry raised the fang. Watch me. Quote. He plunged it into the diary. Ink exploded outward. Black as night. Screaming. Riddle's form shattered like glass. The memory dissolved. The chamber shook. Ginny gasped and opened her eyes. The chamber fell silent. The basilisk lay dead. The Horcrux destroyed. Victory. But Harry felt no triumph. Only exhaustion and the weight of what had almost been lost. They helped Ginny to her feet. Ron hugged his sister. Hermione was crying with relief. Harry just stood there, bleeding from a dozen cuts, leaning on the sword. How did you know? Ginny whispered. About the diary. About the chamber. Quote. Slytherin's magic. Harry said. I felt what was happening. But I should have realized sooner. Should have. You saved me. Ginny's voice was fierce. That's all that matters. Quote. Fawkes carried them out of the chamber. The phoenix could bear tremendous weight. They emerged into the castle to find Dumbledore, McGonagall, and half the staff waiting. The chamber. Dumbledore asked. Sealed. Harry said. The basilisk is dead. Riddle's memory destroyed. Quote. Relief flooded Dumbledore's face. You did it. Again. Quote. The next morning, the story spread through Hogwarts like wildfire. Not the version that made Harry a villain. The truth. He'd found the chamber. Killed the basilisk. Saved Ginny Weasley. Destroyed another Horcrux. Students who'd avoided him now approached with apologies. Houses united in celebration. Even Slytherins, grudgingly, acknowledged what he'd done. At the feast that night, Dumbledore stood. This year, we faced darkness within our own walls. But we also witnessed extraordinary courage. His eyes found Harry. 3 Horcruxes destroyed. Hogwarts protected. A legacy honored. Harry Potter, you are truly worthy of the Founders' magic. Quote. The hall erupted in applause. All 4 houses standing, cheering. Harry sat at his table, surrounded by friends. Ron grinned. Hermione beamed. Ginny smiled shyly. Neville raised his glass. The Hogwarts heir had proven himself. Not through power alone, but through sacrifice. Through choosing to save rather than destroy. And somewhere in the shadows, what remained of Voldemort felt another piece of his soul die. 4 down, 3 to go. Summer between second and third year brought news that turned the wizarding world cold. Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban. Harry sat in the Burrow's kitchen, reading the Daily Prophet with growing unease. The front page showed a gaunt man with hollow eyes and wild hair. The headline screamed, "Mass Murderer Sirius Black Escapes. Ministry in Panic. He killed 13 people with a single curse." Mrs. Weasley's voice trembled as she read over his shoulder. "Betrayed your parents to you know who. And now he's free." Quote. But something felt wrong. Harry touched his scar, reaching for the Founders' wisdom. Slytherin's cunning whispered doubts. Ravenclaw's logic found holes in the story. Why would Black escape now, after 12 years? What had changed? The communication mirror in Harry's pocket vibrated. He excused himself and found a quiet room. Dumbledore's face appeared, looking grave. "You've seen the news." Quote. "Is it true? Did Black betray my parents?" "That is what the evidence suggested." Dumbledore chose his words carefully. "But Harry, there are aspects of that night that never sat well with me. Peter Pettigrew was supposedly killed by Black. Yet all they found was a finger. His blue eyes held secrets. I want you to be cautious this year. Black knows you, knows Hogwarts. If he comes for you." "Why would he?" Harry interrupted. "What would he want with me?" Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. "Perhaps revenge. Perhaps redemption. I cannot say. But the Ministry is taking no chances. Dementors will guard Hogwarts this year." Quote. The word sent ice through Harry's veins. Dementors. The creatures from the train last year. Quote. Yes. Dumbledore's expression was troubled. They are effective guards. But they are also dangerous. Soulless creatures that feed on happiness and hope. Stay away from them if you can. Quote. After the call ended, Harry stared at Black's photograph. Those eyes. Even hollowed by years in Azkaban, they held something. Not madness. Not quite. Something else. The rest of summer passed in tense preparation. Harry practiced defensive magic with renewed intensity. The Founders' voices taught him the Patronus charm, advanced magic that created a guardian from pure positive emotion. It was difficult. Required a memory so happy it could drive back darkness itself. Harry struggled. His memories were complicated. The Dursleys had given him nothing but misery. His parents were dead. Even his triumphs came wrapped in trauma. But then he found it. Not a single memory. A feeling. The warmth of the Burrow. Ron's friendship. Hermione's loyalty. The moment he'd first seen Hogwarts. The castle welcoming him home. Expecto Patronum. Asterisk. Silver light erupted from his staff. Not just any Patronus. 4 figures materialized, a lion, a serpent, an eagle, a badger. The Founders' spirits made manifest. They circled Harry in protective formation. Mrs. Weasley gasped from the doorway. Merlin's beard. Harry, that's extraordinary. Quote. The Hogwarts Express departed on September 1st under heavy guard. Aurors patrolled the platform. Parents hugged their children tighter. Fear hung thick in the air. Harry found a compartment with Ron, Hermione, and a new face, a shabby man in patched robes who introduced himself as Professor Lupin, the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Rough night, Lupin said with a tired smile. Don't mind me. I'll just rest here if you don't object. Quote. There was something about Lupin. Something familiar. His scent, his mannerisms, the way his eyes lingered on Harry with recognition and sadness. Halfway through the journey, the train lurched to a stop. The lights flickered and died. Cold swept through the compartment, deeper than winter, colder than death. Dementors. Lupin was suddenly alert, wand drawn. Stay back. Quote. The compartment door slid open. A Dementor glided inside. Its hooded form seemed to absorb light. Its rattling breath filled the space. Harry felt it immediately. The creature's presence pulled at something inside him. Memories surfaced, his mother's screams. His father's last stand. The green light. The laughter. Pain exploded in his scar. The Founders' voices screamed warnings. The Dementor moved closer. Then Harry heard it. A woman's voice. Pleading. Not Harry. Please, not Harry. His mother. Begging for his life. Dying for him. The Dementor reached for him with skeletal hands. Expecto Patronum. Lupin's voice cracked like thunder. Silver light drove the Dementor back. It fled through the door. Warmth slowly returned. Harry was on the floor, shaking. Lupin knelt beside him. Are you all right? I heard her. Harry's voice was hollow. My mother. Dying. Quote. Lupin's expression crumpled. I'm sorry. Dementors force you to relive your worst memories. For someone like you. He trailed off. Then, quietly, I knew your parents. James and Lily. They were my best friends. Quote. Harry's head snapped up. You knew them. Yes. Lupin's eyes were distant. I was at your christening. I watched you take your first steps. He stopped, visibly fighting emotion. I should have been there. When they died, I should have protected you. Quote. Questions flooded Harry's mind, but before he could ask, the train started moving again. Hogwarts appeared through the windows, towers dark against storm clouds. Dementors circled the grounds like carrion birds. The castle felt different, colder, under siege. At the welcome feast, Dumbledore introduced Lupin as the new defense professor. He also warned students about the Dementors. They will be stationed at every entrance. They do not distinguish between innocent and guilty. Avoid them, do not provoke them, and under no circumstances should you attempt to leave the grounds. Quote. His eyes found Harry. The message was clear. Black is coming for you. That night, in his chambers, Harry couldn't sleep. He stood at the window, watching Dementors glide past. Their presence pressed against his mind. The Founders, magic pushed back, but it was exhausting. A knock at his door. Come in. Quote. Professor Lupin entered, carrying a tray with tea and chocolate. Thought you might need this. Chocolate helps after Dementor exposure. Quote. Harry accepted the cup. Why did they affect me more than others? Lupin sat. You've experienced true horror. Real trauma. Dementors feed on that. The worse your memories, the stronger their pull. He paused. But there's something else. The Founders, magic inside you. It's like a beacon to them. All that power, all that emotion, they're drawn to it. Quote. Great. Harry sipped the chocolate. It did help. So I'm a Dementor magnet. Quote. Unfortunately. Lupin smiled sadly. But I can teach you to defend yourself. The Patronus charm. Have you heard of it? I've practiced it. Harry set down his cup. I can cast it. Quote. Lupin's eyebrows rose. At 13. That's remarkable. Most fully trained wizards struggle with that spell. Quote. Harry summoned his staff. I'm not most wizards. Quote. Over the next month, Lupin became more than a teacher. He became a mentor. He taught Harry advanced defensive magic. Told stories about James and Lily. Explained the intricacies of dark creatures. And slowly, Harry began to understand. Lupin was holding something back. Some secret that made him flinch when the moon grew full. That made him disappear for days at a time. One night, following a hunch, Harry used the Founders' magic to track Lupin through the castle. He found him in the Forbidden Forest, pacing beneath a full moon. Then Harry understood. The scars on Lupin's face. His monthly absences. The way he avoided questions about his past. Werewolf. Lupin turned, sensing Harry's presence. For a moment, fear flashed across his face. Then resignation. You figured it out. Quote. Yes. Harry stepped forward. Does Dumbledore know? Of course. Lupin's smile was bitter. He's one of the few who would hire a werewolf. Most wouldn't risk it. Quote. My father knew. Didn't he? Lupin's eyes widened. How did you? The Founders' magic. Harry tapped his temple. It shows me things. Lets me understand connections others miss. He met Lupin's gaze. You were friends. Real friends. Not the kind who abandon each other over something like this. Quote. Tears gathered in Lupin's eyes. James, Sirius, and Peter. They became animagi. Learned to transform into animals so they could keep me company during full moons. So I wouldn't be alone. His voice broke. And then Peter died. Sirius betrayed us. And James. What if Black didn't do it? Harry asked suddenly. Lupin froze. What? Think about it. Harry began pacing, Ravenclaw's logic taking over. Black was secret keeper for my parents. If he'd betrayed them, why would he have tracked down Peter? Why confront him publicly? And why did they only find a finger? He turned to Lupin. What if Peter faked his death? What if Black is innocent? Lupin stared at him. That's impossible. Everyone saw what they expected to see. Slytherin's voice whispered through Harry. But the truth might be different. Quote. Before Lupin could respond, a howl echoed through the forest. Different from a wolf's. Deeper. More human. Run. Lupin's voice changed. Harry, run. The moon, I can't control. Harry raised his staff. The Founders, magic flared. I'm not leaving you. Quote. What happened next would become legend at Hogwarts. Harry Potter stood his ground as Professor Lupin transformed. Used Hufflepuff's connection to living things to soothe the beast. Used Gryffindor's courage to face down the werewolf without flinching. Used Ravenclaw's wisdom to speak in a language the creature understood. Used Slytherin's cunning to redirect its aggression toward the forest. By dawn, Lupin was human again, exhausted and horrified. You shouldn't have stayed. I could have killed you. Quote. But you didn't. Harry helped him to his feet. And now I know your secret. And I don't care. You're still the best defense teacher we've ever had. Quote. Lupin pulled Harry into a fierce hug. You're so much like James. But you have Lily's heart. He pulled back. Thank you. Quote. As they walked back to the castle, neither noticed the large black dog watching from the shadows. Its eyes held human intelligence and something that might have been hope. Sirius Black had found Harry Potter. And what he'd witnessed, the boy standing against a werewolf, protecting his friend, told him everything he needed to know. James's son was exactly who Sirius had hoped he'd be. The hunt was far from over. But the pieces were moving into place. And soon, the truth would come to light. November arrived with frost and whispers. Students reported seeing a large black dog on the grounds. Portraits spoke of shadows that moved wrong. And Harry felt watched, not with malice, but with something that tasted like desperation and hope. He was being hunted, but not for the reasons everyone thought. The breakthrough came during a defense against the dark arts lesson. Lupin was teaching them about boggarts, creatures that took the form of your greatest fear. Students lined up to face the wardrobe that held one. Ron's transformed into a giant spider. Hermione's became Professor McGonagall announcing she'd failed everything. Neville's was Professor Snape in his grandmother's clothes. Then Harry's turn. The boggart emerged. For a moment, it flickered between forms. A Dementor. Voldemort. His parents' corpses. Then it settled on something unexpected. Himself. But wrong. Eyes glowing red. Staff crackling with dark energy. The four Founders, symbols twisted into something corrupt. A version of Harry consumed by power, standing over the bodies of his friends. The class went silent. Ridiculous. Harry's voice was steady, but his hand shook. The boggart transformed into a balloon animal and deflated. After class, Lupin held him back. That was illuminating. Quote. I'm not afraid of Voldemort. Harry said quietly. Or death. Or pain. I'm afraid of becoming something I'm not. Losing myself to the power inside me. Quote. Lupin's expression was understanding. That fear makes you stronger, not weaker. It means you'll never let it happen. He paused. But Harry, there's something we need to discuss. I've been investigating. About Sirius. Quote. Harry's attention sharpened. And, come with me. Quote. They walked to Lupin's office. Inside, spread across the desk, were documents. Trial transcripts. Witness statements. Ministry records. I started looking after our conversation. Lupin said. And you were right to question. Look at this. He pointed to a statement. Sirius was arrested at the scene where Peter allegedly died. But he never received a trial. No veritaserum questioning. No formal investigation. They just threw him in Azkaban. Quote. Harry scanned the documents. Why? Because everyone assumed his guilt. Lupin's voice was bitter. He was a black. From a dark family. He'd been secret keeper. It was obvious. He met Harry's eyes. But James told me something the night before they went into hiding. He said they'd switched. Made Peter the secret keeper at the last minute. Sirius was meant to be a decoy. Quote. Understanding crashed through Harry. So if Peter was the real secret keeper, then he's the one who betrayed them. Lupin finished. And he's been hiding as a rat for 12 years. Quote. Ron's rat. Harry breathed. Scabbers. He's been with the Weasleys since the night Peter supposedly died. Lupin nodded grimly. I've been watching. The rat's behavior is too intelligent. Too aware. And it's missing a toe. Quote. The pieces fell into place with terrible clarity. Peter Pettigrew was alive, had been living with Harry's best friend for years. And Sirius Black was innocent. We need proof. Harry said. Solid proof. Quote. I know. Lupin moved to the window. Outside, Dementors drifted past. But getting it means confronting Peter. And that means. A crash interrupted him. The door burst open. Ron stumbled in, face white, holding a struggling rat. Something's wrong with Scabbers, he gasped. He's been acting mental all week and just now he bit me and tried to run. He stopped, seeing the documents. What's going on? Harry and Lupin exchanged glances. Then Harry spoke. Ron, I need you to trust me. Put Scabbers on the desk. Quote. What? Why? Please. Quote. Ron, bewildered, set the rat down. It immediately tried to flee. Lupin's wand flashed. Ropes bound the creature. That's not a rat, Harry said quietly. It's Peter Pettigrew. Quote. Ron's jaw dropped. That's mental. That's completely. Harry raised his staff. The Founders, magic pulsed. He spoke a revealing charm Ravenclaw's wisdom had taught him. The rat began to change. Grow. Twist into something larger. Within moments, a small, balding man crouched on the desk, whimpering. Please. Peter Pettigrew's voice was high and squeaky. Don't hurt me. I can explain. The door slammed open again. A massive black dog bounded in. Before anyone could react, it transformed. Sirius Black stood before them. Gaunt, wild-eyed, but unmistakably human. You. His voice was raw with hatred, fixed on Pettigrew. 12 years. 12 years I rotted in Azkaban for what you did. Quote. Sirius, wait, Lupin started. But Sirius was beyond reason. He lunged for Pettigrew. Harry's staff blazed. Magic erupted between them, not attacking, just separating. Stop. Harry's voice carried the weight of 4 Founders. The room froze. We do this right. We get the truth. We prove everything. Quote. Sirius turned to Harry. For the first time, really looked at him. His eyes, gray like storm clouds, filled with tears. You have your mother's eyes. He whispered. In your father's face. God, you look so much like James. Quote. Are you my godfather? Harry asked. Yes. Sirius's voice broke. I was supposed to protect you. Supposed to keep you safe. But I failed. I trusted the wrong person and. Then help me now. Harry interrupted. Help me prove the truth. Quote. What followed was a chaos of revelation. Peter confessed under Veritaserum that Lupin retrieved from the hospital wing. Admitted he'd been the secret keeper. That he'd betrayed the Potters to Voldemort. That he'd faked his death and framed Sirius. I had no choice. He wept. The Dark Lord would have killed me. You don't understand what it was like, his power, his threats. My parents had a choice. Harry's voice was ice. They chose to die protecting me. You chose to betray them. Quote. Ron looked physically ill. That thing slept in my bed for 3 years. Quote. Hermione arrived with Professor McGonagall. The deputy headmistress took one look at Sirius and nearly fainted. Then she saw Pettigrew and her expression hardened. Explain. Now. Quote. Dumbledore was summoned. The Minister of Magic was contacted. Aurors arrived to take custody of Pettigrew. The story spilled out, 12 years of injustice laid bare. By midnight, Sirius Black was exonerated. Peter Pettigrew was in custody. And the wizarding world was reeling from the revelation. In the chaos, Harry and Sirius found themselves alone in an empty classroom. They stood in awkward silence. I don't know what to say. Sirius finally spoke. I'm your godfather, but I'm a stranger. You don't know me. Quote. Then let me get to know you. Harry said simply. Sirius's face crumpled. You'd want that. After everything. Your family. Harry interrupted. The only family I have left. Quote. They talked for hours. Sirius told stories about James and Lily. About their time at Hogwarts. The pranks they pulled. The friendships they forged. The love they shared. Your father was my brother in everything but blood. Sirius said. And when you were born, he asked me to be your godfather. Made me promise that if anything happened to him and Lily, I'd look after you. His voice hardened. Instead, you ended up with those muggles. Dumbledore said it was for your protection, but it doesn't matter now, Harry said. What matters is the future. Quote. Sirius studied him. You're stronger than your father was at your age. Different. The Founders, magic. I can feel it radiating from you. It's extraordinary. Quote. It's a responsibility. Harry touched his scar. One I'm still learning to handle. Quote. Then let me help. Sirius leaned forward. I know I can't replace your parents. But I can be here. Teach you what James would have taught you. Fight beside you when darkness comes. Quote. Harry felt warmth spread through his chest. Not magic. Something simpler and more powerful. Hope. I'd like that. Quote. The next morning, the Daily Prophet's headline screamed, "Sirius Black innocent. Ministry scandal exposed." Below, Rita Skeeter's article detailed the entire story with dramatic flair. Students mobbed Harry at breakfast. Some apologized for doubting him. Others wanted to know what Sirius was like. A few just stared in awe. But Harry's attention was on the high table. Sirius sat beside Lupin, both of them looking years younger despite their ordeal. Dumbledore smiled at them with genuine warmth. Harry. Hermione grabbed his arm. The minister's giving Sirius a full pardon and compensation. They're talking about making him an honorary Auror. Quote. Good. Harry said. He deserves it. Quote. Ron appeared, still looking queasy. I can't believe that thing was in my room. For 3 years. Watching us. He shuddered. I'm burning everything it touched. Quote. Despite the trauma, there was relief. Another piece of Voldemort's legacy destroyed. Another wrong righted. Another step toward healing old wounds. That evening, in Dumbledore's office, Harry met with Sirius, Lupin, and the headmaster. The Dementors are being withdrawn. Dumbledore announced. Sirius's exoneration proved they were guarding against the wrong threat. He looked at Harry. However, other threats remain. Peter's testimony revealed disturbing information. Quote. About Voldemort. Harry guessed. Yes. Dumbledore's expression was grave. Peter claims he knows where another Horcrux is hidden. He's willing to provide the information in exchange for a reduced sentence. Quote. Sirius slammed his fist on the desk. That rat deserves Azkaban for life. Perhaps. Dumbledore said calmly. But if his information helps us destroy Voldemort permanently, the trade may be worth it. Quote. Harry felt the Founders' voices stir. 4 consciousnesses debating. Finally, he spoke. What did he tell you? Voldemort has an object hidden at the Lestrange Vault in Gringotts. Dumbledore said. A cup that once belonged to Helga Hufflepuff. Quote. Pain lanced through Harry. Hufflepuff's magic flared in his chest, outrage that something so precious had been corrupted. We need to get it. Harry said. Breaking into Gringotts is impossible. Sirius protested. Even for you. Quote. Harry smiled. I'm the Hogwarts heir. I opened the Founders' vault. I speak to goblins in their own language. The smile faded. And I'll do whatever it takes to end this. Quote. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Then we begin planning. But not tonight. Tonight, you should rest. And perhaps, he glanced at Sirius, perhaps spend time with your godfather. Quote. Later, in Sirius's temporary quarters, Harry and his godfather sat by the fire. Sirius had been given rooms in the castle until he decided what to do next. I'm thinking of buying a house. Sirius said. Somewhere you could stay during summers. Somewhere that's actually a home. Quote. Harry looked at him. I'd like that. Quote. They sat in comfortable silence. Then Sirius spoke softly. I'm sorry I wasn't there. For your first 10 years. For everything you went through. Quote. It's not your fault. Quote. Feels like it. Sirius stared into the flames. But I'm here now. And I'm not going anywhere. Quote. Harry leaned against his godfather's shoulder. For the first time in his life, he felt what other children took for granted. Family. Not the Dursleys, resentment or obligation. Real family. Chosen and cherished. The fire crackled. Outside, snow began to fall. And Harry Potter, heir of 4 Founders, finally felt like he had a home. Not just Hogwarts. But this. A connection to the past. A bridge to the future. A godfather who'd walk through fire for him. The war against Voldemort continued. 4 Horcruxes down. 3 to go. But tonight, Harry was just a 13-year-old boy sitting with his godfather. And that was enough. Spring swept over Hogwarts, bringing new beginnings, and new dangers. With 4 Horcruxes destroyed, Voldemort's desperation grew palpable. Whispers of dark magic drifted through the wizarding world. Day after day, new incidents cropped up. Cursed artifacts in Diagon Alley, forbidden spells surfacing in Nocturne Alley, Death Eater sympathizers quietly stirring. But Harry and his allies prepared for their greatest challenge yet, the Lestrange Vault in Gringotts. Inside Dumbledore's office, the circle was tight and determined. Sirius perched on a desk, wand in hand. Hermione scrawled plans over parchment. Bill Weasley, with his curse breaker's confidence, pointed out weak spots in the Gringotts' security spells. Ron, flushed with anticipation and nerves, devoured biscuits at a worrying rate. Dumbledore himself presided over the scene with watchful grace. At the center stood Harry, staff glowing faintly. The Founders, voices hummed, Hufflepuff steady, Slytherin calculating, Ravenclaw precise, Gryffindor bold. We have one shot at this, Bill explained, tracing a path on the vault map. The Lestrange vault is deep, protected by layered enchantments, dragon wards, and goblin rites. Most teams fail before reaching the cart tracks. But the goblins recognize Harry as the heir. That's our real advantage. Dumbledore nodded. This must be surgical, swift, and silent. The goblins will not risk open war, but if we're discovered. Sirius finished the thought. The Order won't get another chance. Hermione bit her lip. How do we retrieve the cup without triggering the replication curse or the burning touch enchantments? I'll need to channel Hufflepuff's magic, Harry said, quietly confident. The vault will recognize its true heir, just as the Founders' vault did. If I fail, you pull me out. No hesitation. The group moved with purpose, disguised in enchanted cloaks, polyjuiced into nondescript ministry envoys. Dumbledore's influence procured unlikely access, an invite to inspect goblin security measures, masked as an official audit. Gringotts loomed, white marble and iron, goblins sharp-eyed behind counters. Down in the deepest caverns, carts rattled through pitch black. Harry led the way, senses open for magic and malice. The staff in his grip thrummed, pulsing reassurance. Bill translated the goblin runes at every checkpoint. Hermione whispered counter charms to mute the sound of their passing. Sirius, in dog form, sniffed out hidden curses, twisting back to human for quick wandwork when needed. The Lestrange vault waited, sealed behind a door with shifting panels and runic carvings. Harry stepped forward, heart pounding with old and new fears. The Founders whispered advice, Hufflepuff's gentle courage, Slytherin's confidence. He pressed his hand to the enchanted stone. The staff glimmered with gold and bronze, then the door recognized the magic, cracking open with grudging reverence. Inside, treasures sparkled in ominous stacks. Cursed gold, relics from centuries past, enchanted weapons quivering with forbidden power. And atop a silver pedestal stood Hufflepuff's cup, bathed in darkened sunlight. Heat radiated off the gold, spells racing across the room. Replication curses triggered, items multiplying, piles sliding. Hermione muttered a containment incantation, and Ron helped Bill reinforce the floor against magical collapse. Harry walked through the chaos, feeling the temptation of gold, the whisper of greed. He forced himself to focus. The cup called out, loyalty, kindness, patience. Traits that could undo Voldemort's evil. He lifted the staff and spoke in the old tongue, calling on Hufflepuff's spirit, offering the magic of unity and purpose. The air shimmered. The cup vibrated, rejecting darkness, welcoming light. He reached out, bare hand, trusting his connection. The cup glowed bright as the Founders, magic purged it of curses, letting Harry lift it free. Voldemort's soul fragment raged within, filling Harry's mind with venom, fury, terror. But he held fast, summoning every lesson, every memory of love and sacrifice. The staff flared to life, four magics in harmony, more profound than ever. Flames of gold and bronze surrounded the cup, searing out its corruption. The Horcrux screamed, then shattered inside the relic, leaving pure magic where evil had nested. The vault began to collapse. Replicated objects poured from shelves. Bill blasted rubble free, clearing their escape path. Ron and Hermione dragged Harry out, Sirius fending off enchanted weapons with desperate spells. Outside, white sunlight burned away the vault's darkness. Harry stumbled, cup clasped tight. Dumbledore clapped a hand to his shoulder, eyes shining. You did it, he said softly. You're one step closer. The Gringotts staff soon discovered the vault's disruption. There was uproar, but Harry invoked the right of Founders, heir. The goblins grumbled, but respected ancient law. That night at Hogwarts, the Order gathered to celebrate. There was laughter, tears, cautious hope. Sirius hugged Harry, almost crushing him. You're changing the world, kid, he whispered. And giving us a future we thought lost. As candles flickered and the cup shone cleanly, Harry felt possibility radiate again. The Founders' voices sang inside him, unity, loyalty, the power to heal. 5 Horcruxes destroyed, 2 to go. Voldemort's rage echoed in his remaining fragments, promising vengeance. But Harry stood with friends, family, teachers, and magic that would never abandon him. The war continued. The air pressed on. And hope, the greatest magic of all, glowed brighter than anything gold. Fourth year arrived with the Triwizard Tournament, a spectacle of magic, danger, and international competition. Delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang descended on Hogwarts with fanfare. Students buzzed with excitement about the challenges, the champions, the chance to prove magical prowess on a grand stage. Harry watched the goblet of fire burn in the Great Hall, its blue flames casting dancing shadows. He had no intention of entering. At 14, he had bigger concerns than glory. 2 Horcruxes remained, Ravenclaw's diadem and Nagini, Voldemort's serpent. Finding them consumed his thoughts. Then the goblet spat out 4 names instead of 3. Victor Krum from Durmstrang, Fleur Delacour from Beauxbatons, Cedric Diggory from Hogwarts, and Harry Potter. The hall erupted in chaos. Students shouted accusations. Dumbledore's face went grave. Harry stood frozen, the Founders, voices screaming warnings. A trap. Someone entered your name. Someone wants you vulnerable. But who? And why now? The staff glowed hot in his hand, responding to danger he couldn't yet see. That night, Dumbledore questioned him privately. Did you enter your name? No. Harry's voice was firm. I don't want this. Quote, I believe you. Dumbledore studied the magical contract binding Harry to compete. But once the goblet accepts a name, the magic is absolute. You must compete. His expression darkened. Someone very powerful circumvented ancient protections to enter you. Someone who wants you exposed. Vulnerable. Quote, Voldemort. Quote, perhaps. Or his followers. Dumbledore placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. You will have help. Sirius, Lupin, myself, we will prepare you. But Harry. He paused. Be careful. This tournament has claimed lives before. Quote, the first task was dragons. Harry faced a Hungarian horntail, 50 feet of scales, fire, and fury. While other champions used spells and strategy, Harry did something unprecedented. He spoke to it. Parseltongue flowed naturally, Slytherin's gift allowing communication with all serpents, even dragons, distant cousins to snakes. The horntail hesitated, confused by a human who spoke her language. Harry didn't fight. He negotiated. Promised safety for her eggs if she let him pass. The dragon, intelligent beneath her rage, agreed. The crowd gasped as Harry walked calmly past the beast and retrieved the golden egg. No violence. No destruction. Just understanding between 2 magical beings. But the victory felt hollow. This tournament was a distraction from his real mission. While Harry performed for crowds, Voldemort's forces moved in shadows. Between tasks, Harry intensified his Horcrux research. Ravenclaw's diadem, lost for centuries, its location unknown. Dumbledore had theories but no proof. The Founders, voices whispered fragments of memory, but even they couldn't pinpoint where the artifact hid. Then Hermione made a breakthrough. The Grey Lady. She burst into Harry's chambers with a book. Helena Ravenclaw. She stole her mother's diadem and fled to Albania. That's where she died. That's where Tom Riddle found it. Harry finished, pieces clicking together. He traveled to Albania before returning to Hogwarts. That's when he would have discovered the diadem. His scar burned. But where did he hide it? Somewhere in the castle. Hermione's eyes shone with certainty. Somewhere he felt connected to. Somewhere meaningful. Quote, Harry closed his eyes, reaching through his bond with Hogwarts. The castle whispered secrets, 1,000 years of hidden rooms, forgotten passages, spaces that appeared when needed. The room of requirement. I know where it is. Quote, they found the room on the 7th floor. Harry paced 3 times, thinking of hidden things. The door materialized, opening into a cavern of lost objects. Centuries of abandoned belongings towered in mountains. Broken furniture. Forgotten books. A graveyard of things students couldn't bear to destroy but couldn't keep. It's here. Harry moved through the maze, following Ravenclaw's call. The Founders, magic pulled him toward a tarnished tiara perched on a bust. The moment his fingers touched it, visions exploded. Tom Riddle at 16, charming Helena's ghost, learning the diadem's location, traveling to Albania, finding the relic in a hollow tree, killing a peasant to fuel the dark magic, splitting his soul again. Harry gasped, pulling back. The diadem radiated corruption, Ravenclaw's wisdom twisted into obsession, knowledge perverted into domination. Harry. Hermione's voice seemed distant. Are you all right? It's worse than the others. Harry's hands shook. This Horcrux is old, powerful. Destroying it will take everything I have. Quote. Ron and Hermione flanked him, wands ready. Then we'll help. Quote. Neville appeared in the doorway with Ginny. Heard you found it. Need backup. Luna Lovegood drifted in behind them. The Raxperts are very active here. Whatever you're doing, you should hurry. Quote. Harry looked at his friends, this strange, loyal, brave group who'd stood by him through everything. The Founders, voices hummed approval. Unity. The greatest magic of all. He raised his staff. The others formed a circle, channeling their magic into him. Gryffindor courage from Neville. Hufflepuff loyalty from Luna. Ravenclaw wisdom from Hermione. Even Slytherin cunning from Ginny, who'd survived possession and understood darkness. Power built, not just Harry's, but all of them together. The diadem screamed as 4 magics plus 5 hearts combined into something transcendent. Light erupted. The Horcrux shattered. Voldemort's soul fragment dissolved with an ear-splitting shriek. The room shuddered. Objects tumbled. Harry collapsed, drained. His friends caught him, supporting him as the magic settled. 6 down. Ron's voice was awed. 1 to go. Quote. Nagini. Harry whispered. The serpent. She's with Voldemort. Which means, we have to face him. Hermione finished grimly. The second task came too soon. Harry dove into the Black Lake, using gillyweed to breathe underwater. He rescued not just Ron, but Fleur's sister when Fleur couldn't reach her. The crowd cheered his heroism. But Harry's mind was elsewhere. 1 Horcrux remained, and Voldemort's absence had become presence, a gathering storm on the horizon. The final task was a maze. Hedges towered 20 feet high, enchanted to shift and trap. Champions entered at intervals, racing toward the Triwizard Cup at the maze's heart. Harry moved carefully, staff in hand. The Founders guided him through obstacles, a blast-ended Scroot, a boggart, a sphinx with riddles. He helped Cedric past a web of acromantulas. They reached the cup together. Take it, Cedric said. You saved me back there. Quote. We'll take it together. Harry decided. A tie. Quote. They grabbed the cup simultaneously. Portkey. The world spun. They landed in a graveyard, ancient headstones, twisted trees, a sense of wrongness permeating the air. Where are we? Cedric's wand was drawn. Harry's scar exploded with agony. It's a trap. Run. Green light erupted from the shadows. Cedric dropped. Harry screamed. Tried to reach him, but ropes wrapped around his body, binding him to a headstone. The staff fell from his grip. A figure emerged from the darkness. Wormtail, carrying a bundle of robes. He placed it in a massive cauldron, added ingredients Harry couldn't see. Then he spoke words in Latin, dark magic, ancient and terrible. Bone of the Father, unknowingly given. Quote. Dust from a grave fell into the potion. Flesh of the servant, willingly sacrificed. Quote. Wormtail sliced off his own hand, dropping it into the cauldron with a scream. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. Quote. He approached Harry with a knife. Cut his arm. Let blood drip into the potion. The cauldron erupted. Steam filled the graveyard. Something rose from the liquid, human-shaped but wrong. Red eyes glowing. Pale skin stretched over bone. No hair. No warmth. No humanity. Voldemort had returned. He flexed his new fingers, testing limbs. Then those red eyes found Harry. Harry Potter. We meet at last. Face to face. Man to man. Quote. Harry's scar burned white hot. The Founders, voices screamed. But he couldn't move, couldn't reach his staff. Voldemort circled him like a predator. You've been busy. Destroying my Horcruxes. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Each time one fell, I felt it. A piece of my immortality torn away. He laughed, cold and cruel. But you missed one, the final anchor. And with this body, I no longer need the others. Quote. Nagini. Harry gasped. My faithful companion. Voldemort gestured. The massive serpent slithered from the shadows. She carries the last piece of my soul. And she will never leave my side. Quote. Death Eaters apparated into the graveyard. Masked figures forming a circle. Lucius Malfoy. Bellatrix Lestrange. Others Harry didn't recognize. Kill the spare, Voldemort said casually. Harry lunged against his bonds. No. Take me. Leave him. But Cedric was already dead. Killed by Wormtail's curse moments before. Rage flooded Harry. The Founders' magic exploded outward. The ropes binding him shattered. The staff flew to his hand. 4 colors blazed in the darkness. Voldemort's smile widened. There it is. The Founders' power. Show me, Harry Potter. Show me what makes you special. Quote. What followed was a duel that would become legend. Harry Potter, 14 years old, against the Dark Lord himself. Staff against wand. 4 magics against 1 terrible will. Spells flew faster than thought. The graveyard became a battlefield. Headstones exploded. Trees burned. Death Eaters scattered, unwilling to be caught in the crossfire. Harry channeled everything he'd learned. Gryffindor's fire met Voldemort's darkness. Slytherin's cunning turned curses back on their caster. Ravenclaw's wisdom found weaknesses in the Dark Lord's technique. Hufflepuff's resilience kept Harry standing when he should have fallen. But Voldemort was centuries old. Powerful beyond measure. And Harry was still just a boy. A killing curse struck Harry's shield. He fell to his knees. Voldemort approached. Impressive, but futile. He raised his wand for the final strike. Light erupted from Harry's scar. The connection between them, forged the night Harry survived, became a bridge. Their wands connected. Gold threads wrapped around them. Priori incantatem. Echoes of Voldemort's victims emerged from his wand. Cedric's ghost. An old man. Bertha Jerkins. And finally, James and Lily Potter. Harry. His mother's voice was soft. You've grown so strong. Quote. When the connection breaks, run. James instructed. We'll hold him off. Get to the portkey. Quote. Tears streamed down Harry's face. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I couldn't. You have nothing to apologize for. Lily smiled. We're so proud of you. Now go. Harry broke the connection. Summoned Cedric's body. Grabbed the cup. The world spun. He landed back in the maze. Screams erupted. He collapsed beside Cedric's body, sobbing. Voldemort had returned. The war had begun. And Harry Potter, the Hogwarts heir, had survived to fight another day. The hospital wing felt too quiet. Sterile white sheets, the scent of healing potions, and Madame Pomfrey's worried glances as Harry lay staring at the ceiling. 3 days had passed since the graveyard. 3 days since Cedric died. 3 days since Voldemort returned in flesh and blood. The wizarding world was fracturing. Harry sat up slowly, every muscle protesting. His arm still bore the scar where Wormtail had taken his blood. The Founders' voices had been subdued since the duel, recovering from the strain of facing pure darkness. Dumbledore entered, robes swishing. Behind him came Sirius, Lupin, and Minister Fudge, whose face was purple with indignation. This is preposterous, Fudge sputtered. You know who cannot have returned. The boy is clearly traumatized, confused. The boy, Dumbledore's voice was ice, witnessed a murder and fought for his life. Harry Potter does not lie. Quote. But the implications, Fudge wrung his hands. If word spreads that he's back, there will be panic. The economy will collapse. People will lose faith in the ministry. They should lose faith, Sirius snarled. You've done nothing to prepare. Nothing to protect. You've let Death Eaters walk free while Harry fought alone. Quote. Fudge's face went from purple to crimson. How dare you? You were in Azkaban, and exonerated. Sirius stepped forward. Which you know. Just like you know Harry's telling the truth. But you're too much of a coward to admit it. Quote. Gentlemen. Dumbledore raised a hand. Cornelius, I understand your hesitation. But denying the truth will not make it disappear. Voldemort has returned. We must act. Quote. Fudge backed toward the door. I will not have the ministry thrown into chaos based on the word of a 14-year-old boy. He pointed at Harry. If you continue spreading these lies, Potter, there will be consequences. Quote. He stormed out. The door slammed. Silence fell. He's scared. Harry said quietly. He'd rather pretend everything's fine than face what's coming. Quote. Fear makes fools of us all. Dumbledore sat beside Harry's bed. But it also presents an opportunity. The ministry will not help us. Therefore, we must help ourselves. His blue eyes held steel. The Order of the Phoenix will reform. We will prepare for war. Quote. Over the next week, the Order gathered. Old members returned, Moody with his magical eye, Tonks with her metamorphagus abilities, Kingsley Shacklebolt from the Auror office. New members joined, Bill and Charlie Weasley, some of Harry's professors, even some seventh-year students who'd fought in the war before. They met in Grimmauld Place, Sirius's inherited house, dark and filled with black family history. The walls screamed with portraits of dead relatives. House elf heads mounted like trophies. Evidence of generations steeped in dark magic. Charming place, Ron muttered, eyeing a severed elf head. It's horrible, Sirius agreed, but secure, unplottable, perfect for headquarters. Quote, the kitchen became their war room. Maps spread across tables. Intelligence reports stacked in corners. Discussions ran late into the night. Harry listened as plans formed. Reconnaissance on known Death Eater locations. Protection for Muggle-born families. Securing magical artifacts before Voldemort could claim them. But one topic dominated every meeting. Nagini, the final Horcrux. Dumbledore's finger traced a map of England. Voldemort won't let her out of his sight. She's not just a Horcrux, she's a companion. A weapon. Attacking her means attacking him directly. Quote, then we attack him, Sirius said flatly. Gather our strength and strike. Quote, with what army? Moody growled. The Ministry's denying he exists. Half the wizarding world thinks Harry's lying. We're outnumbered, outgunned, and fighting in the shadows. Quote, we have Harry. Lupin's voice was quiet but firm. The Hogwarts heir, the only wizard Voldemort fears. Quote, all eyes turned to Harry. He felt the weight of their expectation. The Founders, magic pulsed beneath his skin, powerful yes, but not infinite. He was still just 15. Still learning, still human. I can't fight him alone. Harry's voice was steady, but I don't have to. He looked around the table. We have the Order. We have Hogwarts. We have allies Voldemort doesn't know about. Quote, what allies? Tonks asked. Harry smiled. The castle itself. Quote, understanding dawned on Dumbledore's face. You want to draw Voldemort to Hogwarts. Quote, not just draw him. Harry stood, moving to the map. Trap him. The castle is the most magically protected place in Britain. Its wards are 1,000 years old. And I'm its heir. He placed his hand on the map. If we fight him there, we fight on our terms. Quote, it's risky. McGonagall, who joined the meeting, looked troubled. Students would be in danger. Quote, students are already in danger. Harry met her gaze. Voldemort will come for me eventually. For the school. For everything we represent. Better to face him when we're ready. Quote, the debate raged for hours. Some argued for patience, others for immediate action, but slowly, consensus formed. They would prepare, fortify Hogwarts, train students, build alliances, and when the time came, they would make their stand. But first, Harry needed to understand his enemy better. That night, he sat with Dumbledore in the headmaster's study at Hogwarts. The pensieve glowed between them, a basin of silvered liquid that held memories. I've been collecting these for years. Dumbledore said. Memories of Tom Riddle, his childhood, his time at Hogwarts, the choices that shaped him. He looked at Harry. Understanding your enemy is as important as defeating him. Quote, they dove into memory after memory. Harry watched Tom Riddle as a child, cold, calculating, already manipulating others. Saw him at Hogwarts, brilliant, charming, hiding his darkness behind perfect marks and false friendship. Witnessed his transformation into Voldemort, the shedding of humanity, the embrace of power at any cost. One memory struck Harry hardest. A young Tom Riddle asking Professor Slughorn about Horcruxes. The horror on Slughorn's face as Riddle pressed for details. The moment when an intelligent boy crossed the line into monstrosity. He was brilliant, Harry said when they emerged. He could have been one of the greatest wizards in history. Quote, he is one of the greatest wizards in history. Dumbledore corrected gently. But greatness is not the same as goodness. He chose power over love. Immortality over life. Domination over connection. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. You carry the same power he does. The same potential. But you make different choices. That is what makes you his opposite. Quote, Harry looked at the staff resting against his chair. 4 Founders magic. More power than any 15-year-old should wield. What if I make the wrong choice? What if the power corrupts me? Then your friends will bring you back. Dumbledore smiled. That is the advantage you have over Tom. He trusted no one, loved nothing. You have built something he never could, bonds that strengthen rather than enslave. Quote, the summer passed in preparation. Harry trained at Grimmauld Place, pushing his magic to new limits. Sirius taught him combat tactics. Lupin showed him advanced defensive spells. Moody drilled him on constant vigilance. But Harry also made time for his friends. Played Quidditch with Ron, studied with Hermione, talked with Ginny about the weight of expectations. These moments, simple, human, normal, kept him grounded. One evening, Luna Lovegood appeared at Grimmauld Place. She drifted through the wards like they didn't exist, which shouldn't have been possible. "Hello, Harry." She smiled dreamily. "The Nargles told me you needed help." Quote. Harry blinked. "The Nargles. They're quite chatty about you." Luna sat at the kitchen table. "You're planning to fight you-know-who at Hogwarts. You'll need someone who can see the things others can't." Quote. Sirius looked ready to object, but Harry raised a hand. "What things?" "The invisible ones. The forgotten ones. The creatures that live between moments." Luna's eyes, so often distant, focused sharply. "Your enemy uses dark magic. Dark magic leaves traces, shadows that attach to souls. I can see them." Quote. Understanding clicked. Luna wasn't just eccentric. She perceived magical reality differently, saw layers others missed. "Then you're in," Harry decided. By September, the Order had grown to nearly 50 members. Students returned to Hogwarts with new purpose. Dumbledore had convinced the Ministry to allow basic defensive training, though he didn't mention it was preparation for war. Harry's 5th year began with tension crackling through every corridor. Students whispered about Voldemort's return. Some believed, others didn't. The Daily Prophet ran article after article painting Harry as an attention-seeking liar. But in the room of requirement, something remarkable was happening. Dumbledore's army. It started with a handful of students: Ron, Hermione, Neville, Ginny, Luna. Then others joined. Students who wanted to learn real defensive magic. Who wanted to be ready when darkness came. Harry taught them everything. Patronus charms. Shield spells. Stunning hexes. Disarming techniques. The Founders' wisdom flowed through him, making him a natural teacher. "You're brilliant at this," Hermione said after one session. The room was filled with silver Patronuses, animals dancing in the air. "I had good teachers." Harry watched Neville's Patronus, a lion, fierce and brave. So different from the boy who'd trembled in first year. They were growing, becoming warriors. And when the time came, they would stand together. But Voldemort was growing too. Reports flooded in, attacks on Muggle villages, Death Eaters recruiting, giants joining the dark side. The Ministry continued denying everything while the darkness spread. Then came the night that changed everything. Harry was sleeping when the vision hit. Not a dream, a connection through his scar, a window into Voldemort's mind. He saw Sirius, bound and tortured in a place of prophecies. Voldemort's voice hissing, "Tell me where the prophecy is, or I'll kill you slowly." Quote. Harry woke screaming. Within minutes, he'd gathered the DA. "We have to go. The Department of Mysteries. Voldemort has Sirius." Quote. "Harry, wait," Hermione grabbed his arm. "This could be a trap." Quote. "I don't care." Harry's voice was steel. "He's my godfather. I'm not leaving him." Quote. Ron stood beside him. "Then we're coming too." Quote. Neville, Ginny, Luna, all of them volunteered. Against Hermione's better judgment, they made their way to the Ministry. The Department of Mysteries was silent, endless rows of glowing prophecies, doors leading to unknown rooms. Harry led them through, following the pull in his scar. They found the Hall of Prophecy. And there, floating on a dusty shelf, a glass sphere with Harry's name. "Take it." Quote. The voice came from behind. Death Eaters materialized from the shadows: Lucius Malfoy, Bellatrix Lestrange, a dozen others. "Where's Sirius?" Harry demanded. Bellatrix cackled. "The Dark Lord showed you what you wanted to see. Your godfather is safe. For now." She pointed her wand at the prophecy. "Give us that, and we'll let you leave." Quote. Harry clutched the sphere. Inside, he could see Dumbledore's younger face. Heard fragments of words, prophecy about him and Voldemort. The reason for everything. No. Quote. The battle erupted. 6 students against a dozen Death Eaters. Spells flew faster than thought. Prophecies shattered. The room became chaos. Harry's staff blazed with 4 colors. He channeled everything: Gryffindor's courage holding the line, Slytherin's cunning finding openings, Ravenclaw's wisdom coordinating his friends, Hufflepuff's loyalty keeping them together. But they were outnumbered. Luna was hit. Ginny fell. Ron collapsed. Then the order arrived. Sirius burst through the doors with Lupin, Tonks, Moody. The tide turned. Death Eaters were driven back. Victory seemed possible. Until Bellatrix's curse hit Sirius square in the chest. Harry watched his godfather fall. Watched him topple backward through a veiled archway. Watched him disappear. Sirius. Harry's scream shattered prophecies across the room. The Founders, magic exploded outward, raw grief channeled into power. Death Eaters were thrown back. The room trembled. Bellatrix laughed and fled. Harry chased her. Rage consumed him. He pursued her through the ministry, staff blazing, ready to kill. They burst into the atrium. And there stood Voldemort. So, the Dark Lord smiled. The prophecy's boy. Quote, Dumbledore appeared in a flash of flame. Tom. Quote, what followed was a duel beyond mortal comprehension. The two greatest wizards alive, light against dark, love against power. The atrium became a battlefield. Statues came to life. Water transformed into weapons. Fire met ice. Harry watched, frozen. This was power beyond his understanding. Beyond the Founders. Beyond everything. Then Voldemort turned to Harry. Red eyes blazing. Join me or die. Quote, Harry raised his staff. Never. Quote, Voldemort struck. But instead of killing Harry, he possessed him. Darkness flooded Harry's mind, pain, hatred, the promise of power. The Founders, voices screamed. But they weren't enough. Voldemort was inside him, taking control. Then Harry remembered. His friends. Sirius's love. His parents' sacrifice. Every moment of kindness and connection. Love. The one power Voldemort couldn't understand. Couldn't touch. Couldn't corrupt. Harry pushed back. Not with magic. With memory. With feeling. With everything that made him human. Voldemort screamed and was expelled. The possession broke. Ministry officials flooded the atrium. They saw Voldemort. Saw Dumbledore. Saw the truth they'd been denying. The Dark Lord vanished in smoke. Fudge stood trembling. He's back. Quote, yes. Dumbledore's voice was tired. He is. And now, perhaps, you'll believe us. Quote, Harry collapsed into Dumbledore's arms. Sirius was gone. The war had truly begun. And nothing would ever be the same. But he was still standing. Still fighting. Still carrying hope in the face of darkness. The Hogwarts air had survived another night. The final battle was coming. Sirius's death hollowed Harry in ways no spell could heal. The summer after fifth year passed in gray silence, days blending together at Grimmauld Place, now feeling emptier than ever. Harry walked through rooms his godfather would never fill again, touched belongings that would never be used, and felt the weight of loss pressing down like stone. The Founders' voices tried to comfort him, but even their ancient wisdom couldn't ease this particular pain. Grief is the price of love, Dumbledore said one evening, sitting across from Harry in the study. Sirius would not want you to carry guilt. He died protecting you, fighting for what he believed in. Quote, I led them into a trap. Harry's voice was hollow. I saw what Voldemort wanted me to see, and I fell for it. Quote, you acted from love. Dumbledore's eyes held infinite sadness. That is never wrong, even when the outcome is tragic. He leaned forward. But Harry, we must continue. One Horcrux remains. Nagini. And Voldemort will not rest until he's destroyed you. Quote, Harry looked at the staff resting beside him. Four colors pulsed faintly, waiting. Then we finish this. Whatever it takes. Quote, the order threw itself into preparation. Safe houses were established. Muggle-born families relocated. Alliances were forged with magical creatures, centaurs in the Forbidden Forest, house elves at Hogwarts, even some goblins who remembered Harry's respect for their customs. But the most crucial preparation was Harry himself. Dumbledore began intensive training, not just combat magic, something deeper. Understanding the connection between Harry and Voldemort. The scar that linked them. The prophecy that bound their fates. Neither can live while the other survives. Dumbledore recited the prophecy's final line. This is not metaphor, Harry. It is magical law. You and Tom are tied together. When he tried to kill you as a baby, he transferred some of his power. Some of his soul. Quote, Harry's blood went cold. The scar. You're saying he made me a Horcrux. Quote, accidentally, yes. Dumbledore's expression was grave. That is why you can speak Parseltongue. Why you see his thoughts. Why he cannot truly die while you live. Quote. The room spun. Harry gripped the arms of his chair. So to defeat him, I have to die. Quote. Silence stretched long and terrible. There may be another way. Dumbledore said carefully. The Founders, magic inside you, it's older than Voldemort's curse. Purer. If we can use it to burn out his soul fragment without destroying you. He trailed off. It's never been attempted. Quote. Then we try. Harry's voice was steady despite the fear coiling in his gut. Because I'm not giving up. Not yet. Quote. They worked through the summer. Harry meditated with the Founders' voices, learning to distinguish between his consciousness and the fragment of Voldemort. It was like finding a parasite wrapped around his soul, dark, hungry, foreign. Slowly, he learned to isolate it, to push it to the surface of his being. The Founders' magic responded, 4 powers converging to cage the fragment. By September, Harry could feel the separation. Voldemort's peace was contained, held away from his core self by walls of ancient light. But destroying it would require one final, terrible act. 6th year began under martial law. Hogwarts had become a fortress. Wards reinforced. Aurors patrolling. Students trained in defensive magic as part of their regular curriculum. Even the younger years learned basic shielding and stunning spells. Harry returned to find his friends changed. Ron was taller, broader, carrying himself like a warrior. Hermione had mastered healing magic and could disarm 3 opponents simultaneously. Neville had become the heart of Dumbledore's army, leading training sessions, inspiring others through quiet strength. And Ginny had transformed from the shy girl he'd saved in the chamber to someone fierce and unbreakable. She sought him out the first night back. I'm sorry about Sirius. Her voice was soft. I know what it's like to lose someone to this war. Quote. Harry managed a nod. They sat together in the common room, not speaking, just existing in shared grief. Are you scared? She asked eventually. Terrified. Harry admitted. But I can't let fear stop me. Too many people are depending on this. Quote. Ginny took his hand. Then let us help. You don't have to carry everything alone. Quote. Something shifted in Harry's chest. For the first time since Sirius died, warmth touched the edges of his grief. He wasn't alone. He'd never been alone. Intelligence reports flooded in throughout autumn. Voldemort was gathering his forces. Death Eaters recruiting openly now that the Ministry acknowledged the threat. Giants, werewolves, dark creatures, all flocking to his banner. But the Order was growing too. Former students returned to fight. Foreign wizards joined the cause. Even some Slytherins, appalled by what their house's founder's legacy had become, pledged allegiance to Harry. Draco Malfoy appeared in Harry's chambers one night, looking haunted. My father wants me to take the dark mark. His voice shook. Wants me to kill Dumbledore to prove my loyalty. Quote. Harry studied his old rival. They'd never been friends. But they'd grown up. Changed. What do you want? I want to be better than my family's legacy. Draco met his eyes. I want to fight for something that matters. Quote. Harry made a decision that would have seemed impossible years before. Then join us. The Order will protect you. Give you a chance to prove yourself. Quote. By Christmas, the net was closing. Dumbledore had located Voldemort's headquarters, Malfoy Manor, gifted by Lucius before his arrest. That's where Nagini would be. That's where the final confrontation would happen. The Order planned meticulously. Assault teams. Evacuation routes. Contingencies for every scenario. Harry would lead the charge with the DA, students who'd become soldiers, ready to fight for their world. On the night before the attack, Dumbledore gathered everyone in the Great Hall. Staff and students, Order members, allies from across the magical world. Tomorrow, we face the greatest darkness our world has known. His voice carried to every corner. Many of us may not survive. But we fight because the alternative, a world ruled by Voldemort, is unthinkable. We fight for love, for freedom, for the future. Quote. He turned to Harry. And we fight for the boy who showed us that power without compassion is nothing. Who carries the legacy of our 4 greatest founders. Who stands as a bridge between what we were and what we can become. Quote. The hall erupted in applause. Harry stood, staff in hand, feeling the weight of expectation and the warmth of support. That night, he couldn't sleep. He stood at his chamber window, watching stars wheel overhead. The Founders' voices were quiet, giving him space to think. Tomorrow, he might die. The fragment of Voldemort inside him needed to be destroyed. The magical backlash could kill him. But if it worked, if he survived, if they won, the world could heal. The divisions between houses, between blood, statuses, between magical and mundane, all could be mended. That's what the founders had wanted. Unity, understanding, a school where all could thrive. Harry touched his scar, felt the fragment stirring. Tomorrow, one way or another, this ended. A knock at his door. Ron, Hermione, Neville, Ginny, and Luna entered. They didn't speak, just sat with him. His family, not by blood, but by choice. Whatever happens tomorrow, Hermione said, we're with you. Quote, always have been, Ron added. Always will be, Neville finished. Harry looked at each of them. Felt gratitude too deep for words. The founders, magic pulsed in recognition, this was what they'd valued most. Not power, not knowledge, but connection, loyalty, love. Thank you. Harry's voice was thick with emotion. For everything. For standing with me. For believing. He smiled. Let's end this. Quote, they spent the night together. Telling stories. Laughing. Remembering those they'd lost and honoring those still fighting. When dawn broke, they were ready. The order assembled in the Great Hall. 60 wizards and witches. The DA, 40 students who'd trained for this moment. Allies from the centaurs, house elves, even a few goblins who'd agreed to help. Harry stood before them, staff blazing with 4 colors. Today, we reclaim our world. Today, we show Voldemort that fear doesn't win. That hatred doesn't prevail. That love, the magic he never understood, is stronger than any curse. Quote, he raised the staff high. For Hogwarts. For the fallen. For the future. Quote, the hall roared. For Hogwarts. They departed through the flow network. Portkeys. Apparition points. Converging on Malfoy Manor from every direction. The final battle had begun. Harry led the charge toward the manor's gates. Death Eaters appeared on the walls, wands blazing. Curses filled the air. Shields deflected. Counter-attacks struck. The grounds became a battlefield. Order members dueled Death Eaters. Students worked in teams, using everything Harry had taught them. Spells lit the darkness. Screams echoed. Harry fought through it all, pushing toward the manor. The founders guided his movements, Gryffindor's courage keeping him moving forward, Slytherin's cunning finding paths through the chaos, Ravenclaw's wisdom coordinating allies, Hufflepuff's resilience keeping him standing. He reached the entrance. Blasted the doors open. Inside, Death Eaters rushed to meet him. And at the top of the stairs, red eyes glowing in the darkness, stood Voldemort. Nagini coiled at his feet. Harry Potter. The Dark Lord's voice was soft. Deadly. You've come to die. How noble. Quote, Harry raised his staff. The 4 gems blazed brighter than ever before. I've come to end you. Quote, Voldemort smiled. Then let us finish what we started. Quote, the duel that would decide everything was about to begin. The manor's grand hall became an arena where light and darkness collided. Voldemort descended the stairs with serpentine grace, Nagini sliding beside him. Harry stood his ground, staff blazing with the founders' combined power. Around them, the battle raged, Death Eaters fighting Order members, spells shattering windows, ancient tapestries burning. But in this moment, only 2 wizards mattered. You should have stayed hidden, Harry Potter. Voldemort's wand traced lazy patterns in the air. You could have lived in obscurity. Watched from the shadows as I reshaped this world. Quote, into what? Harry's voice was steady. A wasteland ruled by fear. A prison where only purebloods matter. That's not a world worth living in. Quote, no. Voldemort's eyes flashed. A world of order, strength, where magic flows through those worthy to wield it. Not diluted by Muggle blood. Not weakened by sentiment. Quote, Harry felt the founders' voices surge. 4 consciousnesses speaking as one. He sees only division. Show him unity. He fears love. Show him its power. He craves immortality. Show him true legacy. He is alone. Show him what connection means. You're wrong. Harry raised his staff. Magic isn't about purity. It's about purpose. And your purpose, domination, cruelty, fear, that's what makes you weak. Quote, Voldemort's face twisted with rage. Weak. I am the most powerful wizard alive. I have conquered death itself. No. Harry's voice rang with certainty. You've mutilated your soul. Scattered yourself across objects. You're not alive, Tom. You're a ghost clinging to fragments. Quote, The name, Tom, his birth name, the human identity he'd abandoned, struck like a physical blow. Voldemort recoiled. I am Lord Voldemort, he struck. Green light erupted, the killing curse, launched with all his fury. Harry's staff met it with 4 colors blazing. The spells collided midair. Energy exploded outward, shattering the floor beneath them. The duel began in earnest. They moved through the manor like storms. Voldemort attacked with centuries of dark magic, curses that aged flesh, hexes that boiled blood, spells that ripped souls from bodies. Each one terrible, each one deadly. Harry countered with the Founders' wisdom. Gryffindor's fire burned away darkness. Slytherin's cunning turned curses back on their caster. Ravenclaw's shields deflected what couldn't be dodged. Hufflepuff's healing magic knitted wounds as fast as they appeared. They crashed through rooms. Staircases crumbled. Walls exploded. The manor itself became a casualty of their war. You cannot win. Voldemort screamed. I have lived for centuries. Studied magic you cannot comprehend. You are a child. I'm not alone. Harry shouted back. Around them, his friends fought. Ron disarming Death Eaters. Hermione shielding injured allies. Neville standing against Bellatrix Lestrange with fierce determination. Ginny's hexes finding their marks. And throughout the manor, the order pushed forward. Moody's magical eye tracking threats. McGonagall's transfigurations turning furniture into warriors. Lupin coordinating teams with tactical precision. But Voldemort had prepared. More Death Eaters flooded in. Giants crashed through walls. In fury, animated corpses rose from the dungeons. The tide began to turn. Harry felt it, felt his side weakening, falling back. Voldemort pressed his advantage, driving Harry toward the manor's heart. Toward the room where Nagini waited. They burst into a vast chamber. Ritual circles carved into the floor. Dark artifacts lining the walls. And in the center, coiled on a throne of bones, Nagini. The serpent's eyes fixed on Harry. She hissed, and he understood. You carry his scent. The master's essence. Give it to me. Harry's scar burned. The Horcrux fragment inside him responded to Nagini's call, the last 2 pieces of Voldemort's soul recognizing each other. Yes. Voldemort circled, wand raised. You finally understand. You are my Horcrux. My 7th anchor. Kill you, and I lose a piece of myself. Let you live, and you remain a threat. His smile was cruel. Quite the dilemma. Quote, Harry felt the fragment writhing inside him, trying to break free of the Founders' containment. Pain exploded behind his eyes. He fell to his knees. But I have a solution. Voldemort approached. I will extract my soul from you. Painful. Probably fatal. But necessary. Quote, he raised his wand. Began an incantation in a language older than Latin. Harry's consciousness fractured. He stood in a gray space, neither alive nor dead. Before him appeared 4 figures. Godric Gryffindor. Tall. Lion-maned, radiating courage. Salazar Slytherin. Sharp-featured, serpent-eyed, cunning incarnate. Rowena Ravenclaw. Elegant, wise, mind like the cosmos. Helga Hufflepuff. Warm, strong, loyalty made manifest. The Founders. We stand at a crossroads. Godric's voice was thunder and warmth. Voldemort will rip his soul from yours. You will die. Quote, unless. Rowena stepped forward. We give you a choice. Take our magic fully. Not just borrowing it, becoming it. Merge with the Founders' essence completely. Quote, you would become something new. Helga's voice was gentle, not quite human, not quite Founder. A bridge between ages. The true Hogwarts heir. Quote, but there is a cost. Salazar's eyes held understanding. You would live forever. Bound to the castle. Watching generations pass. Never aging. Never dying. Forever protecting. Forever alone. Quote, Harry looked at them. Felt the weight of their offer. Immortality. Power beyond measure. The ability to protect everything he loved. But also, eternal isolation. Everyone he knew would age and die while he remained. He would become what Voldemort had tried to be. Immortal. Untouchable. Separate. Is there another way? He asked. The Founders exchanged glances. Then Godric spoke. Yes. But it requires sacrifice from all of us. Quote, we can burn out Voldemort's fragment without killing you. Rowena continued. But it will consume us. The magic we've given you will be spent. Used up in a single moment of purification. Quote, you would survive, Helga said. But you would be mortal again. Just Harry Potter. No Founders magic. No staff of power. No connection to Hogwarts, heartbeat. Quote, you would be ordinary. Salazar finished. But you would be free. Quote, Harry didn't hesitate. Do it. Quote, the Founders smiled. We knew you would choose this. Godric said. That's why we chose you in the first place. Quote, they raised their hands. Power flooded into Harry, not to stay, but to burn. The four magics converged, becoming a purifying flame that sought out Voldemort's soul fragment. Harry screamed. In the real world, his body convulsed. Light erupted from his scar, gold, green, silver, bronze spiraling together. The fragment of Voldemort was dragged to the surface, exposed and vulnerable. No, Voldemort felt it, felt his anchor being destroyed. He launched the killing curse. But Harry was already moving. The Founders' final gift propelling him forward. He struck Nagini with the staff, not to hurt, but to sever. The connection between Horcrux and Vessel shattered. Nagini writhed. The piece of Voldemort's soul tore free, becoming visible, a twisted shadow screaming in agony. Harry drove the staff through both fragments. The Horcrux inside him and the one floating before him. The Founders' magic detonated. Explosion. White light. Power that shook the foundations of magic itself. Harry felt the fragments dissolve, burned away by four of the greatest wizards who ever lived, sacrificing their remaining essence to save him. When the light faded, Harry was on his knees. The staff was gone. The Founders' voices, silent. The magic that had made him special, spent. He was just a boy again. But Voldemort's Horcruxes were gone. All seven destroyed. The Dark Lord staggered. For the first time in centuries, he was mortal. Vulnerable. Killable. What have you done? His voice was horror and rage. Harry rose. Picked up his wand. Ordinary you, nothing special. I did what you could never do. I let go. Quote, Voldemort raised his wand. Then you will die an ordinary death. But Harry wasn't alone. The DA burst into the room. Ron and Hermione on either side. Neville and Ginny flanking. Luna and the others spreading out. And behind them, the Order. Dozens of wands raised. Dozens of voices unified. You're outnumbered, Harry said quietly. Outmatched. And out of time. Quote, Voldemort looked around. Saw the truth. His Death Eaters were falling. His creatures defeated. His immortality stripped away. He had lost. Never. He hissed. He turned his wand on himself. Expelliarmus. Harry's disarming charm struck first. Voldemort's wand flew away. For a moment, Tom Riddle stood exposed, just a man, powerless and afraid. Then the combined force of 40 stunning spells hit him simultaneously. He collapsed. The battle was over. Silence fell across the manor. Death Eaters surrendered. The injured were tended. Slowly, impossibly, they had won. Harry stood over Voldemort's unconscious form. Felt no triumph. Just exhaustion and sadness for the brilliant boy who'd become a monster. Dumbledore appeared, robes singed but eyes bright. It's done. Truly done. Quote, Harry nodded. Then his legs gave out. Dumbledore caught him. The Founders. Harry whispered. Gone. Dumbledore's voice held sorrow and pride. They gave everything to save you. To end this war. Their final gift to the wizarding world. Quote, Harry closed his eyes. Felt the absence where their voices had been. The silence where their wisdom had guided him. He was alone in his head for the first time in 5 years. And somehow, it felt right. Around him, his friends gathered. No longer soldiers. Just teenagers who'd survived hell. Is it really over? Ron asked. Harry looked at Voldemort, bound, stripped of power, awaiting trial. Looked at the destroyed manor. At his exhausted allies. Yes, he said. It's over. Quote, the sun was rising, light streaming through shattered windows. A new day beginning. The war had ended. Now came the harder work, healing, rebuilding, learning to live with what they'd lost and cherish what remained. But for now, they had won. And that was enough. 10 years passed like a breath held and slowly released. Harry stood in the Great Hall on a September morning, watching first years file in for their sorting. The ceiling showed perfect blue sky. 4 house tables gleamed with polished plates. Candles floated overhead, casting warm light on faces young and old. But something had changed. The tables no longer sat divided by rivalry. They interwove, Gryffindors sitting beside Slytherins, Ravenclaws laughing with Hufflepuffs. The rigid boundaries that had defined Hogwarts for a millennium had softened into something more fluid, more united. It had taken years. But the Founders' dream, their final gift through Harry, had begun to take root. Still feels strange, doesn't it? Hermione appeared beside him, now deputy headmistress. Her badge gleamed, seeing them mix so naturally. Quote, strange but right. Harry smiled. At 27, he wore the robes of defense against the dark arts professor, a position he'd held for 5 years. The curse on the job had broken when Voldemort fell. Ready for your first lesson? Ron joined them, Auror robes replaced by casual teaching attire. He'd taken the care of magical creatures position after Hagrid finally retired. Heard you're starting with Patronuses. Ambitious for first day. Quote, they need to know the light exists. Harry said. Especially now. Quote, because darkness hadn't disappeared with Voldemort's defeat. It never truly did, but it had been diminished, pushed back, forced to hide in corners rather than rule openly. The trial had been swift. Voldemort, mortal, powerless, bound by a dozen wards, faced the Wizengamot. No Dementor's kiss. No execution. Harry had argued for imprisonment, for the chance at redemption even monsters might find. Tom Riddle sat in a cell beneath the Ministry. Still, some said it was mercy. Others called it justice. Harry called it hope, that even the darkest soul might someday choose differently. The Death Eaters had scattered. Some were caught and tried. Others vanished into obscurity. A few, like Draco Malfoy, had turned evidence and helped rebuild what they'd helped destroy. Draco worked at the Ministry now, reforming pureblood supremacy laws, dismantling the structures that had enabled Voldemort's rise. His redemption was slow and painful, but genuine. The sorting began. Professor McGonagall, now headmistress, placed the hat on each student's head. Harry watched, remembering his own sorting. The choice that had changed everything. Gryffindor. The hat shouted for a nervous girl. Slytherin. For a confident boy. Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff. Names and houses called out. But now, after each sorting, something new happened. McGonagall would ask, and will you stand for unity? Every student, regardless of house, answered the same. I will. Quote, it was a small thing. A tradition Harry had helped establish. But it meant everything. A promise that house pride wouldn't become house hatred. That differences would strengthen rather than divide. After the feast, Harry walked the corridors. His footsteps echoed on stone that had witnessed 1,000 years of magic. He no longer felt the castle's heartbeat as he once had. The Founders' voices were silent. The staff had crumbled to dust when he'd used it to destroy the Horcruxes. But Hogwarts still welcomed him. Still felt like home. He found Neville in the greenhouses. Now herbology professor, Neville had transformed the space into something spectacular. Plants from every magical continent, some extinct species brought back through careful cultivation. Harry. Neville grinned, soil under his fingernails. Come to see the venomous tentacula. She finally bloomed. Quote, they walked among the plants, talking about classes and students and the comfortable rhythm of teaching life. Neville had married Hannah Abbott. They lived in Hogsmeade and filled their home with plants and laughter. Luna taught magical theory, a new subject she'd invented that explored the spaces between known magic. Her classroom was chaos and wonder, and students either loved it or were completely baffled. Ginny played professional Quidditch, captain of the Holyhead Harpies. She visited often, usually bringing tales of victory and occasionally nursing injuries. They'd dated for a few years after the war. But both realized they worked better as friends, bound by shared trauma and mutual respect, but not romantic love. Harry was grateful for her presence in his life, in whatever form it took. That evening, Harry climbed to the astronomy tower. The grounds spread below, forest, lake, mountains in the distance. The same view generations of students had seen. But also different. A memorial stood near the lake. Names carved in white marble. Cedric Diggory, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, Tonks, Fred Weasley. 53 names in total. Those who'd fallen fighting darkness. Harry visited the memorial every week. Spoke to them. Promised he was living the life they'd died to give him. Still talking to ghosts. A familiar voice. Harry turned. Dumbledore stood there, older, frailer, but eyes still twinkling. He'd retired as headmaster 5 years ago but lived in Hogsmeade and visited regularly. Force of habit. Harry smiled. They stood together in comfortable silence. Finally, Dumbledore spoke. "Do you miss it? The Founders, magic?" Harry considered. Sometimes. It was extraordinary. Feeling that connected to history. To power. He paused. But it was also exhausting. Carrying their voices. Their expectations. Their unfinished business. Quote. "And now I'm just Harry." He smiled. Just a teacher trying to help students understand that magic is more than spells. It's connection. Purpose. The choice to be better than your worst impulses. Quote. Dumbledore nodded. "The Founders chose well, not because you were powerful, but because you understood what power should serve." Quote. "I destroyed their legacy," Harry said quietly. "Used up everything they'd built over 1,000 years in one moment." Quote. "No." Dumbledore's voice was firm. "You fulfilled it. They didn't want to be worshipped as legends. They wanted their vision realized, a school where all could learn, grow, become their best selves." He gestured to the castle. "Look at what you've built. Houses that cooperate. Students who see past blood status. A future where Voldemort's ideology finds no purchase. That is their true legacy." Quote. Harry felt warmth spread through his chest. Not the Founders, magic. Something simpler. Pride. Contentment. Peace. "Thank you," he said. "For everything. For believing in me when I was just a scared kid." Quote. "Thank you," Dumbledore replied. "For becoming the man that scared kid had the potential to be." Quote. They descended together as stars emerged. Inside the castle, students studied and laughed and lived. The future unfolding one moment at a time. Harry's classroom waited. Tomorrow he'd teach defensive magic. Show students how to create shields and cast Patronuses. Pass on the knowledge that had saved him countless times. But tonight, he sat in his chambers and wrote. A book about the war. About Horcruxes and sacrifice and the power of love. Not for glory. For history. So future generations would remember what darkness looked like and what it cost to defeat. He wrote about his parents. About Sirius and Remus. About Cedric and Fred and everyone else who'd fallen. About the Founders who'd given everything to end a war they'd never see concluded. And he wrote about hope. About the students sitting together across house lines. About former enemies working toward redemption. About the possibility, however fragile, that they could build something better. A knock at his door. "Come in." Quote. Ron and Hermione entered with Neville and Luna. Ginny had flowed from London. Even Draco appeared, nervous but determined. "We got your message," Hermione said. "About the memorial service tomorrow." Quote. Harry nodded. Every year on this date, the anniversary of the final battle, they gathered. Remembered. Honored. "I want to add something," he said. "A new tradition. After we remember those we lost, I want to celebrate what they gave us." He looked at his friends. "Life. Freedom. The chance to be better than we were." Quote. "A feast," Luna said dreamily. "With music and stories." Quote. "Exactly." Harry smiled. "They died so we could live. So let's live fully. Loudly. Joyfully. That's the best way to honor them." Quote. They spent the evening planning. Laughter mixed with tears. Old stories told and new memories made. This strange family bound not by blood but by shared survival and stubborn hope. When they finally left, Harry stood at his window again. The memorial glowed in moonlight. Beyond it, the forbidden forest whispered. Somewhere in those trees, centaurs watched the stars. House elves tended the castle. Magic pulsed through every stone. Harry no longer felt it as he once had. But he knew it was there. Protecting, nurturing, growing. He was no longer the Hogwarts heir. The Founders, magic had moved on, returning to the castle itself, strengthening its foundations for another 1,000 years. But he was Harry Potter. Survivor, teacher, friend, someone who'd faced the darkest wizard in history and won not through power, but through love and sacrifice and the refusal to become what he fought. That was enough. More than enough. The future stretched ahead, uncertain, challenging, beautiful. Wars would come again. Darkness would always exist. But so would light. So would people willing to stand against it. And Harry would be there. Teaching the next generation. Passing on the lessons written in scarred tissue and hard-won wisdom. The Emperor's legacy wasn't power. It was choice. The choice to build rather than destroy. To unite rather than divide. To love rather than fear. Harry closed his eyes and felt not the Founders' voices, but his own. Strong, Clear. At peace. Tomorrow would bring challenges. Students to teach. Problems to solve. A world still healing from old wounds. But tonight, he was simply Harry. Standing in his castle. Surrounded by people he loved. Living the life so many had died to give him. And it was beautiful. The story of the boy who lived, the Hogwarts heir, the one who'd carried 4 founders, magic and used it to save the world, that story had ended. A new story was beginning. Smaller perhaps, quieter, but no less important. The story of a teacher helping students find their light. The story of friends choosing each other every day. The story of a world learning, slowly, to be kinder. Harry Potter smiled, and the future smiled back. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what-if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.